The outer side of the city walls of the Shaochun city was already very worn out, and a lot of earth and dust were accumulated over the years. Generations has passed, and another round of military officers took up the lead to guard the peace of the Shaochun city. But the same as when cracks were discovered at the city walls, the once indestructible doors also gradually became decadent. At this moment at the city walls, there were not many guards moving, as they were keeping a vigilant eye afar. As one gradually heard the clear horse hoofs and see the torches, large drops of cold sweat rolled down their cheeks. The Tuju were ferocious and it would be impossible for the remaining guards to confront them. From listening to the movements, there were a lot of Tuju who came. Fear was a mutual emotion, so in a short period of time, the guards' footsteps became much heavier. Not far away when the people were getting restless, suddenly someone in the city guards shouted, "What is that?" Even the heavy night rain was unable to hide the surprise in those words. Everyone looked back and saw that within the Shaochun city, one did not know when, but there were small and large torches lit. These torches were dense and accompanied by an earthquake-sized shaking. When one listened carefully, there were also sounds of horses. When two armies confront one another, naturally there would be scouts located up high to inquire about information. If the guards standing at the city's doors could see this, the two Jew scouts outside naturally could also see it. Those people who inexplicably appeared were particularly unclear in the rainy night, but the messy sounds of the shouts and horses' steps within the rain and wind had an unstoppable and magnificent sense of power. It is the Luo family's army. It is the Luo family's army. Someone at the city guards shouted and almost knelt down in delight. The Luo family's army has been restored to glory again. Those soldiers of the Luo family's army had long dispersed many years ago, and those who remained behind were all scattered merchants. The sudden shouts made everyone thought about the invincible aura of the army that Luo Sui led, and it was as if they had a new hope, and at the moment the morale soared, those new people in the guards held their weapons up and it was like their blood in their bones had heated up, and they were shouting together with those unknown people and horses. The noise was deafening. First was for the drive, then one got tired, and by the third time one became exhausted. The skyrocketing morale and sudden appearance of the additional troops, bearing the name of the Luo family's army, apparently made the two Jew side astonished. One could only hear the two Jew downstairs discussing exasperatedly, and those troops hesitated and dared not come any nearer. After being in a deadlock for an hour, both sides did not move, and when the two Jew felt that there was something wrong, there was a shout of kill from outside the city. This time it was the real troops as Shen and the rest had returned. Even though the two Jews' troops were agile and strong, they were not as good as Luo Sui and Shen, who had fought battles for the county for all these years, so the troops were not deployed properly and were quickly defeated. Within the Shaochun city, at the Luo residence's doors, Luo Ling heard the soldier returning back to report, and finally let out a sign of relief before respectfully bowing to Shen Miao. This time is all thanks to Biao younger sister. Biao youngest sister is so intelligent. Luo Qian exclaimed, to even think of such a method. Shen Miao let Luo Ling summon all the available people in the residence, and then gathered the commoners on the streets and at the same time lit up all the torches. One person held two torches, and then told the blacksmiths to use horseshoes to imitate the hoof sounds of the horses. The commoners of the Shaochun city knew that this was a dangerous moment that determined survival, thus they mimicked the shouts of soldiers very well. In addition to the entire night of wind and rain, it was more than enough to fool the two Jew outside. When the two Jews suddenly saw so many torches, they unconsciously thought that there were so many people. Horse hoof sounds and shouts, all coupled with the fear of Luo family's army, one would only think that there were still a part of the forces guarding the Shaochun city. Fear struck the two Jew, and they dared not blindly approach and try to explore. By delaying time till Shen returned, everything could be resolved with Shen and the rest. It looked simple, but when one was in a critical situation, it was easily to be on chaos, so how would one be able to think of such an approach? Luo Sa's attitude to Shen Miao had also changed a lot. This time it is all thanks to you. After Shen Miao came out with this idea, Luo Sa's heart was filled with admiration and respect. Seeing the meteoric effect of the tactic, he nudged Shen Miao's shoulder and kept asking, Biao youngest sister, give an honest account. Did you secretly read the military tactics book at grandfather's study? Then you said it is such. Shen Miao gently smiled. It was nothing more than an opportunity. Zhao Zhao must not be modest. Madame Ma looked at her with enthusiasm. If it was not for you today, every one of us would be in trouble. Not only have you saved our residents, you have also saved the commoners in the Shaochun city. Thank you. Shen Miao could not help but laugh in her heart. Actually she was not modest, as this was just an opportunistic thing. In her last lifetime, this kind of thing happened before, but Shen Miao could not remember clearly which date it was, and only knew it was a day where it was raining hail. The two Jew attacked the Shaochun city, and even though at the end, Luo Sui rushed over with troops and also saved the city from being attacked, there was still a tragic price. There were innumerable people in the Shaochun city dead or wounded. It was a miserable sight. At that time, in order to gain Fu Shuyi's favor, she was working hard to learn military tactics and strategies. She also used this matter to seek Pei Lang's advice, and at that day Pei Lang replied like this to her, the two Jew have some apprehension and dare not rush forward. As it would be unwise to be reckless and disheartened to escape, it would be better to give them a confused view of an empty city. As long as they can be delayed until reinforcement arrive, everything would be solved. She had recorded Pei Lang's words in her handwritten, thus she was very clear about them. Shen Miao knew that she did not have any abilities in war tactics, but she believed in Pei Lang. In those years at the inner palace, in order to gain Fu Shuyi's favor, she would ask Fu Shuyi's aides for advice, and finally it brought her a lot of unexpected bargaining chips. That was the gift that Fu Shuyi gave to her. Biao youngest sister is too naughty. Luo Qian heard the guards outside frequently reporting, and finally the restlessness in his heart dispersed. He started to ridicule Shen Miao. Obviously one had known intimate information, but purposely still scared us like that. Really made us think that we had reached such a dire state. It scared me. Luo Tan slapped his head. So shameful. Not even as good as a little girl. Are not you also the same? Luo Qian counterattacked. Shen Miao gently smiled and did not answer. She naturally knew that at the end it would be resolved, but deliberately made it this dire, because she wanted to let everyone in Luo family to understand that just by relying on the remaining Luo family's army, not to mention protecting the Shaochun city, it would be a struggle to even protect the Luo family. If one did not have enough power in this world, one would not be able to protect those one want to protect. The two Jew were watching with tiger eyes, and sooner or later they would come back. When that day comes, what would the Luo family do? Only by letting them be truly aware of the danger would the Luo family feel nervous. The Luo family's younger generation, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai, and even Madame Ma and Madame Yu, would then spare no effort to persuade Luo Sui to reorganize the Luo family's army. As for Luo Sui himself, he had eyes to watch and ears to listen, so there would be a time where the rod in his heart would move. It was impossible for Shen Miao alone to persuade a stubborn Luo Sui, and because of her identity, Luo Sui would inevitably have some hesitation, but it was not the same with the Luo family. Sometimes to achieve something, the most direct method should not be used, and instead it had to be done around tactfully. Whatever Shen Miao wanted in her past life, she would directly say it out and do it, but at the end she lost tragically. In contrast, Mei Furan had the ability to do it so tactfully that it was an art. She hated Mei Furan, but had to learn the things she did not have from Mei Furan. When the dawn of the second day arrived, the Xiaochun city finally calmed down. The two Ju were defeated in this battle to a sorry state. Originally because of Shen Miao's empty city tactic, it made the two Ju suspicious, and with the addition of Shen Xin and Shen Chu, such aggressive generals, they felt the biggest unknown impact and retreated back to the grasslands. It seemed that for a long period of time, they would not have any energy to make a comeback. Even though it was a victorious battle, the mood in the Xiaochun city did not feel relaxed. In particularly in the Luo residence, as they had tasted the reality of Shen Miao's words those days back, with that sudden attack on the city by the two Ju. To have such a terrifying neighbor eyeing like a tiger all day, no one was able to safely sleep soundly. After learning that the empty city tactic was thought up by Shen Miao, Luo Sui valued Shen Miao more. Shen Xin was naturally very proud, and kept boasting that his unmarried daughter was far better than a male. 2 days later, Luo Sui announced to the entire Luo family that the Luo family's army would be reorganized. The entire Xiaochun city was cheering, and those who were running around to tell were the juniors of the Luo family, as they were very excited. Only Shen Miao had a calm expression on because this was expected. The night when the two Ju attacked would eventually make Luo Sui determined, as rather than being chased in a bad condition, it was better to take advantage and make a comeback. As for money matters, Luo Shuiyan still had some savings, and as for military trainer, Shen Chu and Shen Xin had yet no place to use their martial skills. Naturally they were spirited to agree to it. It was not an easy task to recall all the dispersed soldiers back to train, but the Luo family were all tigers. Since the decision has been made, their hearts became determined, and in a short moment of time, the Xiaochun city started to bustle again. Life went by calmly and enriching. On one day, Shen Miao was sitting in front of a table reading, when Luo Tan rushed in and almost collapsed on the chair at the door. Gu Yu jumped up in shock as Shen Miao looked towards her. But before she could say anything, she saw Luo Tan soothing her chest as she panted, "Biao, younger sister, have you heard about it?" "What about?" Shen Miao asked. "That little Marquis Xie of the Xie family." Luo Tan gestures were in a flurry. He was the person that I mentioned before, who was as famous as older brother Chu, that little Marquis Xie of the Xie family. He went and requested for commander to go to the northern Zhang to battle. Shen Miao's heart jumped and she nodded her head slowly as she looked at Luo Tan. "I know about it. You have heard of the news before, that little Marquis Xie kept on winning victories and the Shangnu were forced to the deserts." Luo Tan said. Everyone kept saying that when the little Marquis returned back to the capital, one feared that his meritorious services will be higher than those of the Marquis of Linen. His Majesty will definitely reward him with a high-ranking title. These words were not false. Not long after Shen Miao reached the Xiaochun city, Xie Jingxing also led the Xie family's army into northern Zhang. Xie Jingxing's brave performance on the battlefield was simply amazing, no matter if it was in military formations or fighting one-on-one, he was so fierce and cold that even the enemy feared him upon hearing his name. One initially thought that Xie Jingxing would not be able to subdue the Xie family's army, but they were however able to surprisingly produce repeated achievements, making others put away the last bit of suspicion of Xie Jingxing. Everyone all said that Xie Jingxing would be the most outstanding male in Mingqi, and would definitely supersede the Marquis of Linen. When Shen Xin and Luo Sui discussed about this, they poured praises on Xie Jingxing, saying that he was an exceptional talent of this world. Because Shen Miao knew of Xie Jingxing's ability in her past life, she was already jaded to it. She patiently listened for Luo Tan to finish, but saw Luo Tan's eyes redden and a bad premonition came as she asked softly, "What is the matter with you?" "Dead." Luo Tan did not stretch it out as her tears suddenly fell. Little Marquis Xie died. Xie Jingxing was a hero like Shen Chu in Luo Tan's heart and worshipped him greatly, thus at this moment she could not help but have tears flow. That little Marquis Xie was attacked by the enemy from the back before being surrounded. 1,000 arrows pierced his heart and his corpse was hung at the city walls for everyone to see. Luo Tan cried, "Biao, youngest sister, he is dead." He died. The cup in Jing Jie's hands fell onto the floor with a guangdang sound, and she immediately looked at Shen Miao in a panic. Shen Miao had some friendship with Xie Jingxing, and if he was dead, what reaction would Shen Miao have? What reaction did Shen Miao have? Shen Miao stood in front of the table and quietly watched Luo Tan cry. She was so quiet that it was scary, as if what Luo Tan said was not a big headline news but of a common topic, like today's weather or talks of flowers. Even though she had a peaceful facial expression on, the hands that were holding the book became even more tightened. Was Xie Jingxing dead? Thousands of arrows piercing his heart, his body was hanging on the city tower to display to the public. Exactly the same outcome as in the past. Was it really Xie Jingxing? As Shen Miao was in a trance thinking about it, it seemed that she wanted to differentiate if this was a joke or reality. However, what flashed in her brain was that day in Guang Wentang's courtyard, little rice dumpling deceived her out and a youth with noble airs walked out from the forest. That youth was wearing an ivory robe trimmed with silver thread, handsome and dashing as he elegantly walked to her, step by step. His lips hooked up to a naughty smile, and his peach blossom eyes had an expression of a smile but not a smile, which was very intoxicating. 3/10 of the time he was teasing, 6/10 of the time he was testing, and 1/10 he was just a dissolute youth. He said, "So it was you." In the late spring season, the grass was tall and the nightingales were up in flight as the drizzling rain drifted over, even the flowers became a ball of red mass. The entire Xiaochun city was filled with the fragrance of the unique scent of spring, and even the windy sand had become smaller. The raindrop fell onto the eaves and created little puddles on the green stone flooring. When a clear little drop splashed, it seemed very pitiful and adorable. In the bird cages that were hung on the beams, orioles were twittering, and when that crisp sound mixed with the sounds of the rain, it was more wonderful than the best music played by a musician. At the end of the corridor, a young female came running in full swing. That young female was wearing a peach pink embroidered long robe. The color was bright and adorable, but both her hands lifted the skirt up as she hurried over, making it somewhat funny. Her complexion was the color of wheat and looked mischievous as she shouted out, "Biao, youngest sister. Biao, youngest sister. Older sister, slow down." The youth behind her shouted out, "The ground is slippery, take care not to fall." As the voice landed, the lively young female running in front slipped and almost fell down, but fortunately she had some martial arts foundation, she could stabilize her body quickly when she slipped. She then complained loudly to that youth, "Luo Qian, shut your inauspicious mouth." Luo Qian stuck his tongue out, and two lean figures appeared behind Luo Qian before one unsatisfied voice sounded, "Luo Tan, if you are not careful you will not get married like this." Older brother saw. Luo Tan anxiously stomped her feet, "If one cannot marry then I will marry older brother Chu." Luo Qian chuckled, "Older brother Chu will not take fancy at a tigress like you." Luo Qian. Luo Tan strike a posture to beat him. "All right, stop quarreling." The gentle youth walking at the back smiled and said, "Are not you looking for Biao younger sister to chat? Go in then." After noisily entering the innermost courtyard, one saw Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang arrange some flora and fauna outside, and when they saw them, they quickly said, "Young lady is in the room waiting for you." Luo Tan pushed open the curtain and called out, "Biao youngest sister." There was no incense lit in the room, but one did not know where did the servants found a few jasmine, as the entire room was filled with a light and sweet floral scent. In front of the window there sat a young female. She was wearing a deep black silk clothes with a purple tip skirt. It was an entire body of dark colors. It did not look old-fashioned at all but instead made her skin fair and translucent like jade. The light rain was falling in front of the window and when she heard the sounds, she slightly raised her head, revealing a pretty and delicate face. Black pupils, graceful brows, pearly teeth and pomegranate lips which were intoxicating like a new moon. It was strange to say that this young female's appearance was very delicate, as if it was the morning glow of the snow that makes one feel pity, but her warm and smooth hair had an extreme beauty feeling. It was as if she was one who could withstand a great magnanimity. With such a calm bearing, there seemed to be a very different hard look to it, making her look seemingly weak but also a strong person. She tilted her head and slightly smiled as her eyes moved. This made the other person's heart tremble, as if this casual smile of hers made this simple study into a jade palace, and she was a noble sitting at the highest position, looking down faintly at the crowd. The few people at the door all were slightly startled. Even if one were to see this frequently, one would still be inadvertently surprised by this young female's demeanor. The meaning of hovering around without any ability to lift a hand or move a leg was roughly talking about this. After being startled for a moment, Luo Tan was the first to respond and ran inside. Biao, youngest sister, your robes are really good looking. After all, one is a female and no matter how naughty she normally was, the interest in beautiful things would not change. Shen Miao lightly smiled. If you like them then let the tailor make another one. Luo Tan mouth twitched. I cannot wear this color and can only envy with my eyes. She sized Shen Miao up and exclaimed, no wonder all the gentlemen in the Shaochun city will inquire about you with older brother Ling and the rest all day. Biao, youngest sister, you really look prettier as you grow. It was the 71st year of Mingqi. 2 years had passed, and in these 2 years, Shen Miao grew up slowly. That slightly childlike face gradually grew out of that childishness, and her lovely adorable facial features became refined. It is just that the gentle temperament did not change, and even became more calmer but the more it was so, the more her presence became magnanimous. When she walked on the streets, her bearing was enough to attract others to turn back, and it was of no wonder that Luo Ling's and Luo Sa's good friends would privately inquire if Shen Miao have any marriage partners. Even though there were beauties in the Shaochun city, but there was not such an outstanding and unique beauty like her. Of course, do not see whose Biao youngest sister is she. Luo Qian triumphantly stepped forward and placed his hand on the table in front of Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, do you know that His Majesty sent someone over to deliver money again? Bestowed a reward. As Shen Miao spoke, she was keeping the books on the table. Luo Qian squinted his eyes and saw the book's title before asking curiously, Qin Country Records. Biao youngest sister, why are you reading Qin Country stuff? Just casually looking. Shen Miao answered without any care. Luo Sa's eyes flashed as Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao and said softly, the multiple trips of bestowments in a year and recently that it is just too frequently. What does Biao youngest sister think? He very naturally discussed it with Shen Miao, as if it was not something to blush when discussing with a young lady much younger than him. Of course these four of the younger generation would not laugh at her, as it was worth exploring to know how much ability Shen Miao had. But the four persons had the tacit understatement not to tell the Luo family's elders of Shen Miao's secret, as they believed with confidence that no matter what secret Shen Miao had, she would definitely not harm the Luo family. When matters are not a norm, it is definitely of ill intention. Shen Miao said, the Heavenly One will have lots of suspicions and with the rapid rise of the Luo family's army, one would only suppress without showing any signs, but to suddenly reward frequently. Then it means that there is something to request. She pondered seriously, His Majesty request for Luo family's army, or the deliberate raise of the Luo family's army status high up, one would know what exactly it is when the Mingqi's tribute start. Everyone was surprised for a moment as Luo Tan touched her chin, seems like it. During the Mingqi's tribute, there will be people from the Qin country and the Great Liang coming. The Qin country and the Mingqi are evenly matched in forces, but the Great Liang far exceeds the Mingqi, thus His Majesty will be afraid. Shen Miao said plainly, the Shen family's army is not around and the Xie family's army is greatly injured, so how can the Mingqi not have any generals? So His Majesty then lift the Luo family up to deter the Qin country and the Great Liang. Luo Tan replied nimbly. Shen Miao nodded her head. So it is as such. As Lu Qian spoke, he looked at Shen Miao admiringly. She was clearly the same age as him, but Luo Qian often had the feeling that Shen Miao seemed to be much older than him, and even more mature than Luo Ling. With regards to the analysis of the imperial court, Shen Miao would never avoid the taboo topics, and as compared to the elders who would twist and be tactful with their words, Shen Miao would be direct and to the point, just like mentioning that the Heavenly One was suspicious, the elders would never speak of it. The younger generation of the Luo family liked to play with Shen Miao and truly accepted her. Naturally it was because there was something attractive within Shen Miao. Perhaps the Ding capital's people are more knowledgeable than those from the Shaochun city, as Shen Miao would often know things that they did not know. This is not necessarily a good thing. Luo Sa frowned. The higher one is held up, the more painful the fall is. Correct, Shen Miao said, but this is also an opportunity. What kind of opportunity does Biao younger sister think it is? Luo Ling asked with a gentle smile. The Luo family's army is finally seeing some improvement in these 2 years, and the emperor have the intention to hold it up. Although the bigger the merits gets the more dangerous it is, but the Luo family's army already has enough strength that it cannot be bullied. The training of the Luo family's army in these 2 years were done by the Luo family as the master, and not the emperor. This is the Luo family's own military strength, not Mingqi's. The emperor will held up the Luo family's people because of this point. Under the skies, there was nothing that was not the emperor's land and the officials who lead, no one were not the emperor's subjects. But Shen Miao clearly divided the Luo family from the Mingqi into 2 different paths. If Luo Sui were to hear this, one feared that he would be so angry that he would faint. Such treacherous words clearly meant a preparation for rebellion. But when the younger generation of the Luo family heard this, even though they were surprised, they did not feel any anger. Unlike the older generations, when the younger generations of the Luo family were born, the Luo family had already declined, and the imperial family did not provide money to them, and had forgotten about the Luo family's army in this small border town, thus the younger generation was not without complaints. The more the resentments there were, the lesser the loyalty to the emperor there would be. After a moment of silence, there was a touch of enthusiasm in Luo Sa's eyes. Biao youngest sister said it excellently. He was impulsive and was very different from Luo Ling, thus would rarely praise anyone. Thus to praise at this moment, it was obvious that he very much agreed with Shen Miao's words. Luo Ling had to be unflustered but in spite of that, there was no objection. Luo Qian and Luo Tan had lively personalities, and were very convinced with Shen Miao for no reason and would not say anything bad. As for this round of bestowments that Emperor Wenwei had provided, the younger generations of the Luo family reached a consensus that it was a good thing, and one did not need to advise against. Speaking of which, Luo Tan leaned forward onto the table and looked at Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister is 16 this year, and yesterday one of my good friends came over to ask me if you have a family to be engaged to. If there is not, then one can take her older brother into consideration. Biao youngest sister, do you want to go take a look? The Shaochun city people were open-minded, simple and honest. If one fancy any young lady, one would inquire about it through friends and family. Luo Qian said, what nonsense is this? Biao youngest sister is only 16. It is of no hurry. On the contrary, you are already 18, why are you not worried about yourself? What kind of worry should I have? Luo Tan flipped her hair. I am this pretty and smart, even if one is 80, there would be a number of people who will want to marry me. I am worried about Biao youngest sister here, since she is such a delicate and weak female that everyone will be concerned about, so it would be better to find a husband to protect her. Luo Qian, if you continue to be so rough, in the future no young lady will want to marry you. Who says that there will not be any young lady that will marry me? Luo Qian remained unconvinced. If it really is not possible, there is still Biao youngest sister. Biao youngest sister is kind-hearted, so if there is such a day, she will definitely marry me and help me to escape from the predicament. Correct. He protruded his face up. Luo Tan pushed his face away with her palm. Do not even use your urine to see how you look like. If Biao youngest sister really want to marry, our residence's older brother Ling and older brother Sa have yet to marry, and are all better than you. If you do not believe, then go and ask older brother Ling and older brother Sa if they are willing to marry Biao youngest sister. These words were accidentally directed to Luo Ling and Luo Sa. Luo Ling was surprised for a moment and his face turned slightly red, while Luo Sa lightly coughed twice and turned his head away, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward for a moment. Luo Tan was unaware of it and asked cheekily with a smile, Biao youngest sister, out with it. What kind of man do you like? Good-looking, wealthy, good martial arts or knows poetry? Shen Miao looked at Luo Tan, and even though the three male in the room were looking at different directions, their ears were perked up. Shen Miao said, can beat my eldest brother. With a crash sound, Luo Tan slipped on her foot and fell and shouted in grievance, no way. No way. Older brother choose martial arts is so good, who can beat him? Coincidentally, at this end they were speaking about the person Shen Miao was interested in, at the other end, there was someone who brought up about Shen Miao's marriage. In the small room, Madame Ma, Madame Yu and Luo Shuiyan were chatting. It was different from the Shen residence in the Ding capital, as the married women in the Luo family got along very well together. Madame Yu was gentle and warm, Madame Ma is bold and vigorous and Luo Shuiyan had the character of a general and was direct in her words. When the three of them were together, they got along extremely harmoniously in these 2 years. Madame Yu's hand was holding an invitation as she said to Luo Shuiyan, this is the invitation from Zhang Furen in the city, inviting us to go to the Zhang residence for a visit. Speaking till there, she hesitated before continuing, and also to bring along Zhao Zhao. When Madame Ma heard this she laughed. I say, normally that Zhang Furen relied that there was a Xie Yuan title of the first place candidate in the provincial imperial examinations from her residence and disdained as military people. How would that kind of people with eyes on top of their heads send us invitations? So the wine lover's heart is not in the cup, she is here for Zhao Zhao. Madame Ma nudged Luo Shuiyan, youngest Gu, currently Zhao Zhao have more prestige than our father. As Shen Miao got older, she became even more beautiful, and there was a number of people in the Xiaochun city who came to inquire about Shen Miao's marriage. Previously, everyone did not understand the character of the Ding capital's young ladies, and thinking of the rumors, they were afraid that she was a spoiled young lady. Who knew that during these 2 years, Shen Miao showed she was calm and sweet-tempered, comparing to those impetuous young ladies, she was more compatible to the tastes of those Furens. In particular, that kind of gentle and magnanimous bearing, it made others cannot help but think that if Shen Miao became the matriarch of the household, she would definitely be able to keep the entire household in control. Coupled with Shen Miao's good looks and the famous reputation of the Luo family in the Xiaochun city, the fact that Luo family's army was revived in these 2 years, made the Luo family very popular, and those matchmakers who came, almost trampled the front doors of the Luo residence. Speaking of this, Madame Ma was half jealous and half envious. It is really good for 100 requests for a female in a family, unlike my Tanner. Such a grown young lady and still acting willfully. Do not talk about marriage requests, there is not even a single matchmaking. If this goes on, could it be that she will be a spinster? Madame Ma only said it as a joke, but who knew that as she spoke, she became a bit worried. Luo Shuiyan consoled, Tanner has a lively temperament and that is really good. There will always be a suitable person, so what is Xiaozi anxious about? As you had said, Zhao Zhao had just reached 16 and no matter how much one looked, she was even more reserved than a 60-year-old married woman. This temperament is not like mine or her father's. Really do not know who does she take after. Youngest Gu, what is to worry about? Madame Ma was between laughter and tears, there is not many young ladies like Zhao Zhao. Look at her presence and bearing, no matter how she sits, everyone would say that she is noble. If it is to me, even the ladyships in the palace would not be like this. So this is saying that Zhao Zhao's bearing is inborn. Correct. Madame Yu also praised. Di Mei and I had been staying in the Xiaochun city for so many years, and have seen that those elderlies in the aristocratic families definitely do not have bearings like Zhao Zhao's. Luo Shuiyan shook her head and sighed. Even though she was obedient and sensible, but to be that solemn at such a young age, it made one feel worried. Luo Shuiyan would rather Shen Miao be like Luo Tan and have a lively temperament, and watch the bustle as this was what a young female would be like. Having said that, Madame Yu said resolutely, Zhao Zhao is 16 this year. If one did not return to the Ding capital, sooner or later one would need to marry. Does youngest Gu have anyone suitable in mind? Previously, Zhao Zhao was young of age but now she is 16 and it is the age to discuss about engagement. Now with every family in the Xiaochun city wanting to marry Zhao Zhao, does youngest Gu not have a favorite? Luo Shuiyan was startled. She was used to being casual and previously, when she got together with Shen Xin, it was her bold and active choice. She had never considered how would it be like for normal females to see the other side. Thus when she first heard about it from Madame Yu, she was somewhat stunned. After a moment Luo Shuiyan then said, we'll need to see Zhao Zhao's intention about this. Such a young lady like Zhao Zhao, youngest Gu is really willing to bear for her to marry others. Madame Ma sighed, so smart and good-tempered, and her temperament make others dote. If it is me, one would definitely not willing to marry her off and even raise her the entire life. It was different from the Ding capital's aristocratic families. The people in the Xiaochun city would not find that it was good for females to marry as early as possible, but on the contrary, they felt that it was more valuable for a female to stay in the residence. Madame Ma said, speaking of which, Ling Er and Sa Er have also reached the age to marry. Why not let Zhao Zhao marry into our own family? Madame Ma sounded it out. She thought it out in a whim, but Madame Yu's eyes brightened when she heard this. For the first time that usually soft and gentle voice could not wait but spoke, then that is all right. I see that Ling Er and Sa Er both rather like Zhao Zhao, especially Sa Er. You all know that Sa Er does not have patience with young ladies at all, but in these 2 years he always run to Zhao Zhao's room. Their cousin relationship is very good and I know my son clearly, Sa Er's heart definitely likes Zhao Zhao. 117 to 122. Luo Shuiyan opened her mouth but before she could speak, she saw Madame Yu shook her head, but Sa Er's has an impulsive character and does not know how to dote others. If Zhao Zhao were to marry over, I fear that she may feel wronged as that boy has wood for a brain. It is still Ling Er that is better. Ling Er has a gentle and warm temperament and is a little older, and both cousins even went for a travel outing before. Speaking of which, these years there is a number of matchmakers that came to ask for Ling Er but he was not interested, so it was not good for me to say anything. Ling Er definitely also likes Zhao Zhao, else he would not go and look for Zhao Zhao to chat once he is off military duties. Madame Yu only cared about her words, making Madame Ma sitting by the side unhappy and was not willing to be outdone. Eldest Cao, how can such a thing count? From what you say, our family's Qian age matches with Zhao Zhao. They have the same age and play well together, and even though Qian is somewhat mischievous, but he is very considerate and it is the best for Zhao Zhao to have such a camaraderie. And there is also my family's Tan is not it just nice for Tan and Chu to be a couple? Like this it will be cementing old ties by marriage. Finishing, Madame Ma looked at Luo Shuiyan, youngest Gu, what do you think? Luo Shuiyan. Both pairs of ardent eyes looked at her as Luo Shuiyan bit the bullet and said, this still depends on the children's intention. She did not expect that Madame Ma and Madame Yu had such thoughts, but after Luo Shuiyan carefully thought about it, she did not think it was bad. First of all, they were all family and the younger generation of the Luo family had moral quality and not a bad appearance. It was exactly the not too high official position, not too big a wealth, and the most important thing was to treat Shen Miao well, and put Shen Miao in his heart that she liked. She also went through the spring of youth, so not to mention Shen Chu, among the sons of the Luo family, Luo Ling's gentleness, Luo Sa's bravery and Luo Qian's liveliness, and the most important thing was being good-hearted. If Shen Miao is alright with any one of them, the future would only be sweet and not bitter. However, Luo Shuiyan would still look towards Shen Miao's intention. She also did not know what Shen Miao exactly liked, as she initially thought that Shen Miao liked those like Fu Shuyi, but in these 2 years, Shen Miao have never mentioned Fu Shuyi, so she gradually calmed down. But since her daughter was one who of such a solemn character, it was worrisome for Luo Shuiyan. Why not find an opportunity to ask Zhao Zhao's intention? Madame Ma hurriedly spoke, if Zhao Zhao is really interested in anyone in our family, no matter which one, it is already our Luo family's luck and fortune. It is good to quickly settle the marriage, sons born will be clever and daughters born will definitely be pretty. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat embarrassed by her words and rebuked, Sao, where is the logic on the youngest getting married first? Madame Ma waved her hands, I am afraid that Zhao Zhao would be taken away by the early bird. Just as the topic turned to a joyous one, suddenly a servant came to report, Furin, the palace had sent word and the general request Furins to quickly go to the front hall. Did not the people from the palace just left? Why come over to give rewards again? Madame Ma casually asked as she got up. It seems that it is to recall Shen Gai back to the capital. That servant replied. Luo Shuiyan's action stiffened. The front hall of the Luo residence had become a ball of chaos. It was not that the actions of the people that were in chaos, but the hearts and minds that were in a whirl. Emperor Wen Hui's imperial edict indicate for Shen Shen to return to the capital with his dependents and resume his formidable great general title. This pointed out that the Shen family army's military tally would be returned to Shen Shen. Emperor Wen Wei gave Shen Shen a slap in front of the entire world 2 years ago, and now made it so large scale to give a mammoth sweet date to eat. But whether Shen Shen was willing to eat this sweet date was another matter in itself. Luo Sui sat on the highest seat. For the past 2 years, due to the worries on the restructuring of the Luo family's army, there were more white roots in his hair, but his prestige was not less than the previous year. Perhaps it was because of the return of his fighting spirits, he now seemed more like a mighty general. He said, the tribute for Mingqi is going to start. The emperor wants you to return back to the capital, and want you to return before the start of the tribute. The tribute of 100 years. Every dynasty would have a tribute ceremony in 100 years, and the previous tribute that Mingqi had, the Qin country almost exploited a loophole. At that time the late emperor relied on the Xie and Shen families, and barely survived it. Now other than the Qin country, even the Great Liang had come. If one were to say that the Qin country made the Mingqi feel dread, the Great Liang would be enough to have a firm hold on Mingqi. The Great Liang was located at the southern area, the country was powerful and rich, with strong troops and sturdy horses. Emperor Yongle was a wise sovereign of a generation, and it was different from the Mingqi's pandemonium imperial court, as the Great Liang court appoint people according to their merits, and there were even more loyal subjects. If the Great Liang was ambitious, it was a matter of sooner or later that the Mingqi would be swallowed, but not sure what reasons Emperor Yongle had that there was no attempts of it. Of course, there was another possibility, that Emperor Yongle want to exterminate both the Qing and the Mingqi countries together, and unify everything under the skies. Those long divided should be united, those long united should be divided, such was the way of the universe. The 3 separate countries of Qing, Liang and Qi would eventually break. It was just that one did not know when that time would come, and Emperor Wenwei was not willing to see this day while he is still alive. But after Xie Jingxing of the Xie family died, Xie Ding had no interest to govern, and the remaining Shen family also had their military tally taken away, and chased out to the Shaochun city. No one knew if Emperor Wenwei regretted it, but right now Emperor Wenwei hoped that Shen Shen could hold up the front. In particular, Shen Shen had helped Luo Sui to restructure the Luo family's army, and showed everyone Shen Shen's outstanding military capabilities. Emperor Wenwei was stating clearly one thing, Mingqi needed Shen Shen. When needed one would appear and when not needed, one should quietly withdraw. Perhaps previously, Shen Shen would have such awareness, but after Shen Shen had been treated by the imperial family that heartlessly, he no longer was that selfless. A true gentleman would sacrifice his life for a confidant who understands him, but how is the Mingqi's imperial family to be considered as such a confidant? You ought to return back. Luo Sui said, Shen Shen, go and take all the things that you have lost back. Show it to them what kind of person the Luo family's son-in-law and Shen family's son is like. Shen Miao suddenly looked up. She had long expected that after 2 years, Emperor Wenwei would recall Shen Shen back to the capital, and also expected that the Ding capital situation would have undergone tremendous changes, but did not expect that the usually old-fashioned old General Luo would actually say such treacherous words. She slightly widened her eyes and this was seen by Luo Sui. But Luo Sui smiled and looked at her, girl, you also think so. Am I right? Everyone's eyes in the hall fell onto Shen Miao. Even Luo Lianying's and Luo Liantai's expression slightly changed, but at the end they did not say anything. Shen Miao sighed in her heart. Her thoughts on this could not be concealed from Luo Sui, such a powerful old veteran general. Luo Sui had a pair of sharp and all-reading eyes, and perhaps from the very beginning and from the restructuring of the Luo family's army, he had faintly guessed what kind of intention she was playing at. She was thankful of Luo Sui's trust and support. The feeling of having family support was very good. Shen Miao looked at Luo Sui and the corners of her lips hooked up. Yes, why gong? Luo Sui laughed out loud. He then looked at Shen Miao and there was a smile floating in his eyes, as the corners of his lips hooked up. Luo Tan and Luo Qian looked at one another and were somewhat puzzled with this. Luo Shuiyan's and Shen Chu's eyes had a complex expression. They had left the capital for 2 years, and now had to go back. Go and take all the things, troops and reputation, that one had lost. One had to let them see what the true Shen family was all about. A tiger would not become a dog when it drift and fall off a cliff. A dragon that was submerged in water would finally soar into the 9th heavens one day. Shen Shen cupped his hands towards Luo Sui and said, solemnly obey General's teachings. The journey from the Shaochun city to the Ding capital was as high as the mountains and as long as the rivers, thus one would need to trek thousands of miles and would take half a year back and forth. When Shen Shen received the imperial edict, he embarked on the journey the next day. Luo Ling and Luo Tan also journeyed together. Luo Sui let Luo Ling go along as he was the eldest grandson of the Luo family, and in the future Luo Lin had to hold up the entire Luo family. Luo Sui's intention was to let Luo Ling go to the Ding capital to learn through experience, and also to gain an understanding of the current situation in Mingqi. Luo Sa was to stay in the Shaochun city to continue to drill the Luo family's army with the elders. Luo Tan and Luo Qian were not supposed to follow, but who knew that Luo Tan herself secretly climbed up into the carriage and hid in the box at the back of the carriage, and she only appeared halfway during the journey. At that time, it was too late to chase her away, and one could only send a message back and bring her along to the Ding capital. Luo Tan was filled with longing for the capital, and promised repeatedly not to cause trouble before finally going on the journey with Shen Miao and entourage. Other than the front section of the Shen family's army that was brought over, this time Shen Shen also brought a portion of the Luo family's army. These people were trained personally by Shen Shen and Shen Chu and were the most elite of them all. If one were to place any one of them on any sections, they would be considered a section lead. The number of branches need not require to be plentiful. Shen Shen had cultivated them himself, so he brought them along with him under the name of bodyguards. From the start of the journey in spring to late autumn, all the green trees along the way had changed into withered leaves that swayed and all onto the dirt with the wind. When the entourage started to increase their clothing, they then were about to reach the capital. The sky was gradually getting darker and the entourage went to the inn outside the city to rest. Shen Chu said, "Tomorrow morning we will enter the city. The first thing is to find a residence to stay." At that time when they were leaving, they had separated from that Shen family so naturally, it was not possible for them to return to Shen residence. Previously in the Luo residence, Luo Shuiyan had told Luo Sui about the matter of separating from the family, and Luo Ling and Lu Tan were not surprised. Luo Tan rested her chin on her hand. "Gugu and Gu Fu, let us find a bustling place to stay all right. I have never been to the Ding capital before. How great it would be to have a residence that will be bustling when one leave the house." Luo Shuiyan laughed. "Originally, the east of the city was the busiest place but we had not returned for 2 years and do not know if there is any change." "That is simple." Luo Tan asked the waiter who was serving, "Waiter, do you know where is the most lively place in the Ding capital?" That waiter did not know their status and identity, and only saw that they had so many people and wore fine clothes, especially the young lady that was sitting in the middle. She was young but had a remarkable bearing. With one look, one knew that she was a young lady of one of the noble residences. He immediately dared not neglect them and enthusiastically replied, "Young lady, there are a lot of lively places in the Ding capital." Luo Tan was obviously not satisfied with the answer and wrinkled her nose, just like that. The waiter feared of provoking her unhappiness and thought for a moment before replying, "If young lady really want bustling, then it will be good to go to the southern part of the city. Recently, the Qin countries and the Great Liang's people have arrived, and the emperor had set aside residences in the southern part of the city, Yanqing Lane to stay." "What is this Yanqing Lane?" Luo Tan asked. "Yanqing Lane is the most expensive piece of land in the capital." Shen Chu explained, "It is an excellent place that even the relatives of the imperial family cannot stay. Even if those princes move out of the palace to set up their residences, would not be able to stay there. Only the First Nation's granduncle stayed at the Yanqing Lane for a period of time." Luo Tan was first surprised that Yanqing Lane is actually so expensive. Then she was somewhat disappointed, "But if it is so expensive then we will not be able to afford to buy a residence there." When the waiter heard this, he was first surprised before looking carefully at Luo Tan. Not mentioning about buying a residence in the Yanqing Lane, even residing there for a few days was considered as rare as an unicorn's horn or phoenix feathers. Seeing Luo Tan's manner of speaking, the waiter almost suspected that he had misjudged them, as these entourage was full of only country bumpkins that would be entering the capital for the first time. "It is all right," Shen Miao said. "Next to the Yanqing Lane there is a street that is adjacent to restaurants and outside the lane. The price is not that expensive and one can always afford it. Since it is not far from the Yanqing Lane, it is not a bad alternative." When those words were spoken, the waiter was surprised for a moment before subconsciously saying, "This lady spoke correctly, it is indeed so." "Zhao Zhao also want to watch the bustle?" Shen Shen asked. Naturally Shen Miao was not one who liked to get in on the action, but with her words today, it seemed that she had some interest. Felt that it is somewhat refreshing. Shen Miao smiled. "Good, good." Luo Tan eyes shimmered as she looked at Shen Miao. "Biao youngest sister, you are the best." She thought that Shen Miao deliberately said it for her, and was very grateful of Shen Miao in her heart. Shen Miao looked up and towards the waiter. "The people from the Qing country and the Great Liang have come." Since the beginning, the waiter's eyes did not left off from this young lady who looked like the youngest. He had felt that when she sit there, even the chairs became golden bright and dazzling. Hearing Shen Miao speak, he immediately replied respectfully, "Yes. The Mingqi's tribute will start in a few days' time. The thus Qin country and the Great Liang had sent over people to give their congratulations. These people are arranged to reside in the Yanqing Lane." "Who did the Qin country and the Great Liang send over?" Shen Miao asked. The waiter scratched his head. "His Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Ming'an from the Qin country and from the Great Liang, the younger blood brother of Emperor Yongla, His Highness Prince Rui." Shen Miao's eyes hang down. "Many thanks." After that waiter left, Luo Ling asked, "Does Biao younger sister have any thoughts on the people from the Qin country and the Great Liang?" Shen Miao smiled. "Nothing, just felt a little strange." Luo Tan beamed. "No matter what, we will reach the Ding capital tomorrow and can also take a look at the hustle and bustle." In the palace in the Ding capital, in the chambers of the emperor, the thick medicine smell filled the entire sleeping chambers, and the incense in the burner made one's heart heavy and melancholic. On the dragon bed chambers, Emperor Wenwei laid on the couch with both eyes half closed. The beauty clad in noble clothes beside was gently moving, scooping spoonful of medicine into his mouth. This was not anyone else but consort Dongshu. She fed very patiently and carefully. Emperor Wenwei could only drink a tiny spoonful at a time, so she blew on each tiny spoonful till it cooled down and tested that it was not hot, then slowly fed it to Emperor Wenwei. As she fed, she still gently patted Emperor Wenhui's back so that he could breathe smoother. After finishing feeding, consort Dongshu picked a candied fruit from the enamel bowl at the side, and fed it to Emperor Wenhui's mouth. Emperor Wenwei frowned and after swallowing the last bit of the bitter taste in his mouth he then said, "It is difficult for you to even remember this. Your Majesty is not afraid of bitterness. It is this consort that fear that your Majesty is afraid of bitterness." Consort Dongshu smiled warmly. "May your Majesty take account of this consort and eat a little of this fruit." Emperor Wenwei was amused by her and his eyes softened a little. "In this palace, it is still you that understand Zhen's mind." In the 2 years, many things had changed. No matter how much energy of a dragon and ferociousness of a tiger he had, he finally could not beat the erosiveness of time. Not to mention that he had so many sons who were younger, stronger and more ambitious than him. With the critical circumstances both inside and outside, he had aged a lot and his body gradually became sickly. The crown prince's condition was also precarious, and his faction was gradually no match as Prince Zhou and Prince Jing moved threatening towards, while Prince Zan and Prince Li eyed covetously like tigers watching their prey. Emperor Wenwei even felt disgusted seeing the females in the inner palace, and at this time, consort Dongshu and Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, who stood aloof from worldly affairs entered his eyes. Emperors most felt assured with, were sons and women without ambitions. When Emperor Wenwei was sick, he loved to summon Consort Dongshu to attend to him. Even with such imperial favor, Consort Dongshu was still as cautious as usual, and would not take the initiative to speak about Prince Ding's matters, thus Emperor Wenwei was even more satisfied. He would even occasionally talk to Consort Dongshu about adverse court matters. The tribute is about to begin. Emperor Wenwei signed. The messenger said that Shen will return to the capital within these few days. Jen drove him out 2 years ago, and feared that there is still a grudge in his heart. If the circumstances were not urgent, Jen would never lead the wolf into the house. Your Majesty. Consort Dongshu smiled. General Shen is your subject and naturally will work for you and do what you want him to do. Why is your Majesty tormenting yourself? Subject. Emperor Wenwei sneered. That subject's prestige is bigger than Jen's, so how can Jen believe Shen wants to be a subject? At the beginning Xie Ding was also likewise, but he lost his son and now the Xie family is unable to withstand a single blow, and Jen is also lazy to eradicate to the last one. This Shen family, after the tribute, it is better. Jen really feel uneasy. Consort Dongshu no longer spoke. At such a time if she were to speak, then there was the possibility of the inner palace interfering with the government. Thus she lowered her head, kept quiet and just fiddled with the enamel bowl. In Consort Dongshu's Shufang Palace, there was also someone standing at the moment. That person's robes and crown were noble and had a grave and magnificent appearance. It was Fu Shuyi. As compared to 2 years before, he became more composed and matured and had an indescribable grace. Shen is resting outside the city today, and will be entering the capital early in the morning. The guard in front of him bowed down to speak to him softly. Fu Shuyi clenched the cup in his hands and one did not know what he was thinking. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. Gentlemen Pei really have the miracle of foresight, for what he said was actually correct. Entering the capital tomorrow, he said, pass the order down, all the guards at the city gates must listen. When Shen returned to the capital, the entire city must welcome him. The guard cupped his hands and complied before quickly retreating. Fu Shuyi stood with his hands behind him and a profound expression appeared on his face. 2 years ago the Shen family's tactic of taking drastic measures had disrupted all of his plans. Now to return to Ding capital again, Fu Shuyi had the feeling that this was also part of the Shen family's plans. Perhaps Shen long knew that there would be a day that he would return to the capital, thus at that time, he left so resolutely and unrestrainedly. In that case, how about putting the Shen family back into the hot fire to roast again? How about letting the Shen family be a target and letting Emperor Wenwei, Prince Zhou's faction, Prince Li's faction and even the Qin country and the Great Liang all watch closely Shen, this piece of fat meat. He was after all a person who held a grudge extremely well, and hated to be played in anyone's palm. To dare to scheme against him, Fu Shuyi, the Shen family would inevitably have to pay the price. Early on the second day, Shen and entourage set off again. Hastening on with their journey from the inn, they could only arrive at the Ding capital before noon. Because they still had to look for a residence, it was ideal to be as early as possible. When they arrived at the city gates of the Ding capital, the guards at the city gates asked to see Shen identifying placard and suddenly were on awe, so it is General Shen. Finishing, they let the rest quickly open the city gates for Shen and entourage to enter. Luo Tan said, Gu Fu, they seem to be respecting you a lot. It seemed that Gu Fu's official rank is very big. But Shen Chu and Shen Miao frowned at the same time. On the day they left the Ding capital, the indifferent facial expressions that those guards had were like those who wanted to throw stones when one was done. Now to be that enthusiastic, it is certainly not because of needing him to come back to deter the Qin country people. It was most likely instructed by someone else. Luo Tan parted the carriage curtain and looked out before exclaiming, this is the Ding capital. So big and so lively. There are a lot more people than in the Xiaochun city. Ah, Biao youngest sister, the young ladies here look very pretty, how could one look that fresh? Heavens, even the gentlemen here are all fair and tender. Her noise was heard by those close by and they looked over. It did not matter if they did not look but once they looked they shouted out, it is General Shen. General Shen has returned. General Shen had returned. Shen originally had a prominent reputation in the Ming-Chi's commoners' hearts, and since in these 2 years, the Xie family fell into misfortune and the Shen family moved away, this made the people feel that the hero's end was desolate. Even more when the Qin countries and the Great Liang's people came to the Ding capital, there was suddenly a sense of humbleness as they could not protect themselves. For Shen to emerge at such a time, it undoubtedly allowed the commoners to feel as if they have a pillar of support. When more and more people surrounded them, they all shouted amazingly, General Shen has returned. For a period of time the cheers of the crowd almost drowned the road in front of the horse carriage, as the commoners shouted fanatically and almost sought after them. Luo Tan covered her mouth, heavens. Gu Fu's reputation in these people's eyes and mind is indeed very high. Luo Ling and the rest who were outside had unbearable expressions. It was a good thing that there were people to give a warm welcome, and it was not bad to be sought after. Every year when Shen returned to the capital, there would always be such a sight. But today, Shen did not return with merits, but instead was recalled back to the capital by the emperor after being evicted for 2 years ago. The louder the commoners' cheers were, the more resounding the slap was on Emperor Wenwei. This was the same as going against Emperor Wenwei. In the carriage, Luo Shuiyan's and Shen Miao's expression also slightly became solemn. It was especially so for Shen Miao as her gaze suddenly got colder. Only Luo Tan did not understand what was going on, and was delighted with Shen's prestige. The road was blocked and Shen could only let the few guards beside him to explain to the commoners. When the people heard it, even though they stood at both sides of the road to look, they were not as excited as they were previously and opened up the way. Mo Qing and Akai rode their horses off to look for residences. Just like what Shen Miao said, there was a street next to the Yanqing lane and the residences there were not bad. Now that Shen had spent a lot of money on reorganizing the Luo family's army, he was not as well off as he was previously. In spite of this, since Shen Miao wanted to reside in the southern part of the city, Shen agreed to it without saying anything further. The horse carriage headed towards the south of the city. The closer one gets to the Yanqing lane, the less the people were there. This was because those living around the Yanqing lane were dignitaries and nobility, and commoners would not be able to afford to stay in that section of land. The welcoming commoners were much scarce here, and the carriage was able to travel much smoother. Mo Qing and the rest quickly reported that they had found a residence that one could first reside in, before discussing about money. The original owners of that residence knew of Shen name and did not request much money for collateral. When they were only one street away from the Yanqing lane, suddenly there was a gust of wind that blew the curtain of Shen Miao's carriage, quickly blew apart the curtain but it also quickly fell down. Shen Miao's eyes slightly congealed. Luo Tan saw this and asked, what is the matter? Shen Miao took a glance at the carriage curtain and shook her head, nothing. But she was secretly vigilant as just now for a short moment, she actually had the feeling of being monitored. That kind of attention made one felt very uncomfortable. In one of the tall buildings at a distance, there was a young man holding a flute with a female by his side. That female's appearance was as delicate as a flower and refined as jade. Those tacky jewelry that she wore did not look ugly at all, but instead made her look exquisitely charming. She glanced at the faraway carriage and said in disdain, is not this the formidable great General Shen, the Shen family? Such a great prestige but is only no more than this. The male by her side was in his early 20s and had some resemblance to her. He was considered handsome, but because his nose was slightly hooked, it gave him a vicious look. He smiled, to even make the imperial family of Mingqi to restrain their fear. It is not a simple trash. Older brother Crown Prince is joking again. That female's eyes were filled with arrogance. The Marquis of Linen, from the Xie family, was also lawless previously, but now is still like a bereaved dog. They could not even retain the complete corpse of Xie Jingxing. More likely than not, the Shen family would be the second Xie family. The male smiled, but did not continue along with that female's words. At the other side, there was someone leaning against the building as the lush evergreen covered his figure in half, only revealing the flowing corner of his gold robes. One of his hands picked the teacup in front and that hand was vigorous. There was a white jade ring in the middle finger, which made the entire hand seem to be carved out from jade. As the teacup neared his lips, it revealed a beautiful chin. The reddish thin lips that had been touched by the tea seemed a bit moist but were enough seductive to hook another's mind. The corner of his lips slowly hooked up. The residence that Mo Qing found was an alley a turn away from the Yanqing Lane, where the busiest restaurants of the southern city were located. The location was very good. The owners were easygoing, and Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin were very frank people, so when the owners put up a reasonable price, they bought the residence that very night and changed the owner of the residence. At this end it was just settled, but there were eunuchs from the palace that came over to read out the imperial edict, which was for Shen Xin to enter the palace the next day to meet the emperor. For Emperor Wenwei to be that eager, apparently thing had reached a very critical position. After receiving the imperial edict and moving things in, the skies turned dark. After dinner, everyone could go and rest after finally settling everything down. Shen Miao and Luo Tan resided in adjacent courtyards. The courtyards here were not as spacious as the general residence, but it was considered neat, clean and had a unique style. It is just that Shen Xin and Shen Chu had some regrets, as they could not train in the courtyard. Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan were very satisfied and Shen Miao did not value such things, so naturally she had no objections. At the end during the night, Luo Tan sneaked into Shen Miao's room to talk. Luo Tan was wrapped in a cape as she sat on Shen Miao couch. Biao youngest sister, I cannot sleep. Accompany me and chat. What do you want to chat about? Shen Miao let Jing Jie and the rest withdraw, and cut the wick of the oil lamp shorter herself. At this moment she had no intention of going to sleep, so she was casually flipping the pages of the book on the table but did not seriously read it. One did not expect the Ding capital would be like this. One could not tell if the Luo Tan's tone of voice was of disappointment or joy. I grew up in the Xiaochun city and thought that places outside would be the same as the Xiaochun city. One did not expect that the Ding capital is even bigger and livelier than what those storytellers said. Biao youngest sister, I am still a little scared. There was finally a day where the out-of-control eldest young lady of the Luo family would be scared. Shen Miao smiled gently. What is so scary? Of course one is scared when one is alone outside. Even though older brother Ling is here, but this is not the familiar Xiaochun city. Biao youngest sister, did you experience such scary times before? At the beginning when Gugu and Gufu were in the northwestern region and left you alone in the Ding capital, were you scared? There is nothing scary, Shen Miao lightly replied. To her it was not scary to be left behind in the Shen residence as at the beginning. In her eyes the people in the Shen residence were considered trusted relatives. Not knowing, thus fearless. Like what Luo Tan spoke of, being afraid because of being alone outside. In the beginning when she was in the Qin country, was not it like that? Thinking of the Qin country, Shen Miao's eyes flashed and suddenly thought about the words that the waiter said today. The people of the Qin country and the Great Liang have come. At this time in her past lifetime, it was during the tribute that she saw the crown prince of the Qin country and the Great Liang's people. At that time the Great Liang's ambitions had slightly emerged, making the imperial family of Mingqi felt dreadful. In order to check and balance the Great Liang, the Mingqi and the Qin country probed with one another until when Fu Shuyi sat on the throne, the Mingqi and the Qin country started an alliance and let her, the empress, to go to the Qin country as a hostage. The crown prince of the Qin country, Huang Fu Hao, was a very violent savage person. One did not know why, but he liked to go against her, and also Princess Mingyan was so arrogant that it was scary. The difficult and humiliating days in the Qin country were all thanks to this pair of siblings. As for Prince Rui of the Great Liang, Shen Miao frowned. In the original tribute of Mingqi, the envoy that the Great Liang sent over in the past, it was not this Prince Rui. It was another imperial relative, but the reputation of Prince Rui was already spread far wide. He was the younger blood brother of Emperor Yongla, but would not appear much in the imperial family and also the outside world was ignorant of him. Shen Miao was Mingqi's empress in her previous life, and she knew very little of this Prince Rui as Fu Shuyi had not mentioned about this person before. At the end, there were some things that changed. Luo Tan did not notice that Shen Miao was lost in her thoughts and spoke what she wanted. At first I still thought that if I ever make a trip to the Ding capital in my remaining life, one would definitely pay an official visit to Mingqi's Marquis of Linan's residence as Xie family's little Marquis Xie. One had never thought that now that one is here will not be able to meet him anymore. Speaking till here, she actually became somewhat sad. Why could he not wait till I came to see? Shen Miao was slightly surprised for a moment. In these 2 years the rarely thought of figure gradually became clear in her mind. Upon finding a residence in the Ding capital, the previous servants in the original residence spoke about the events within the 2 years. One of the major events was in the residence of the Marquis of Linan. Ever since Xie Jingxing's death, the Xie family's army's vitality was greatly damaged, and Xie Ding got 10 years older in a night. Xie Ding initially gave his resignation to Emperor Wenwei but to no avail. Emperor Wenwei did not allow it. Even though Xie Ding still retained his official position, he had no will to fight and would often drift along the days muddle-headed. However, his 2 Shu sons entered officialdom, and even though their positions were not high, they had good reviews and within a couple more of years, they would be able to become the leaders of the younger generation in Mingqi. On the contrary to what one might expect, when the news of Xie Jingxing's death returned to the Ding capital, Princess Rongxin took a trip to the residence of the Marquis of Linan and made trouble. She scolded Xie Ding cold as ruthless, that he made the perfectly fine Marquis's residence lose Princess Yu Qing and also Xie Jingxing, and was a devil's nest that eats people. Princess Rongxin cried as she vented her anger, and almost smashed the entire residence of the Marquis of Linan. After that, she lived an even more secluded life, and no longer came out. The Su family that had good relations with the residents of the Marquis of Linan also gradually declined. Not mentioning Su Yu, even that family's son, who had bright prospects, gradually quietened down. In general, the Xie families declined along with Xie Jingxing's death, and the commoners could not help but mention it with regrets. Distinguished and accomplished youth that was unyielding and valiant, should have been a hero in the battlefield but at the end, he died so tragically. It was of no wonder that when the young ladies of Mingqi heard about the news of Xie Jingxing's death, they could not help but cry to themselves. As Shen Miao watched the jumping flames, her eyes dropped and when she turned, she saw that Luo Tan had fell onto the couch, fast asleep. Luo Shuiyan used the brush to comb her hair out. Even though she was the mother of 2 children, her hair was still dark and shiny, without a single strand of white hair and could even contend with 28 young females. Shen Xin took off his heavy armor and heard Luo Shuiyan speaking, with regards to entering the palace tomorrow, my heart kept sinking. What is there to be afraid of? Shen walked behind her and held her shoulders before soothingly saying, it is not our first time entering the palace, could it be that you are afraid of the music? Do not be afraid, there is still me there. I am not afraid of this. Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him, you and me are very well aware about the matter of our return. Those persons in the palace most likely have a lump in their hearts. When I previously discussed with father about the matter, father said that one fear that his majesty would take hold of something to control our Shen family. Shen frowned, what is the meaning of Fern's words? Zhao and Chuer are still not married yet. Luo Shuiyan reminded, it would have been better if both of them got married during the 2 years in the Xiaochun city, and so one major thing would be settled. But one did not expect that the emperor's edict would come so quickly. Now that our Shen family once again regained power, one fear that there are a number of people that are watching closely. Will the emperor use Chuer's and Zhao's marriage as a topic to control the Shen family? Shen jumped in shock, how can it be? Nonsense. No matter what the case in Shen's eyes, Shen Chu's and Shen Miao's marriages are not allowed to be mixed in political selfishness, let alone using their marriage to control the Shen family or integrate to other forces. Not mentioning Chuer's, I felt that Zhao's cannot wait for too long. Luo Shuiyan said, Zhao is currently 16, do not talk about the Xiaochun city, we are in the Ding capital and she is at the age where engagements are discussed. After engagement for 2 years when one is 18, it would be ideal to get married. One have to settle Zhao when there is still no news from the palace. Such a rush. Shen hesitated, what kind of good families is there? Not to mention the need to understand the other's character. What do you think? Luo Shuiyan looked at him, of Ling. Early in the morning of the second day, Shen and Luo Shuiyan entered the palace with Shen Chu and did not return until in the afternoon. Emperor Wenwei had restored their official position, and also returned the military tally to Shen. The Shen family's army which was integrated with the Yuling's army went back into Shen's hands, but Shen did not look happy about it. Pain was something that could cultivate one's willpower and determination. In the arduous environment of the Xiaochun city, to train the scattered like sand Luo family's army, to become an outstanding one, Shen became even more indifferent by either gain or loss of imperial favor. Towards Emperor Wenhui's tactic of slapping in the face then giving a sweet date, he did not show much reaction to it. On the contrary, not long after Shen and Luo Shuiyan entered the palace, the Shen resident sent someone to Shen Miao to invite her back for a visit. Shen Miao was too lazy to care about those people, and directly instructed the servants to treat them as if they were not there. After the Shen residence's people who came to notify waited for so long without a reply, they indicated that it was just a misunderstanding in the beginning, but by the end they started scolding Shen and wife as cold, ruthless and unfilial descendants. Luo Ling frowned when he heard this, and as Luo Tan had an impulsive character, she immediately rushed to the doors and scolded the Shen residence's people fiercely. Luo Tan grew up in the Xiaochun city debating with the young ladies, so naturally she was incomparably crafty with her words, and spoke of how the Shen family's people threw stones when one was down until those people from the Shen residence were flushed with anger. Finally they could not withstand the surrounding commoners' fingers of blame, and fled with their tails between their legs. After Shen and the rest returned, Shen Miao informed him of the matter. Shen was silent for a moment before waving his hands, and instructing Mo Qing to arrange more guards in the residence's doors in the future. He did not give any emotion and was iron-blooded. This was exactly aligned with Luo Tan's perspective, and she clapped her hands in cheer. Luo Shuiyan said during the meal, the tribute will be held 3 days later and we all have to enter the palace. For the afternoon, one had called a tailor to come and make some new clothes. Especially Tanner and Zhao, we were not in the Ding capital for 2 years, and do not know what style or fabric is currently fashionable. One cannot fall behind on it. When she said to the end, she saw Shen Miao's gaze was very satisfied. Shen Miao had a reputation of being called an idiot by everyone 2 years ago, but now after 2 years, Shen Miao had already shed one's mortal body and exchanged one's bones. She was so beautiful and elegant, and coupled with her bearing, one feared that even princesses would feel a third inferior. Entering the palace, Luo Tan was somewhat excited, that one can see the people in the palace. Is it that one can also see the people from the Qin country and the Great Liang? I heard that the Qin country's people are born tall and huge and the Great Liang's imperial family are incomparably beautiful. One did not know how many can one see this time. Luo Shuiyan laughed in spite of oneself, arming Qi's people are not bad too. If Tanner admire any gentleman in the tribute banquet, Gumu and Gufu can help you to inquire. When Luo Tan heard about the topic of her lifetime she was not even the slightest shy and even said, I am not in a rush, but Biao youngest sister had to seriously consider. Biao youngest sister was not interested in those people in the Xiaochun city, and there are much more noble gentlemen in the Ding capital. If Biao youngest sister is interested, one must first consider for yourself. She mischievously smiled at Shen Miao. Shen Miao swept her a glance and did not speak, but it was Luo Ling, who was sitting at the side, whose hands that were holding the chopsticks tightened, and his eyes were somewhat hesitant. When it was in the afternoon, a tailor really came over to make clothes for them. In order for Emperor Wenwei to win over Shen, he had given him a lot of rewards when he entered the palace. Among them were a few bolts of excellent fabrics that could be used for clothes. It was the late autumn, so Luo Shuiyan let the tailor measure properly so that both young ladies would have a few new pieces to wear, and even winter clothes were also made. After some jewelry was sent over, both young ladies were dressed up glamorously. In fact, Luo Shuiyan did not do it intentionally as the tribute was a major event. The Mingqi had to show their most prosperous side in front of the Qin country and the Great Liang, thus all the civil and military officials would dress luxuriously along with their families so as not to lose the Mingqi's face. Otherwise, one would be the biggest sinner under the heavens. Luo Ling would also tag along. This time, Shen intended to find a position for Luo Ling in the Ministry of Defense. This was for Luo Ling to train his ability. Before this, naturally one had to bring Luo Ling to familiarize him with some of his colleagues so that there would be assistance in the future. In the 3 waiting days, Shen Miao would interestingly listen daily to Jing Jie and Gu Yu as they probed the events that happened within the 3 years that they were away. However, she was surprised that the Feng Xian pawn shop closed its doors shortly after Shen left for the Xiaochun city. One did not know why, but a few days back it then reopened, saying that the manager went for a trip and only returned shortly back to the Ding capital. Feng and Ning came to know that Shen Miao had returned and sent a letter over saying that she wanted to personally look for her, but since they will be seeing each other during the palace banquet, she did not need to make the trip. Other than Feng and Ning, Su Minglang also sent a letter to her. It was written in a crooked handwriting and also done behind his residence's back, as he had gotten his own servant to send it over, making Shen Miao to be between laughter and tears. After accompanying Luo Tan to the different restaurants boisterously, in an instant it was the day of the tribute. The Mingqi's tribute was the major event in the entire dynasty, so early in the morning the bells of the southern mountain rang. The street vendors were all discussing about this matter, however according to the imperial family's regulation, the commoners were unable to enter the palace and could only listen to the sounds and movements outside the palace walls. Majority of the people were envious of the official's family, as they could bring them in. Those higher-ranked officials could even attend the tribute's banquet. Seeing the country's extravagant and magnificent banquet, it always gave others a false impression of peace and prosperity. The commoners were often very simple and could only see what was in front of them, and thought that Ming-Chi could last forever and pass down from generations. Only rarely would smart people be able to see clearly that the enemies outside were vague, and there were many internal worries, but in this precarious state, one only did enough on the surface. How could it really be a situation when one could sit back and relax? Shen's carriage stopped at the front of the palace's gates, and there was a number of palace's people who were waiting to lead the entourage in. Luo Tan looked around curiously and Shen Chu had to press her head down in case she offended any noble people. Luo Ling appeared to be very composed. Even though it was his first time entering the palace, he was incomparably proper. When the ceremony was about to start, almost all the civil and military officials were present. Drums sounded and music were played as hundreds of ceremonial cannons were fired, making everything grand, magnificent and illustrious. The emperor and empress sat at the highest seat and when Shen Miao looked over, Emperor Wenwei was wearing dragon robes and had a dignified and majestic appearance, no different from 2 years ago. However, if one were to look carefully, now he required the help of a gong to walk and his footsteps were not as strong as before, as he had grown older a lot. Fu Shuyi followed the rest of the princes and stood at one side. Now he had a fine appearance and was extremely outstanding among the princes. He was the youngest of them all, but was now so handsome that he instigated a number of noble young ladies to secretly look over. Fu Shuyi after all was unable to hide his magnificence, and one expected that his older brother would not be at ease with him as they were initially. Shen Miao also looked towards the direction of Fu Shuyi, but the place in which her gaze landed was however behind Fu Shuyi, at a plainly dressed male among the officials. That person's noble bearing was high and had a kind of alienating feel among the officials. He did not look like an official but instead a scholar. That person was Pei Lang. The place that Pei Lang stood was not far from Fu Shuyi, and in such occasion as this and with Fu Shuyi's cautious attitude, it obviously meant that he was dependent and trusted Pei Lang, thus he gave Pei Lang such a big respect. Seeming aware of the gaze, Fu Shuyi suddenly looked over and Shen Miao's gaze moved and did not stop. Fu Shuyi looked into the crowd for a moment before turning his head over. At the sitting area for guests, there was a male and female seated and both looked rather young. By late autumn, the weather was actually a little cold and those officials' daughters that were dressed up would also wear a cloak to block the wind. But this young female wore a thin gold dress with complicated embroideries, and such embroideries would require a year and a half to complete. This young female also had exquisite eyes, but her actions were not very respectful as when the official in charge of the ceremony was reading the prayers for blessing, she turned a deaf ear and kept sweeping her eyes at the crowd, without a trace of respect at all. This young female was Princess Ming'an. Beside her, there was the crown prince of the Qin country, Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao was better than Princess Ming'an, and still smiled at the process on the state and did not show unbridled impendency, as if one was truly sincere about the Ming-Chi's tribute. But it made others feel one's heart chilled under such a hypocritical smile. It was Luo Tan's first time to such an event so she felt novel about it, and naturally took notice of the people at the noble guest seats. She thought for a moment before pulling the sleeves of an official's daughter beside her, and whispered when no one noticed, why is there only the crown prince and princess of the Qin country, what about Prince Rui of the Great Liang? That young lady was caught unaware by Luo Tan and almost jumped in shock. Even though she was somewhat unhappy, she had good manners to answer Luo Tan's question, His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang is not feeling well, so he will not be coming today. Luo Tan was suddenly enlightened and looked towards Shen Miao. She was standing by her side, and naturally would have heard the conversation between Luo Tan and that young lady. Luo Tan said, this Prince Rui's arrogance is really big. Is this not intentionally embarrassing the emperor? The Qin countries and the Great Liang's people came to the Ming-Chi tribute to congratulate, but at the end, Prince Rui did not appear at the ceremony. Was not this as good as giving a slap to the imperial family of Ming-Chi? But the imperial family of Ming-Chi dared not get angry, and not only that, they still lifted others with good food and drinks, and this was all because in this world, the strong were respected and the Ming-Chi dared not oppose the Great Liang. The entire tribute ceremony required exactly 3 shichen from the beginning to the end, starting at the hottest time in the afternoon, and was only completed when it was nearing the evening. All of the civil and military officials and their families could not leave. This was a prolonged torment, and it was the same for the emperor and empress. The higher one's position was, the more people will give them attention, and the more they could not show any signs of fatigue. Even Luo Tan, a female who had martial arts, also felt somewhat weak, but when she turned her head, she saw Shen Miao's straight posture with hands overlapped as she looked in front. She still had a dignified atmosphere, and Luo Tan could not help but be slightly startled. She softly asked, Biao, youngest sister, are not you tired? Shen Miao said, not tired. Luo Tan signed in amazement. The surrounding female guests all relied on their wide sleeves and robes to relax, and it was rare to see people like Shen Miao with such one-track mind. Luo Tan initially wanted to persuade Shen Miao to secretly relax a bit, but looking at her movements, she was unable to say anything. Luo Tan had always been aware of Shen Miao's impressive bearings. She was not one who will bite words and chew characters, but could not verbalize what this feeling exactly was, and only felt that Shen Miao was different from the other young ladies in the Shaochun city. Now at this place, there was an illusion that in such an awe-inspiring place Shen Miao was able to do it, it was the correct gesture to have. Even the empress sitting at the high position was no better as poised as Shen Miao was. For a 16-year-old female to hold such a graceful gesture, it was already very rare. Not only did Luo Tan notice this, it seemed that some noble families' gentlemen had also gradually been attracted by Shen Miao. Among the listless noble females, Shen Miao was too outstanding. Luo Ling saw this and quietly turned sideways to cover Shen Miao with his body, so as to block those presumptuous eyes. When Luo Shuiyan saw this, she smiled at him. Shen Miao was muddled with this as Luo Tan winked at Luo Ling. Luo Ling's face slightly reddened as he turned his head over as if nothing had happened. After the 3 shichen of ceremony was over, one need to follow the emperor and empress to the banquet. The banquet at night was filled with dance and music to let the people of the Qin country and the Great Liang see how wealthy and strong the Ming-Chi was. Shen Miao and Luo Tan followed the crowd into the palace hall for a few steps when someone patted her shoulders. Shen Miao looked back and saw a familiar face. Shen Miao and Luo Tan followed the crowd into the palace hall for a few steps when someone patted her shoulders. Shen Miao looked back and saw a familiar face. Hey, I have long saw you in the morning, but we were located far away and could not come over. Shen Miao, long time no see. Feng and Ning hugged Shen Miao passionately. As compared to 2 years before, Feng and Ning was more beautiful and the young female's inexperience was undoubtedly exposed. Her hair was styled in a 100 flowers bun and was wearing pomegranate red robes. She looked elegant. She let go of Shen Miao's hands and looked at her dissatisfied. Why are you not a little surprised upon seeing me? Not waiting for Shen Miao to reply, she said to herself, never mind, you always had such a character so I forgive you. But, she looked up and down at Shen Miao to size her up. 2 years of not seeing, how can you be this beautiful? How did the Shaochun city's water and soil be able to raise such a beauty? How can you be a total different person than before? Shen Miao was instructed by Luo Shuiyan to let the servants dress her up, thus she was wearing purple crescent phoenix robes with a large flower embroidered at the outer lapel. Her hair was styled in a hanging cloud knot, which was secured with a jade begonia hairpin and small pearls as earrings. She originally had a small and delicate face, but was so graceful that even if she was standing quietly, there was a warm and dignified air around her. That pair of eyes that were as black as a dough made a number of young males look back frequently. The female's features were good, and had an out-of-the-ordinary bearing. It was like adding flowers to the brocade, making one unable to forget. Luo Tan had been standing by Shen Miao's side looking curiously at Feng and Ning. Feng and Ning finally noticed her and asked, "And who is this?" "My Biao older sister, Luo Tan," Shen Miao said. "This is young lady Feng and Ning." Luo Tan and Feng and Ning said their greetings. Feng and Ning has a rash and hasty character while Luo Tan was straightforward and lively, thus both of them felt like old friends at the first meeting and made so much noise that Shen Miao's ears were somewhat sore. When it was time to be seated, Feng and Ning informed Feng Furen before slipping over to Shen Miao's side so that it was more convenient chatting with her. During the ceremony before, one had to stand according to one's official position, but now that it was the banquet, one could sit freely. Shen Xin just returned to the Ding capital and did not have particularly close colleagues, so he found a seat at will. But now that he was invited back by Emperor Wenwei, the surrounding colleagues naturally dare not neglect him, and spoke respectably to him one after the other. Feng and Ning whispered in Shen Miao's ear, "Kai. These fence-sitters. Initially when General Shen left the city, they were not willing to even meet up and now to act so intimately. So hypocritical." Shen Miao smiled slightly, and did not express an opinion before hearing Feng and Ning speaking again. "Look. Your Tang older sister also came." Shen Miao was slightly startled, before looking towards the direction that Feng and Ning pointed up and just nice, met the other person's eyes. After 2 years, she finally got to see Shen Yue again. Ever since Shen Yuan's incident, Shen Gui's position had plummeted. He had been relying on other benefits to climb up, but ever since Shen Yuan was beheaded, the other officials regarded him like the plague and hid away. Shen Gui himself did not have much skills or abilities, so as days drifted along, he became more frustrated. In such an occasion, he did not have the opportunity to come. The one who came was Shen Wan's family. Now, Shen Wan's career was smooth sailing, and at the moment he was toasting others with a smiling face. Chen Ruchu was sitting by his side talking with the other ferns by her sides, looking as satisfied as 2 years ago. But, as time passed, one would no longer be as lively as before. It might be assumed that there were no sons from the second household after so long. Old Shen Furen would have given the third household pressure. Chen Ruchu then gave Shen Wan pressure to spread out the branches, and thus her days were not relaxed at all. The one who was looking at Shen Miao was Shen Yu. Shen Yu, Yi Pei Lan, Bai Wei and Zhang Xiaozan sat together and her eyes were firmly set on her. Even though they were sit far apart, Shen Miao could taste the resentment in Shen Yu's eyes. Shen Yu was wearing a smoky pink Ruyi dress, and had a Corolla-styled hair. She was now 18 and had a weak scholarly look, that was pretty and pleasant looking. But Shen Miao gaze landed for a moment on the bracelet on Shen Yu's hand, and then glanced at the silver agate hairpin on Shen Yu's head before her lips hooked up. With Shen Yu's love of being in the limelight, for fear to miss out on every opportunity to show off herself, to still use jewelry from 2 years ago, it only meant that currently the money in the third household was tight. When one think about it, it probably was the case since old Shen Furen liked to spend money lavishly, and after the separation from the family, there would not be a Shen Xin providing money to support, so Chen Ruchu, the one in charge of the household, would have to manage it with difficulty. In addition to the arrangements required for Shen Wan's career, the money that Shen Yu could use for jewelry would have been less by a lot. No matter how aloof a scholar was, one would need to live, so without money, how would one be able to be unyielding? In fact, with Shen Yu's beauty, it was not difficult to marry an official's young master of the same social class easily, and like that, she would more or less be able to also help Shen Wan, but Shen Yu was not willing to be engaged till now. In the past lifetime Shen Miao did not understand this, and still foolishly thought of finding young talents for her, and only saw later that Shen Yu's heart was so big. How would ordinary young talents enter her eyes? Shen Yu kept on staring at Shen Miao, and her heart was filled with endless jealousy. She could see clearly that the fabric of the clothes that Shen Miao had on was something that only the palace had. Previously, Shen Wan did a task well, and he fortunately got a bolt of it, and initially she wanted to make clothes with it, but who knew that Shen Wan gifted it to his superior? In these 2 years, the bigger Shen Wan's official rank was, the more Shen Yu's money was tighter. Shen Yu blamed all this on Shen Xin taking most of the money away when he separated from the family, and thus putting her in financial straits. She initially thought that since Shen Miao went to such a desolate place like the Shaochun city, she would not return in her lifetime. But who knew that not only Shen Miao returned, but did it looking so glamorous that all those gentlemen around frequently looked over at her. Shen Yu was so jealous in her heart that she wished Shen Miao was dead. Her gaze were as sharp as knives, but Shen Miao only smiled faintly before turning her head and started talking to Luo Tan and Feng and Ning, not looking at Shen Yu at all. At this moment, the Emperor and Empress started to enter. All the uproar gradually lowered as Emperor Wenwei laughed, and instructed everyone to enjoy and have fun. After that, the noble guests, the Qin country's crown prince, Huang Fu Hao, and Princess Ming'an also entered. Princess Ming'an directly ignored the palace regulations and was full of arrogance, she did not even bow to Emperor Wenwei. The Emperor's smile was somewhat stiff, and at the end, it was Huang Fu Hao who put up a respectful appearance. Luo Tan looked around and when Feng and Ning saw it, she asked, "What are you looking at? Why is that Prince Rui of the Great Liang not here yet?" Luo Tan said, "Others said that the imperial family of the Great Liang are incomparably beautiful, and even Emperor Yongle was an exceptionally beautiful man. Since Prince Rui is Emperor Yongli's blood younger brother, naturally he is unlimited svelte. I want to take a look at this earth-shattering beauty." When Feng and Ning heard this, her lips pursed, enough about it. After that Prince Rui came over from the Great Liang, other than to his majesty, he had not appeared in front of outsiders. Furthermore, even if he were to appear, one will not be able to see his earth-shattering beauty. Why? Luo Tan was puzzled, is his appearance ugly? The voice hardly landed when one heard a eunuch outside shouting out loud, "His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang has arrived." Everyone moved their gazes towards the door. One saw an entourage of lean figures walking in. The bodyguards were following behind while that person walked in front. His stature was extremely tall and straight, and he was wearing a golden embroidered purple robes, with a rhinoceros horn belt decorated with white jade and deerskin boots. They were simple clothes and ornaments, but when compared to the entire court of civil and military officers, it was better. However, the most attractive thing was not these. On his face, there was a silver half mask. The mask covered from the forehead to the tip of the nose, but because it fitted closely to the facial features, it showed the smooth lines of that face. One could see the high bridge of the nose, a pair of eyes that were as if they were drawn in painting, that even they were to take a glance, it would look romantic. The exposed chin was beautiful, and the thin lips were so red that even if it was close, it was as if they were silently inviting. Everyone fell silent. This young male was clearly wearing a mask, and others were not able to see his appearance, but he actually had the ability to make others go crazy. Everyone was looking at that face without blinking at all, but the chilling gaze from the mask made others feel cold. Even though that pair of eyes were bright, black and had some playful intentions, they were rather indifferent, making others unclear if the other person was warm or cold. It was a person that could attract everyone's attention, an exceptionally dazzling youth like the sun. He went to the honored guests area to sit down, and every action was elegant and magnificent. By contrast, Huang Fu Hao, who was just courteous before, became as rude as an unrefined boor. Princess Ming'an, who was beside Huang Fu Hao, had long looked silly in affection. Emperor Wenwei laughed out and looked towards Prince Rui. Is not Prince Rui not feeling well? Why come to the tribute dinner? This made Gen's officials could not help but be surprised. Prince Rui nodded his head towards Emperor Wenwei, and had a causal and lazy attitude as he spoke, suddenly had the interest, so one then came. His voice was very good to listen to, it was low and was a bit magnetic, that the young females present slightly blushed. However, these words were filled with impudence. The Ming-Chi's tribute banquet was a bit even, but from Prince Rui's mouth, it was as if it was a common family's banquet as he came and went as he wishes. This was truly condescending. The officials of Ming-Chi were furious, but dared not speak since Emperor Wenwei also dared not speak, so what could they do? This Prince Rui of the Great Liang's methods were almost the same as Emperor Yongle, he was very presumptuous but had a very compelling force. Emperor Wenwei indeed did not pursue the matter, and let the rest of the officials continue to eat and drink, apparently intending to let the matter pass. As Luo Tan was eating the pastries at the banquet, she quietly spoke to Shen Miao. This Prince Rui is really very bold to even say such things to the emperor. Does he not fear that the emperor would punish him for the crime? Punish what crime? Feng and Ning heard this and her mouth twitched. That person is Prince Rui of the Great Liang. The people of the Great Liang can only be the Ming-Chi's guests, and whatever the guests do is correct. Even though Feng and Ning's voice was very low, she only vaguely spoke of it and dared not make it too understandable, as this was after all the palace. If someone attentive heard it, who knew what kind of consequences would there be? One had never heard about this Prince Rui before. Luo Tan rested her cheek on her hand, looked like a beautiful male. Really want to see how he looked like under the mask. Luo Tan's favorite pastime was looking at handsome men, and when looking at this Prince Rui, her eyeballs were almost stuck on him. Maybe under the mask he is an ugly person. Feng and Ning dampened her enthusiasm, otherwise why the need to wear a mask? I bet he is a rare beautiful man in the world. Luo Tan shoved Shen Miao, otherwise Biao youngest sister. What kind of person do you think this Prince Rui is? Shen Miao did not even lift her head, do not know. Say. Luo Tan did not listen to excuses. You guess between His Highness Prince Rui and the little Marquis of the Xie family, who was the most beautiful in the Ding capital, who is more beautiful? Shen Miao did not expect Luo Tan would actually use most beautiful in the Ding capital to describe Xie Jingxing. She was originally drinking tea and choked on the mouthful of tea. She suddenly coughed twice, scaring Luo Tan and Feng and Ning to quickly cover her mouth to prevent any disrespectfulness. However, the actions were too big and those people who were close by looked over. Shen Miao wiped her mouth to cover up, but in an instant she saw a pair of eyes. That male behind the mask that was sitting at the honored guest seat slightly looked sideways. One did not know if it was real or an illusion, but his gaze seemed to have stayed on her for a moment before moving away. Those eyes were filled with amusement. The tribute banquet was filled with merriment and everyone were toasting with one another, suddenly making it as if it was a peaceful scene. It was only at the noble guests area that Emperor Wenwei spoke to the Crown Prince of Qin, Huang Fu Hao, who was somewhat restraining fear. When this was seen by others, naturally they were well aware of it. Among the three countries, Qin, Great Liang and Ming-Chi, the Ming-Chi was the weakest, followed by the Qin country and the Great Liang was the strongest. That Emperor Yongli's actions were always valiant, which made the Qin country and the Ming-Chi to feel fear and, so they would be very respectful to this Prince Rui of the Great Liang. As for Huang Fu Hao, when he was speaking to Prince Rui, there were many words of probing. Most of the female guests' eyes were stuck on this Prince Rui, each and every action and movement from Prince Rui warmed their hearts and delighted their eyes. There were no shortage of outstanding males in Ming-Chi, just like Fu Shuyi, but in front of this Prince Rui, all of them were not as elegant and noble looking, and instead seemed shoddy. Even though Luo Tan loved beautiful people but she had the temperament of a gust of wind, so she was soon attracted by the delicate and delicious food, happily trying this and that. Because the tribute feast does not distinguish between male and female guests, the entire official family sat together. Luo Ling also sat near Shen Miao's and when he saw that Shen Miao was not eating, he placed a snowflake cake onto Shen Miao's plate and warmly said, Biao younger sister eat something, else one will not have energy to return. Shen Chu originally wanted to give Shen Miao a piece, but Luo Ling had preempted his attempt, and he did not know where to put the snowflake cake in this chopsticks. His bowl was already full, and moreover what kind of man would eat a snowflake cake? He thought for a moment before putting it in front of Feng and Ning, who was sitting nearest to Shen Miao. Feng and Ning was overwhelmed by the favor as she accepted it and said her thanks. But she did not eat it and was looking at the snowflake cake in a daze. But just at this moment, one heard Huang Fu Hao suddenly speaking. Ben Gong heard that the formidable great general, General Shen, has returned to the capital a few days before. The name of the formidable great general was one that Ben Gong always hear about, but do not know if one have the honor to see. When the remarks were spoken, the lively banquet suddenly quietened down. The crown prince of the Qin country wanted to see Shen Xin. What was the meaning of it? Shen Xin and the crown prince of the Qin were practically not related at all, but now one of them was the great general that Emperor Wenwei recalled back to the Ding capital, and the other was the Qin country's crown prince. Both had very sensitive identities. Everyone could not help but look at Emperor Wenhui's facial expression. Emperor Wenhui's smile remained unchanged, as if this was just a very small request, and he looked at Shen Xin, beloved official Shen. Shen Xin quickly got up and bowed to Huang Fu Hao before saying, "This general greets your highness the crown prince." Huang Fu Hao smiled. One had long heard that General Shen is brave and fierce without rival, that even in the border one could also transform a scattered army to shape. When the Shen family's army returned to the capital, the commoners were even cheering. He then gave a long sigh. If my great Qin could have such a military talent, one need not worry for 100 years. Emperor Wenhui's pupils shrank unnoticed as the ministers' expressions in the banquet changed, and their gazes became extremely complex as they looked at Shen Xin. To say that Shen Xin was able to connect the scattered army in a short period of time might sound like praising Shen Xin's extraordinary ability, but obscurely mentioned about the danger of Shen Xin. Wind damages the flourishing trees in the forest, and that had been the logic since ancient times. To have such high regards by the commoners, for an emperor who expelled the general out of the capital, it meant that between the imperial family and Shen Xin, the commoners had chosen to stand at Shen Xin's side. No imperial family would be able to tolerate subordinates who had a more popular approval than themselves. As for the last sentence, it was the real push that placed Shen Xin to the edge of where the wind and waves were the fiercest. Huang Fu Hao was poaching Shen Xin in front of Emperor Wenwei. No matter how much ulterior motives the Ming-Chi's officials harbored, they would always have unanimously band together against external enemies, so the gazes that were looking at Shen Xin were like looking at a living general who committed treason. Shen Miao's gaze deepened as she coldly stared at Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao was someone who likes to watch others in trouble, as if there was a wickedness in the blood of the Qin country's imperial family. Currently Shen Xin was not even antagonistic towards the Qin country, but Huang Fu Hao still refused to let them off. This was perhaps a destined hatred. Emperor Wenwei had yet to speak when one heard a soft chuckle. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw that among the noble guests, Prince Rui had placed the wine cup in his hands down and looked towards Huang Fu Hao. His voice was deep and pleasant to hear, and there was also a touch of lazy intoxication, bringing out a little bewitching power, but his words were not polite at all. He said, since Brother Huangfu admired General Shen that much, one may discuss with the Emperor to obtain, and if the Emperor is generous, he would not disagree. This was clearly pushing the boat with the currents, and when it fell into others' ears, there were thousands of feelings. How could Huangfu really want Shen Shen? It was only to push Shen Shen to the edge of the cliff and watch him walk in trouble. If Emperor Wenwei really gave Shen Shen to him, then due to the Qin's face, they could only support Shen Shen well. But who knew if Shen Shen was Emperor Wenhui's spy? The Qin country and the Mingqi were still in a mutual relationship, and neither was willing to place a not trustable person under their eyes and look for trouble all day long. Emperor Wenwei also thought about this point, and the peculiar look in his gaze gradually dispersed, and his previous appearance was back on. He laughed. All under heavens cherish the talented. If the crown prince insists on wanting General Shen, Gen can only follow others' precept, as it is the sincerest form of respect. This time it was Huangfu Hao that was placed in an awkward position. He was very excited, but now was caught in a more adverse situation. It was not possible to bring this person back, but to end the matter like this, it would be as if one had lost face. All this happened because of that Prince Rui's words. Huangfu Hao glanced secretly at the man with a mask and almost engraved that person in his eyes. Princess Mingyan was together with Huangfu Hao, and seeing that he was in a difficult situation at this moment, naturally thought of how to unbind him from the situation. It is just that for one, she could not afford to offend Prince Rui, and two, she cannot afford to offend the great Liang's people. Her entire stomach of fire was poured towards the Shen family, and as she looked at Shen Shen, she suddenly started laughing. Her voice was delicate and originally sounded sweet, but at this moment with her attitude, it was a bit sharp. She said, how can one dare to take such a great general like General Shen back? Such bravery would make Bengong's an older brother crown prince's head ache. It will be better to bring young lady Shen back. One heard that young lady Shen is the pearl of General Shen's palm and a beauty. One did not know if our great Qin have such a fortune. Luo Tan and Feng and Ning suddenly grabbed onto Shen Miao's hands, and their eyes became vigilant. Luo Ling slightly moved. Shen Chu's and Luo Shuiyan's faces turned grave as Shen Shen looked ferociously at Princess Mingyan. Shen Miao, however, was looking down at the teacup in front of her, as if she did not hear Princess Mingyan's words. She only watched the teacup, as the tea spun on the surface and slowly sank down to the bottom of the cup. A general of a country could not be taken away, but to want a daughter of an official was something as easy as a breeze. If one wanted to have good relations with the Qin country, there were instances of marrying a princess or official's daughter over. But no one was willing to enter a foreign country, let alone marry, as there would not be any help from one's father or brothers, so if one really suffered grievances, one could only swallow it down themselves. Shen Shen smiled. Little daughter is naughty and mischievous and cannot afford to have the princess's interest. The meaning behind those words were to bluntly refusing it. Emperor Wenhui's eyes were far-reaching, but he did not intend to say anything to resolve this conflict. Shen Shen had a straightforward character, but once it involved Shen Miao, he would take an extremely tough stance. At the other side, when Shen Yu saw this, there was rejoice of Shen Miao's misfortune in her eyes. She could not wait to let Shen Miao marry to the Qin country, and it would be best to marry her to an old man as a concubine and torture her to death in a foreign land. That Princess Mingyan did not expect that Shen Shen would not give her any face and be rejected, so some unhappiness appeared on her face. Because her words had passed the matter about Shen Shen over, Huangfu Hao could not continue and also was too lazy to do so. He sat by himself and drank leisurely while watching Princess Mingyan make things difficult for the Shen family. Princess Mingyan said, one cannot say that. Everyone knows that General Shen's daughter have both integrity and talent. So is it young lady Shen that looked down on Bengong and is unwilling to greet Bengong at all? To place such a big hat of discourteous on, even if Shen Miao was trying to cover the matter up, she would not be able to do so. She simply stood up magnanimously and greeted Princess Mingyan. This official daughter greets your Princess Highness. She suddenly stood up and everyone's gaze landed on Shen Miao's. 2 years was enough to make a lot of changes. This included everyone's deeply engraved impression of the idiotic daughter, as this was just too far away and one gradually became indifferent. The young lady that stood up in front was a total different person from their memories. The lilac purple robes highlighted the fairness of her jade-like complexion. Even after spending 2 years in the Shaochun city, the sandy winds did not worn down her skin, but instead she grew up to look more noble. Her eyebrows were as delicate and beautiful as a painting, and her gestures were so dignified. Soft and strong, both were strangely fused into her body, and appeared as a type of dignified grace. Even the empress beside the emperor did not seem to have her grace. Princess Mingyan frowned. She did not expect that Shen Miao had such good appearance and bearing. She had long known of Shen Miao's reputation of an idiot, thus she brought her up as a topic to embarrass the Shen family. She had never thought that she was lifting a rock to smash her own feet. However, for Princess Mingyan to be Princess Mingyan, she has some abilities. She immediately raised her eyebrows and looked up and down at Shen Miao like she was sizing something up before saying, young lady Shen has a countenance of a flower, face like the moon, indeed an outstanding beauty. No wonder General Shen treats young lady Shen as a pearl in his palm and hid. One did not know with such good appearance, which family would have the fortune to marry young lady. These words were overstepping and Shen Shen immediately stared like a tiger. Although he must take into account the other person's position, he could not tolerate others say things about his daughter. Just as he was about to speak, that Princess Mingyan diverged from the topic. One think that young lady Shen also has outstanding abilities. When those words were spoken, everyone in the hall was excited. Yi Pei Lan and the few were resisting smiling with great difficulty. What talent did Shen Miao had? That was something everyone knew very well. These 2 years she had gone to the Shaochun city, and that was a frontier area with so many military people. One feared that she had become more vulgar. Shen Miao looked down slightly. This official's daughter is of humble talent and shallow learning. The princess have praised too much. Young lady Shen need not be modest. Princess Mingyan simply smiled. Speaking of which, when Bengong was in the Qin country, one heard a few years ago that during the academy examinations, young lady Shen achieved a first rank for archery. When Bengong heard it, one's heart was moved. Now upon seeing young lady Shen, one thought about this old matter. Shen Miao's head was bowed and she remained silent. Luo Shuiyan's and Shen Chu's hearts started to be anxious. One would be blind if one could not see that Princess Mingyan was deliberately finding faults and targeting Shen Miao. Speaking of that, everyone thought about the time during the Chrysanthemum Banquet's academy examinations. Shen Miao and Kai Lin competed in archery, and the third arrow that was shot made Kai Lin speechless and put him in a sorry state. It was exactly at that time that a completely different Shen Miao appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Just nice at the tribute dinner, Kai Darren and Kai Lin were present, and Kai Lin's face immediately became red. Now Kai Lin was 2 years older and had grown up. Those little grudges with Shen Miao were already long thrown in the back of his mind as time goes on, and he was also no longer obsessed with Shen Yu. It could be said that one smile can make one forget about gratitude and revenge, but he did not expect that one's old matter was mentioned in front of everyone, making him incredibly embarrassed. Kai Lin was not the only one that was thinking about matters of the past. At the corner of the tribute banquet, the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding, was sitting with his 2 sons. The current Marquis of Linen looked much older and no longer had high spirits, that in such an event like this, he only wanted to find a quiet corner. Unexpectedly with the mention about the matter of the academy examinations, he then remembered that at that time Xie Jingxing was present, and surprisingly went up the stage and beaten his two Shu sons out of their horses. Upon returning to the residence he scolded Xie Jingxing in fury, but in his heart, he was proud of Xie Jingxing. Thinking of olden times, his heart gotten more painful and difficult to tolerate. Xie Ding's face was filled with dejectedness, and Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao, who were beside, saw this, and the same flash of dark clouds appeared in their eyes. Princess Ming'an still continued speaking. Ben Gong's heart have the interest today and want to compete with young Lady Shen, so why not compete in archery? Just treat it as it is a game. This remark was strange and absurd. Emperor Wenwei laughed first. Young Lady Shen is a delicate female, so how could one know anything about archery? Your Majesty do not know. Princess Ming'an said with a laugh. Originally young Lady Shen's grace was even heard of in the Great Qin. It is said that when the father is a lion, the daughter cannot be a dog. General Shen is so incredibly brave and courageous, so young Lady Shen would definitely be an extraordinary female. Moreover, young Lady Shen is a pretty and delicate female, but is not Ben Gong also a female? Or could it be that your Majesty find that our Great Qin cannot compete on an equal level with the Mingqi? Princess Ming'an looked charming, but her words were very vicious. In one sentence she even brought out the entire nation of Mingqi, and if one did not compete, it meant that the Mingqi looked down on the Great Qin. At such a time, how would Emperor Wenwei let a gap appear between the Great Qin and the Mingqi? He looked towards Shen Miao at once and said seemingly warm, what does young Lady Shen think? Shen Xin clenched his fists. He really wanted to directly reject this rude request for Shen Miao. But if one were to reject, it would only let Princess Ming'an have a justifiable reason to use. It was however Shen Miao who glanced at Princess Ming'an and said as she lowered her head, the princess commands, this official daughter dare not comply. Dare not comply. At the end she had indicated the reluctance in her heart as if Princess Ming'an was a bully. Princess Ming'an heard the meaning behind Shen Miao's words, and her expression sank before she thought of something and giggled delicately. One heard that during the academy examinations, young Lady Shen and the opponent gambled their life to compete, so why not we too also compete by gambling our lives too? No, Shen Xin did not wait for Shen Miao to speak and flatly refused it. His face turned cold and he did not take into account Emperor Wen Hui's expression, before looking at Princess Ming'an and said word for word, Your Highness the princess had said that it will be a game, so it should be carried out as a game, so why the need to include one's life? The tribute banquet is a happy event, and it is not advisable to see knives and swords during the banquet. When Luo Shuiyan saw Shen Xin speaking, she also could not resist but to pinch the teacup in front of her. At that time, they did not know about Shen Miao and Kai Lin gambling with their lives during the academy examinations, and when they got to know it upon their return to the capital, they had incessantly palpitations. If they were present, they would definitely not let Shen Miao use her life as a gambling stake. Now this Princess Ming'an from the Qin country clearly had ill intentions, so how could they let Shen Miao take the risks? Who knew that when Shen Xin said those words, Huang Fu Hao unexpectedly opened his mouth and said with a laugh, even so, this is to make one treat the game seriously, and this represent the Great Qin's heart to the Mingqi. General Shen, it is only letting young Lady Shen to play a game with one's younger sister, can it be that General Shen is afraid? Or is it that the Mingqi is as such and cannot afford to lose? His words were filled with barbs as he looked towards Emperor Wenwei. If the Mingqi is afraid of losing, then it is of no harm to let Ming'an have her spirits dampened. Since the matter had risen to the reputation of the country, if Emperor Wenwei remained silent, he would have been humiliated in front of the officials, and how would he then be able to stand up as a monarch? He did not look at Shen Xin and directly said to Shen Miao, since Princess Ming'an is interested, Shen Miao, you will accompany Princess Ming'an to play for a round. Since the emperors had spoken, it was useless for Shen Xin to say anything else. Shen Chu clenched both of his fists, and Luo Tan and Feng and Ning looked at one another uneasily. Shen Miao said softly, yes. There was no panic in her expression and that made everyone slightly startled. Princess Ming'an looked over at Shen Miao and met her gaze. Shen Miao's eyes were extremely clear, as if they were as flawless as those of a child. Originally with this pair of eyes, one could see about anything with just one look. But when such a pair of eyes looked at Princess Ming'an, those calm eyes seemed to have precipitated 1,000 of years of water, and a single wave could not be incited. Thus one could not see any trace of emotion. Others were unable to see thoroughly. Princess Ming'an did not have any reason to be upset, and she smiled as she got her personal maid to bring bow and arrows over. She then laughed as she stared at Shen Miao. This is the rules that Ben Gong plays within the Great Qin. Both persons will stay at a distance staring at the other and would not move. One person will be blindfolded as one uses the bow, and also will determine the location of which part of the body the fruit will be at. The person will just need to shoot at it. She did not let any expression of Shen Miao slip by. Does young Lady Shen understand? Everyone surrounding sucked in a breath of cold air. Last time at the academy examinations, Shen Miao and Kai Lin separately placed the fruit on their heads and their eyes were open wide. To shoot while being blindfolded, was not this playing with other people's life? Just listening to it made one feel absolutely horrified. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan were already very furious. Shen Miao gently smiled, as if she was not scared by Princess Ming'an's words and said, thanking Princess for informing. She being this calm, did not lose the Mingqi's vigor and on the spot, half of the people immediately could not help but value her higher. Huang Fu Hao stared at her and an odd look appeared in his eyes. Luo Tan pulled the corner of Shen Miao's robes. Biao youngest sister, why not I go for you? I practice martial arts and know a little. If it is impossible, then one can just avoid it. Shen Miao shook her head, and looked towards Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan who still wanted to block it. No need to worry. Since she could say that, it meant that she has the confidence not to shoot me. If she were to shoot me, then they would be in a lot of trouble. Huang Fu Hao and Ming'an are clever people and will not do silly things. These actions are all done just to scare me and make a fool out of me. But younger sister, Shen Chu held her shoulder worriedly, you will be scared alone. No matter if she were to shoot you, how can one let you go alone? I am not afraid, Shen Miao warmly replied. Moreover, if she were to hurt me, I will also have a chance, so how will I let her off easily? When she said those words, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up. She was clearly smiling, but it made others feel a chill. Luo Ling patted Shen Miao's shoulder and said lightly, be careful. Shen Miao nodded her head and went directly to the middle of the hall. She and Princess Ming'an actually walked together towards the main area of the hall, but if one did not compare one would not know that when both of them walked together, there was a wrong illusion that appeared. Princess Ming'an was a true blue blood nobility, growing up in an imperial family with a delicate, charming and beautiful frame, and should be respectable and honorable, but when walking beside Shen Miao, one of Shen Miao's hands was on top of the other with a perfectly straight back, and she did not glance to the left or right when she walked, and looked at the other at eye level. That dignified air of grace and bearing, actually made Princess Ming'an seem worthless. Gradually, sighs were heard in the hall. Huang Fu Hao's expression gradually became ugly. In all fairness, it was not because of Princess Ming'an's insolent appearance, but it was Shen Miao's calmness and magnanimity that made others beside her to look like filthy with grime. However, when one think about it, it was outrageous as Shen Miao was obviously a daughter of an official, and Princess Mingyan grew up in a palace since young, so how could she not be comparable to Shen Miao? They naturally did not know that Shen Miao was originally an empress for many years in the inner palace, and because of Fu Shuyi, she was extremely demanding of herself to be the absolute best, and when she was in the Qin country, she also eventually developed a different level of tolerance through experience. If there was not for the existence of Mei Fer and fighting in the dark and Fu Shuyi's connivance, actually she would have been a good empress that could mother the entire nation. It was only that this perfect dream was at the end broken into pieces in the past, but this made her to be unable to conceal her brilliance in this lifetime. Princess Mingyan did not notice everyone's stares, and only looked at Shen Miao as she held the shiny black longbow in her hands. That bow most likely was made of top-notch wood and was soaked in special herbs as it looked very hard and cumbersome. Princess Mingyan said to Shen Miao, "This is Bengong's bow. Let us shoot one bamboo arrow each, all right. Bengong will shoot an arrow at you, then it will be changed to you pulling the bow." The words spoken had already set the sequential order. At the side of Ming Qi, there were people who had indignant expressions, as Princess Mingyan was obviously bullying others. But Shen Miao only indifferently complied, and she appeared not to be shaken. The more she appeared not to care, the more Princess Mingyan felt stifled and panicky. She swept her eyes across the noble guests section, and suddenly her eyes brightened before she sweetly said, "But since we are competing here, one fear that the other will feel unfair about it. Why not let His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang be the judge, and stand here to inspect the bow and arrows to ensure that there is no fraud?" Finishing, her eyes looked at Prince Rui affectionately. The young females of Ming Qi that were seated were scolding this Princess Mingyan in their hearts for being ignorant of shame. This was clearly taking the opportunity to get closer to Prince Rui, and one felt that it was due to being attracted to Prince Rui's beauty. However, Prince Rui's actions were usually unbridled, and one thought that he would not agree to it, since Princess Mingyan's request came out of nowhere. Who knew that when Prince Rui heard it, he thought a little before nodding, "All right." This was once again beyond the expectations of everyone, and even Emperor Wenwei and Huang Fu Hao took a double take at Prince Rui. One only saw Prince Rui stood up lazily from his seat, and as his legs were long, he only took 2 steps to reach the middle of the hall and stood beside Shen Miao and Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan, overjoyed at the turn of events, and delicately reached her hands out to put the bow into Prince Rui's hands and smiled, "Then may Prince Rui first inspect this bow and see if there are any issues." At the prince's sitting area, Prince Zhou sneered and whispered, "This Qin princess is not one who knows her place, and actually make things difficult in front of so many people." These words used were filled with disdain. But the young lady of the Shen family is really unexpected. Prince Jing looked at Shen Miao, who was standing side by side with Princess Mingyan. To be so calm, even if it was an act, it is an extraordinary courage. Speaking of which, Prince Zhou touched his chin. This young lady of the Shen family has really blossomed and gotten more tasteful. He looked towards Fu Shuyi, who was not speaking a single word. "Number 9, do you regret?" Fu Shuyi lightly said, "Fourth older brother is joking." Behind Fu Shuyi, there was a plainly clad male quietly standing there. His gaze crossed over everyone and fell onto the purple-clad young female. Pei Lang looked very calm, as if he was looking at a stranger for the first time, but the hands in his sleeves were clenched into fists and were also slightly trembling. It had been 2 years. This young female grew up to be even more attractive, and like what she had said, she was invited back by the heavenly family. Upon returning back to the capital, trouble came knocking one after another. Trees long for peace, but the wind would never cease. Shen Miao did not do anything, but there would be people who will take the initiative to look for her. However, Pei Ling knew that Shen Miao would not let herself be caught in any awkward position. This was because she has a heart that was more vicious than anyone else. Prince Rui returned the bow to Princess Mingyan quickly, and she took it back shyly before saying to Shen Miao, "May young lady Shen stand over therein." She picked an apple from the maid and handed it to Shen Miao with a smile. "Place this on young lady's shoulder." Shen Chu, who was sitting down, suddenly clenched his fist. Yes. Shen Miao's eyes hanged and walked away after taking the apple. Everyone were all looking at her actions, while Princess Mingyan allowed others to tie a black cloth over her eyes. Prince Rui, however, walked over to Shen Miao's side. Under watchful eyes, he took the apple from Shen Miao's hands. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment as Prince Rui placed the apple gently on her shoulder. Shen Miao looked up at him. Because there was something on her shoulder, she was afraid that the apple will fall off during big movements, so Shen Miao could only look at him motionlessly. The young male was very tall, and even if Shen Miao had grown within these 2 years, she only reached to the level of his chest. She could see his embroidered gold buttons and also perceived the meaningful look in his eyes. The silver mask exposed the handsome man's chin and red lips. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked up, making one want to take the mask off to see if the person had a smiling expression on. His dark eyes were like the stars in autumn water. When they look over, it seemed to be gentle but also looked like they were bantering. Bantering. He placed the apple on Shen Miao's shoulder and bent one finger to stroke Shen Miao's hair, like gently caressing a little captive beast. But it was only for a short moment before it was withdrawn. Because of his body blocking at the side, when others looked over, they would only feel that this Prince Rui of the Great Liang was only placing the apple properly onto Shen Miao, and did not make any other action. He turned and walked to the side, and looked as if he was watching a good show as he folded his hands. Shen Miao's attention once again was attracted to Princess Mingyan as Princess Mingyan slowly pulled open the bow. That bow seemed to be very heavy, and Princess Mingyan pulled it open arduously. As she pulled laboriously, the more the bow arched, the heavier everyone's hearts were. Especially Shen Qin's entire family, their faces were as deep as water. The fuller the bow was bent, the more strength Princess Mingyan had, and the greater the strength the arrow had, meant that Shen Miao was even more in danger. One feared that when the arrow was shot, the residue force was able to knock Shen Miao down. This match before one's eyes was not like what Princess Mingyan mentioned, just a game, but instead it was a big matter regarding a country's reputation. If one lost, the reputation was gone. If one showed fear, the reputation was also gone. Actually, between Shen Miao and Princess Mingyan, everyone were optimistic about Princess Mingyan, and hoped that Shen Miao would not lose too badly. Shen Miao quietly looked at the black cloth that was tied in front of Princess Mingyan's eyes. One did not know if Princess Mingyan was deliberately torturing Shen Miao, as she pulled the bow very slowly, and the longbow let out a thin sound that lingered in the hearts of everyone present. Shen Miao's eyes were dazed, as what appeared in front of her was not the tribute banquet, but the foreign Qin country. The princes and princesses of the Qin country and the officials' daughters were surrounding her and ridiculing her. She was wearing a robe which was restitched numerous times, and there was a fruit on her shoulder as she looked wide-eyed at the person opposite her. That person opposite was arrogant and despotic, and wore exquisitely clothes with eyes tied with a white cloth. She publicized to the crowd around her, "See. Today let the Ming Qi's Empress hold up an apple on her head for Bengong. Later you all see clearly for Bengong if this Ming Qi's Empress from a military lineage would be so scared that she pee in her pants. Ha ha ha. One must see clearly and tell Bengong." She arrogantly pulled the bow and that arrow shot out with a shoe. She shot off a little, but it was from the left to right and top to bottom and shot through Shen Miao's hair, shooting open her clothes. Shen Miao screamed in panic and covered her clothes tightly, but could hear that ridiculing laughter getting louder. What a humiliating memory, but it now all started to combine together. Shen Miao's lips slowly hooked up, but she did not know if it was bitterness or hatred, as a dark fog slowly spread to the bottom of her clear eyes, making them unfathomable. Prince Rui, who was at the side, began to quietly bend his fingers, and paused for a while before quietly releasing. Her small movements of slightly tilting her shoulder were so small, that everyone could not see them at all. When the arrow was shot, everyone at the hall held their breath with rapt attention, and those timid female guests would directly cover their eyes, fearing to see the scene. The ministers were all very clear in their hearts, that no matter how vicious this princess of the Qin country was, she would not shot a general's daughter to death on Mingqi's soil in front of everyone. But it was one thing to know it in one's heart, and another thing to see it with one's eyes. They were only onlookers but already felt their heart rapidly beating, so how would it be for Shen Miao? Shen Miao quietly watched and did not even close her eyes at all, but looking seriously at the arrow that was sweeping towards her, as if she wanted to see the entire arrow clearly. But when it fell into others' eyes, it became unswerving steadiness. The arrow gave a shoo sound but lightly passed, just by a small difference, by Shen Miao's head. Narrowly avoiding that red apple. Shen Chu, who was sitting, suddenly felt relieved, and Shen Qin's and Luo Shuiyan's clenched hands slightly loosened. Feng and Ning and Luo Tan patted their chests while Luo Ling picked the cup of tea in front of him, and drank a sip to hide his concerned expression. The entire hall was silent. Huang Fu Hao was originally smiling, but gradually became unable to smile anymore. Princess Mingyan waited for a while, but did not hear any cheers or mockery against Shen Miao from the crowd, and a bad feeling raised in her heart. She pulled the black cloth away from her eyes and saw that opposite of her, the apple on Shen Miao's shoulder was still safe and sound, and her arrow fell slightly away. The purple-clad young female did not have a messy hair and her clothes were still intact without any trace of panic. She just looked at her lightly. Your Princess Highness's hand had slipped and did not hit the target. Did not hit the target. That sentence was said extremely mildly, but it seemed to contain the highest form of ridicule, so hot that it made Princess Mingyan's cheeks feel painful. But after being stunned for that moment, Princess Mingyan quickly reacted. She looked at Shen Miao and said angrily, "You must have moved just now. It is you that moved. Ben Gong have never missed before. If you did not move, how would Ben Gong not hit the target?" Everyone did not expect that this Princess Mingyan would suddenly create trouble, and even the emperor showed his displeasure, as the princess saying that the hundreds of people in this banquet are covering up for young lady Shen. Shen Miao stood straight and did not avoid or evade from the beginning to end, even though one did not know it was an act or real. If it was real, then everyone under heavens would be enchanted for a female with such courage. No matter how Emperor Wenwei feared the Shen family, they were at the end Mingqi's people and he is the Mingqi's emperor. How could he let a princess of the Qin country indiscriminately sneer at Shen Miao in front of him? One feared that if he indulged Princess Mingyan's nonsense today, tomorrow the prestige this emperor had with all the officials would plummet. Princess Mingyan felt grievances in her head and she looked at Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao looked at her with a grim face and Princess Mingyan quivered. She dared not look at Huang Fu Hao again, and instead turned to look at Prince Rui who was standing at the side before speaking delicately. Did your highness? Prince Rui saw clearly if the young lady of Shen family avoided it. When she was speaking, Princess Mingyan softened her voice as her eyes focused on Prince Rui, making everyone felt that it was somewhat unnatural. Prince Rui's lips hooked up. No. Princess Mingyan was surprised for a moment. Your highness, Prince Rui is saying that Shen Miao did not evade it. Are you questioning this prince's eyes? Prince Rui retorted. He looked exceptionally charming, that was enough to break one's heart. But when his voice became cold, it made others feel a pressing chill, and one would not dare to look straight. Princess Mingyan jumped in shock but then saw Shen Miao facing her while smiling gently. Your Princess Highness, one must accept the lose upon an agreement to bet. Or is it? Your Princess Highness cannot afford to lose. Impudent. Princess Mingyan screamed. She suddenly saw the angry gazes that were on her from the surroundings, before understanding that this was the Mingqi and her screams to Shen Miao had caused public outrage. She looked at Shen Miao and sneered. It is not that Ben Gong cannot afford to lose, but you should not be too happy too soon. Ben Gong did not hit the target, but can you hit it? Princess Mingyan was angry as her archery skills had reached the stage of perfection. Moreover, this bow was one that she had used since young in today's blindfolded archery. Princess Mingyan had played it for many years in the Qin country, and there had been no slip-ups before. She initially wanted to give some difficulties to Shen Miao, to give the Shen family a lesson for being rude and shoot open Shen Miao's clothes when she shot through the apple, to make her lose face. It was such an easy task, but why at the crucial time it did not hit the target? And under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shen Miao did not dodge, which made her unsure where the problem was at. One came out in elation to compete, but the result was that not only Shen Miao was not disgraced, one did not hit the target. If those princesses and princes knew about it, they would also laugh at her. Thinking of that, Princess Mingyan hated and resented Shen Miao even more. Shen Miao looked at Princess Mingyan's actions and her heart went slightly cold. In her previous lifetime she had stayed in the Qin country for 5 years, and had been in contact with this princess of the Qin country for that time. Shen Miao understood clearer than anyone else what kind of character this Princess Mingyan had. Princess Mingyan loved to make fun of her like this, playing an archery game in front of a big crowd. One arrow would undo her hair, one arrow to open up her robes and occasionally accidentally brush past her body. When Princess Mingyan pulled the bow open, she already knew what intention Princess Mingyan had, and which angle the arrow would be coming from to where would it ended up at. How could she not be clear after a scene had repeated numerous of times? She simply tilted her shoulder ever so slightly and let the arrow coincidentally brush by her. No one would believe Princess Mingyan's words, just like at the beginning no one would believe Shen Miao's words. Being wronged, misunderstood, shamed were what this precious and respected princess had to experience herself. Of course, it was not limited to this. Shen Miao held that bright red apple and smiled. It is my turn, so may your Princess Highness bite this apple in your mouth. At the beginning, all the audiences were still subtly talking about the matter, but when they heard what Shen Miao said, in a moment silence fell. Princess Mingyan stared wide-eyed at Shen Miao incredulously. What did you say? Her voice was even sharper because of the panic, and it was also somewhat hoarse. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at her, and there was some innocence in her eyes as she spoke. Did not your Princess Highness said that this is the Great Qin's playing rules? The person shooting will determine where the fruit will be placed. Your Princess Highness wanted the fruit to be placed on this official daughter's shoulder and this official daughter placed it there. Now, she smiled magnanimously. If your Princess Highness is scared, then it is possible to change it to another person. It was still alright if she did not say this sentence, but once it was said, Princess Mingyan was so angry that she could flip people and horses. By changing to another person, it was saying that she, Princess Mingyan, was timid and could not afford to lose, so would not this be like losing one's face to everyone in the Mingqi, the Great Liang and the Qin country? Yi Peilan sucked in a breath of cold air and said to Shen Yu, is she crazy? How could she dare to go against Princess Mingyan? Originally during the academy examinations, Shen Miao confronted Kai Lin and relied that Shen Qin's official position was not lower than Kai Daren's. But now one was facing a princess of another country and Shen Miao also dared to provoke. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Kai Lin and Kai Daren looked at one another and smiled bitterly. Initially they thought that Shen Miao was directly opposing him, but now Shen Miao did not even care about a princess of another country, so what else could be said? Over at the prince's area, they were also signs of wonderment. Prince Li smiled profoundly. This young lady of the Shen family can really hold a grudge. Princess Ming'an stared fixedly at Shen Miao, but Shen Miao only gave a shallow smile when facing her sharp eyes. In desperation, Princess Ming'an could only look at Huang Fuhao for help. Huang Fuhao lightly coughed, and was somewhat angry at Shen Miao for not appreciating favors. Princess Ming'an represents the great Qin, so he could not let Princess Ming'an unsatisfied. He looked at Emperor Wenwei and swept a glance at Shen Miao. It is only a game, so why is the young lady of the Mingqi this unwilling to overlook and spare? Emperor Wenwei looked at the Shen family's people. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan were busy with drinking their tea, as if they did not hear the words before. Shen Chu and Luo Ling looked calmly and unruffled above one's head, but did not show their stand. Feng and Ning and Luo Tan were staring at Princess Ming'an with an indignant look in their eyes. The Shen family's attitude was very clear. They did not intend to forget about it and clearly marked Princess Ming'an. There was anger in Shen Xin's stomach, as just now Shen Miao was aggressively forced by Princess Ming'an until she had no way out, so now naturally it would be Princess Ming'an's turn to have a taste of it. Do not do to others what one would not have them do to one. When Princess Ming'an was scheming against others, she should have thought about the taste of others scheming against her. Since the Shen family had been placed to where the wind and waves were the fiercest, and since the Qin country's people in the beginning targeted the Shen family, then what qualms did they need to have? When Shen Xin got temperamental, he was one who thinks that the barefooted would not be afraid of those wearing shoes, that even if today one were to shoot Princess Ming'an to death, then let it go with it. When Emperor Wenwei saw Shen Xin's attitude, he understood in his heart. Shen Xin was one who shielded one's shortcomings, moreover this was related to Shen Miao. Since Shen Xin wanted to be the target, then Emperor Wenwei would be glad to see him happy, moreover he too did not like the arrogance of Princess Ming'an, and that she did not even place the Mingqi in her eyes. He planned to cut Princess Ming'an arrogance, so he smiled and spoke to Huang Fuhao. This is a game between children, so the crown prince need not be that worried. Since they are playing happily, naturally Jen will not stop them. Huang Fuhao did not expect that the Shen family were actually that difficult of snags, and also did not expect that Emperor Wenwei, the sly old fox, would sit on top of a mountain to watch the tigers fight, so for the moment he had no ideas. Moreover the Mingqi's officials gradually got bolder and began to whisper. If one were to reject it, then the Qin country's face would be gone. He warningly glanced at Princess Ming'an. Ming'an, since it was you who brought it out, then play with young lady Shen till the end. He then glanced at Shen Miao and said meaningfully, since young lady Shen is playing, she would definitely not hurt you. The unspoken implication was that if there was any unexpected misfortune with Princess Ming'an, Shen Miao would definitely need to pay the price. Shen Miao only smiled when she heard such threatening words. Rest assured, your Princess Highness, since we have not signed the life and death agreement, this official's daughter will definitely not hurt your Princess Highness. The more she said so, the more uneasy Princess Ming'an felt. But now she had ridden a tiger, it was hard to get off, so she could only do as Shen Miao said. As she walked to the other side, Princess Ming'an's eyes were like knives, stabbing into Shen Miao's body. She suddenly thought about something and her eyes brightened as she smiled. But young lady Shen, Bengong's bow is not something that can be pulled by anyone. One fear that you. Before the three words cannot pull apart were spoken, one saw Shen Miao easily pull the bow apart. It was different from Princess Ming'an's strenuous pull. Shen Miao's pulled the bow extremely gracefully and easily, as if this bow had been with her for decades and she was extremely skilled. She smiled as she looked at Princess Ming'an, and said lightly as she faced Princess Ming'an's unbelievable gaze, good bow, I can use your Princess Highness's bow without any trouble. Many thanks. She waved and instructed the maid to tie the black cloth across her eyes. Just as the maid was about to move, one saw Prince Rui pick up the black cloth on the maid's tray and played with it. Everyone looked at him with surprise, as Prince Rui walked to Shen Miao's back and reached out from behind to hold her chin to raise her head up slightly, as his other hand wound the black cloth across Shen Miao's eyes. Luo Tan stared wide-eyed and pulled Feng and Ning, what? What is the meaning of this? Luo Tan was not the only one curious about this action of Prince Rui's. Even Emperor Wenwei, who was sitting at the highest seat, frowned, and Princess Ming'an looked at Shen Miao with jealousy and eyes filled with killing intent. Shen Miao's line of sight was blocked, thus she was unable to see anything and could only feel that the actions of the person behind were gentle but the fingertips were cold, and they inadvertently touched Shen Miao's cheeks, just like snow kissing one's clothes. There was a light coolness feeling. But one did not know why the places that were touched started to warm up. Shen Miao waited till there was no actions from the person behind, before facing towards Princess Ming'an and pulled the bow with an arrow. Everyone were holding their breath as they watched her actions, and could not help but feel nervous in their hearts. Some people secretly complained why did Shen Miao made it as such, and let Princess Ming'an bit the apple in her mouth, as this would humiliate Princess Ming'an. This also meant that if Shen Miao was not careful, she would harm Princess Ming'an and even lose her life. If the Qin country's princess loses her life in the Mingqi, the Qin country would not let it go, and even if Shen Miao paid it with her life, it would not be enough, and it would also implicate the entire Mingqi. In order to ensure that Princess Ming'an was safe and sound, one would need to deliberately shoot aside, but like that, the Mingqi would be embarrassed. It was assumed that unless Shen Miao shot the apple in Princess Ming'an's mouth, then it would be a clean and wonderful win. But this was an almost impossible thing. Huang Fuhao stared at Shen Miao. Others were not clear of it, but Princess Ming'an was his younger sister, thus he naturally knew clearly how heavy Princess Ming'an's bow was. An ordinary female would not be able to pull that bow apart, and even those with some martial arts skills, disregarding females, even males would have to break in the bow for a period of time before it was possible. But just now Shen Miao deliberately pulled the bow a little. That skilled and familiar gestures and calm expression made others suspicious that she had touched this bow countless number of times, as she could handle it with ease. But this was simply impossible. This was Princess Ming'an's first time to the Mingqi, and it was also Shen Miao's first time touching this bow. Huang Fuhao's heart suddenly became interested as though he had seen a new toy in Shen Miao, and his gaze became deeper. Shen Miao was totally unaware of this, as she closed her eyes and her hands gently stroked the flower patterns and every subtle scratches on the heavy bow. Exactly the same as the previous lifetime. She had touched this bow countless number of times. When Princess Ming'an had shoot at her till she was in a sorry state, she would always then magnanimously pass the bow to her. It is your turn. Actually, Shen Miao had secretly practiced numerous times, and she could make a hit, but every time, she would still deliberately shot slightly away, and those princes and princess of Qin country would laugh so much that they could not lift their heads. This was because she was a hostage and should be compromising. Since she was living under another person's roof, one could not be arrogant or despotic. Even if she could win, she had to lose and lose in a way that Princess Ming'an would be happy about, so that there would be a chance for her to return alive to see Fu Ming and Wan Yu. Those were the most difficult years, and this bow, with the same simple flower patterns, was engraved on the bottom of her heart. The silent endurance that she had done since the last lifetime till now, finally could be played out officially. She was not the Empress of Mingqi, and could freely make things difficult for Princess Ming'an without qualms, just like how Princess Ming'an did to her. She said, "Will bother your Princess Highness to please not dodge." Finishing, her hand loosened and the almost fully bent bow gave a bang sound, and the arrow fiercely shot towards Princess Ming'an like a meteor. Princess Ming'an was so scared that her eyes flashed. That arrow came so fast, and even though she wanted to avoid it, she simply just could not do it on time before she felt a burst of pain at her mouth. That arrow suddenly appeared so near in front of her eyes. She wanted to scream but was unable since she was biting the apple, then her body weakened and she collapsed. The palace maid behind her quickly held her, as Huang Fu Hao stood up suddenly with a darkened expression. Sighs of wonderment sounded everywhere in the great hall, but Shen Miao just calmly removed the black cloth that was strapped across her eyes, and walked in front of the fainted Princess Ming'an and picked up the apple on Princess Ming'an's mouth. On top of the red apple, the head of the arrow was buried halfway, leaving most of the arrow outside. It would not pierce Princess Ming'an's throat but made everyone see clearly. It is a hit. Seemed that this official's daughter's luck is good. Fortunately, it was a hit. She smiled. With a wah sound, the entire hall suddenly sighed in wonderment. The officials of Mingqi were first stunned, before being so happy that their faces were all red, and begun to clap with their hands. There was someone who said, "The father is a lion, the daughter cannot be a dog." It was Princess Ming'an who came out with this archery competition, and Shen Miao had no way out and could only accept it. But at the end it was Princess Ming'an who did not hit the target while Shen Miao shot the target, and Princess Ming'an was so scared that she fainted. With one look, one would know who was strong or weak. Even if Emperor Wenwei was suspicious of the Shen family, now that Shen Miao had one face for him this time, and made the Qin country people bear their stifle, Emperor Wenwei was currently very pleased. He looked at Shen Qin. "General Shen, you have raised a good daughter." Shen Qin cupped his hands and dare not accept the praise. Shen Miao stood at the middle of the hall, as a slight wind blew and blew her skirt slightly up, like blooming flowers. She quietly stared as the maid supported Princess Ming'an down, and had lots of emotions in her eyes, but when she turned her head, her eyes met with Prince Rui's eyes. Unable to see what kind of expression there was under the mask, the male's gaze was warm yet cool and it made others somewhat confused. One did not know if he smiled or not, as he glanced at Shen Miao before sitting down at the noble guests area. Huang Fu Hao was conscientious that he had lost face on the matter, but did not know how to restore it. This incident was sudden and it started from Princess Ming'an, but now for it to progress to such a state, Shen Miao could not resolve her involvement. Looking at Shen Miao, Huang Fu Hao coldly snorted, did not think that young lady Shen have such skills. Shen Miao lowered her head and returned back to her seat. She was always gentle and harmless, but she obviously was not lenient during archery and was overflowing with viciousness, and now she had a dignified attitude, as if those wordplay matters were not related to her. She was so noble and majestic that if she were to say some exasperated words in such an attitude, the reasoning would be at her side, and others would not be able to say anything. Shen Miao, just now you were really. Feng and Ning pulled her hands. If you were a male, I would marry you. It is sure delightful to requite injury with injury and avenge a grievance. Luo Tan also said, Biao youngest sister, I knew that you were one that would not let others bully you freely. When in the Shaochun city, the Luo family's people knew what kind of temper Shen Miao had. The weak could be bullied. Only the blind would think so. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. Everyone thought she held a grudge because Princess Ming'an kept pressuring, so she retaliated. Little had others imagined that the arrow of hers had the hatred that she held in her last lifetime. Facing people who had deep thoughts like Fu Shuyi, naturally one need to plan and scheme each and every step. As for people like Princess Ming'an, if one did not return the humiliation suffered in her past life, one would be sorry for the rebirth in this lifetime. There were people that one need to endure, and some people that one need not endure would also come knocking. She had to act carefully, but some things would always be consistent. With family protecting, with the bargaining chips in her hands, why would one not dare to go against Princess Ming'an? Otherwise, it would be her face that would be slapped. Luo Ling handing a cup of hot tea over warmly asked, is Biao youngest sister all right? It is nothing. She answered with a small smile. She perceived that there was a pair of eyes that fell onto her. She then looked around but did not see that anyone was looking over, and thus thought it was her imagination. At the noble guests area, the youth with a mask flexed his fingers and played with the wine cup in front of him. The white jade thumb ring was slightly glowing. No one expected that in the midway of a perfectly fine banquet, there would be such an incident. But at the very beginning it was Princess Ming'an that started everything. Moreover, Shen Qin had just returned back to the capital to be reinstated in his position, and with that unyielding attitude and Shen Miao's beautiful win with that one arrow, they were the limelight in this Mingqi's tribute banquet. No matter what the ending was, Shen Qin's high profile made one feel some fear. At the prince's area of the banquet, Fu Shuyi's expression had been calm from the very beginning, but at the end he became quiet and would look towards Shen Qin from time to time. He also occasionally looked past Shen Qin to stop at the quiet young lady clad in purple. It was not just her. There were a lot of eyes that were sizing Shen Miao up. There were talented youths who felt that Shen Miao was attractive, and naturally there were people like Huang Fu Hao who made one feel uncomfortable. Later, even a careless person like Luo Tan also noticed this and said, why is everyone looking at Biao youngest sister? Do not even let the other eat. Luo Ling smiled and said to Shen Miao, Biao younger sister, change seats with me. Luo Ling's seating position was slightly inside, and when Shen Miao changed position with him, since Luo Ling had a tall stature he could block her, and also block some of the inquiring eyes, making one feel much more comfortable. Till the end of the tribute banquet, nothing else happened. Huang Fu Hao left halfway, and said that he would be going to take a look at Princess Ming'an who fainted in fright. Naturally no one stopped him, but everybody were well aware that after a few days, Princess Ming'an would hate Shen Miao. Even though Shen Miao had Shen Qin's protection, it would be easy for Princess Ming'an to find a reason to make things difficult for Shen Miao. Everyone who was gazing at Shen Miao unconsciously had a trace of sympathy. Only Shen Yu and entourage felt more comforted when looking at Shen Miao. Most likely, Shen Wan wanted to get closer to Shen Qin, since he was reinstated and was invited back by Emperor Wenwei, thus it would not be good for the relationship between brothers to be in a deadlock. Regrettably, this time Shen Qin had his mind set and did not even preserve a cordial attitude to Shen Wan, and had no intention to even greet. When everyone saw this, their hearts understood. Previously, when Shen Qin was forced to leave the capital, the news about separating from the Shen family was known to the entire capital city. One only knew about adding flowers on brocade and sending charcoal on snowy weather. Now that Shen Qin made a comeback, Shen Wan come over to greet, any other hot-blooded male would also ignore. In the matter of cleaning things up, Shen Qin had the first chance to set it straight. Shen Wan was not affectionate, and since Shen Qin did not acknowledge, he did not go up to mingle. The two brothers seemed to be like strangers. After the banquet, some of Shen Qin's old colleagues came over to greet, while Luo Shuiyan brought Shen Miao out to wait for the horse carriage to come over first. Luo Tan bounced around as she walked in front. Feng and Ning had already followed Feng Furan back earlier on, while Luo Ling and Shen Chu walked at the back. After crossing an official gate, the horse carriage that Shen Qin arranged was at the side. Shen Miao turned her head and saw that in front of the long palace corridor, a slender figure was slowly approaching. Before one could see clearly the appearance of that person, with the lights of the lanterns, one was able to see a silver mask. The ends of the robes that were embroidered with gold threads were particularly clear at night. Even though one was unable to see what the pattern was in such a short amount of time, one felt it was extraordinarily gorgeous. Shen Miao carefully looked as that youth walked to some distance away from Shen Miao, before stopping and slightly turning his head. One was not sure if he was looking over. Shen Miao quietly looked at him. In the night, the long corridor of the palace looked dark and hidden away, but this person was filled with the brilliance of the moon as he stepped into the shadow of the swaying tree. One did not know what expression he had on, but it was as bewitching as a painting. He slowly extended his hands and slightly flexed his fingers, before tapping 3 times on the pillar of the palace gates. Shen Chu and Luo Ling discovered that Shen Miao did now follow along. Shen Chu walked over to Shen Miao's front and asked, "Younger sister, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Shen Miao recovered from her senses and spoke. "Go and wait in the horse carriage first. The winds outside is big, lest catch a cold," Luo Ling gently and warmly said. Shen Miao nodded her head and lifted her leg to head over to the horse carriage. But she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at that long corridor. The moonlight at the corridor was like water, and the spray of flowers on the floor was intoxicating as wind blew, which made the flower branches tremble. There was no silhouette in the empty long corridor, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Luo Tan's soft urging voice sounded, and Shen Miao turned around and raised her skirt to enter the carriage. On the road back, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan did not say anything. Even though on the surface they worked hard to show a very relaxing appearance, at the end some solemnness revealed itself. Shen Chu was also uncharacteristic, and even though Luo Tan had a carefree personality, she also was sensitive to perceive that there was something wrong with the situation and was cautious not to speak. After all, one had offended Princess Ming'an, which mean also offending the crown prince of the Qin country. The Shen family just returned and had been pushed to where the wind and waves were the fiercest. It was just like there was an invisible hand behind them that always pushed the Shen family out. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan was not afraid if there were difficult things in the future, but today it was Shen Miao that came forwards, so they feared that Princess Ming'an will hate Shen Miao and would use underhanded methods to hinder her. Since matters had progressed to such, when the water rises, one uses the earth to keep back, and when soldiers come, one uses a general to keep them off. One could only protect Shen Miao even better, and not have any flaws. Upon returning back to the residence, after Shen Miao returned to her courtyard and cleaned up, it was already somewhat late. She lit the oil lamp, and when Guyu saw that she had no intention to rest, she said, "Is young lady still worried about the matter tonight?" "It is of no matter. With Master and Furin, they would not let the Qin princess mess around." Shen Miao shook her head. She was clearer than others what kind of character Princess Ming'an had. Princess Ming'an had a very strong sense of pride, and in the last lifetime, she also made things difficult for Shen Miao. That was because Princess Ming'an thought that it was disdainful for Fu Shuyi, such an extraordinary person, to marry such a vulgar wife like her. Now that the Great Liang personnel had changed to Prince Rui, the most outstanding person in Princess Ming'an's heart had become Prince Rui, but she still did not let her off. This was perhaps what others usually say, some people's enemies were fated, and no matter how many lifetimes passed, it was still the same. "You all can withdraw," Shen Miao said. "I cannot sleep and will play a little while of chess." Guyu wanted to say something, but Jing Jie tugged on her sleeves. Jing Jie said, "Then these servants will withdraw. Young lady must not think too much. When one feel tired, it is better to rest early, else will harm one's health. The nights are also cold, so it is better not to be too late." Shen Miao complied, so Jing Jie and Guyu withdrew. In front of the small table, the chessboard was empty, so Shen Miao picked the white chess pieces in one end, then the black pieces, and seriously played with herself. She was seriously playing, and time slowly passed. Gradually the empty chessboard was filled with black and white pieces, making it extremely complicated. She was initially playing as she wishes to, but very much later she would need to think very hard before placing one piece down. Outside of the courtyard, it was very quiet that even the birds and insect noises were not heard, as the Ding capital had fallen into a dream. A breeze was gently blowing in the courtyard. As Shen Miao looked at the chessboard, she gently breathed out. In 2 years' time, all the party's forces were already out, and all the pawns that were arranged had already walked to the position that they should be at. From some perspective, being the first in the key moment might not be able to win the overall victory. This was the game between her and Fu Shuyi, but now it seemed that she had thought of things too simple. Everything in this lifetime was still changing. She was changing and was no longer the her from the previous lifetime, so naturally others would also change. The only thing that did not change was change itself, and no one was unable to expect what kind of change would there be in the overall game. She glanced at the chess game on the table, and stood up before heading over to the windows and pushing them open. The autumn wind from outside blew in and brought in some coolness. There was some tree shadows swaying, and she looked at them for a while before turning around. But the oil lamp in the room burned out and the flame was extinguished. As the light went out, the moonlight was like a river of water flowing into the room, lighting the room up with snow-like light. It was much more refreshing than the lamp. A dawn noise sounded from the table. One did not know from when onwards there was a person sitting in front of the chessboard. His hand was holding the black pieces, and he placed the pieces down casually on the board before looking towards Shen Miao. The purple and gold long robes were very gorgeous under the moonlight, and there was some familiarity to those lines. This was clearly an arrogant gesture, but it was blocked by the half mask, which made it somewhat reserved. Shen Miao did not feel surprised at the person who turned up uninvited. She closed the window without a change of expression, and suddenly the room became dark. Shen Miao walked to the front of the table and relighted the lamp after fumbling a wick out. Under the warm yellow glow, the person with perfumed clothes and gorgeous hair looked extremely ambiguously. Shen Miao held the lamp and walked over and sat down across the person. "You were waiting for me." The purple-clad youth's voice was low, and it was exceptionally good to hear in the night, as the deliberate suppressed voice was somewhat raspy, as if it was spoken to a lover's ear. His voice also had a trace of a smile, which was very pleasant. Shen Miao stared at the mask on his face. Even the mask could not hide his good appearance. A beautiful chin and red lines, that become more mysterious and breathtaking because of the cover-up. From the rumors, everyone in the Great Liang imperial family was beautiful, and even though she had not seen the true appearance of Prince Rui, she knew that just based on elegance, this person was already extraordinary. "Your Highness struck the pillar 3 times, was it not reminding this official's daughter to meet up before the third of the 5-night watch period 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. This official's daughter dare not disobey orders." When the words were out, Shen Miao could clearly see that the person opposite hooked his lips up, so smart. His attitude was obviously frivolous and even somewhat romantic, but one did not know why it made others feel some distance. As if one was aware that this person was cold and cruel to the bones. Shen Miao quietly looked at him. "What does your Highness would like to say to this official's daughter?" The purple-clad youth casually picked up a black chess piece from the basket to play. That lanky fair hand that held the black piece showed a different type of delicate beauty. He glanced at the chess game and said, "This game is interesting. Little girl, the unstable situations of the world are all in your chess game. One did not know where would the Great Liang be. And which piece would this prince be?" He actually took a glance and was able to immediately break the map, and see that this was the chess game of the Mingqi. Shen Miao was silent. His voice was lazy with a touch of casualness. "This prince saw you in today's tribute banquet, and it seemed that you were acquainted with Princess Ming'an. You had seen Princess Ming'an before." Shen Miao's heart tightened. She was naturally aware of Princess Ming'an, and other than Huang Fu Hao, with her today's performance, other would not have any suspicion at all. One was a princess of the Qin country, and the other was the daughter of a Ming-Chi's official, and moreover, the Qin country was thousands of miles apart from the Ming-Chi, and it was Princess Ming An's first trip to the Ming-Chi, so no one would link Princess Ming An with her. But from the words of the person in front, he mercilessly ripped the surface apart and exposed the truth. What did he discover? What did he investigate? Or was it simply by observing during the banquet that something was not right? If it was the latter, then this man was simply too scary. However, her facial features did not make any moves, even though, her fingers under her sleeves slightly clenched, there was a smile floating on her face. Unfortunately, this official's daughter had not met Princess Ming An before, but is old acquainted with Prince Rui. The purple youth looked at her from the side before suddenly placing both hands on the table, and leaned forwards to get closer to Shen Miao and whispered by her ears, "Oh. When was that?" Shen Miao looked at the person very closely. His breathing was gentle, but his golden buttons were cold. His lips might have laughter, but his eyes were indifferent. This was a man who, no matter if he was filled with fire or ice, had dangerous intentions written all over. He was attractive enough to entice others, but also made Shen Miao to instinctively want to avoid. That pair of dark eyes that were as deep as ocean stared at her. She lowered her head and avoided that meaningful expression, and stared at the exquisite embroidered patterns and buttons and said lightly, "One trust you have been well, Xie Jingxing." It seemed that the air went still in that moment, as small sparks appeared with a crackling sound at the lamp. The wick fell and disappeared after blazing up in brightness. Shen Miao raised her head and looked at him. The purple-clad youth smiled faintly and looked at Shen Miao. Both of their shadows that were cast on the floor showed gestures of touching emotions, as if at the next moment he would be kissing Shen Miao. He slowly withdrew his hand and sat back onto his place. His voice was still in delight. "One trust you have been well, Shen Miao." The purple-clad youth reached out to remove the mask on his face. Eyebrows as sharp as swords, eyes that were filled with affection, brave sharp nose and moist lips. It was as if one was a beautiful youth yesterday, but after 2 years this was truly a handsome and beautiful man. The smile on the ends of his lips was as usual filled with slightly ridicule and unruliness, and there was no longer a brassy youthfulness in his eyes. That was a type that made one's heart palpitate deeply, as if it was dark at night, beautiful because of the stars, but terrifying due to the darkness. He was filled with a noble, conceited and elegant air, that reached the pinnacle after 2 years, and each movement and action was filled with inherent arrogance. The pure moon was usually cold and indifferent, but was as bright as the scorching sun now. Without the check and balances and confining identity, the Xie Jingxing that reappeared no longer exercised restraint, and became so dazzling that no one could ignore. He looked at Shen Miao with a smile but not a smile and said ambiguously, "After not seeing for 2 years, who gave you the courage to call my name?" He said that, but after all change this prince to my. Shen Miao said, "Now you are not the little marquis of the Ming-Chi's residence of the Marquis of Linen. If you do not like being called by that name, then it is possible to call you Prince Rui." In her words there was some sarcasm mixed in them. From the little marquis of the Ming-Chi's residence of the Marquis of Linen, to the blood brother of the great Liang's Emperor Yongla, this time Xie Jingxing had indeed go all the way to the side. However, even though Shen Miao said it politely, she had underestimated Xie Jingxing. He smiled lazily and said, "Since you insist on calling my name, I am helpless. But one forgot to tell you that my real name is Xie Yuan, and when you call me Xie Jingxing, you are calling me by my little name. How is it when one grown up, one become much more passionate?" The smile on his lips was very frivolous. "Have you and me reached the extent of calling each other's little name?" Shen Miao glared at him angrily. Other than loved ones, only lovers and spouses would call each other by their small names. Shen Miao did not expect that even though Xie Jingxing changed his identity, Jingxing would be his little name. Speaking of that, she then remembered that Emperor Yongla of the Great Liang also had the surname of Xie, and the imperial family of the Liang dynasty was the Xie family clan. This was really a coincidence. Xie Jingxing poured a cup of tea for himself. After 2 years, Shen Xin had even moved out from the general residence, but Xie Jingxing, as always, still had the habit of freely coming in and out. He drank a mouthful of tea before taking a glance at the angry Shen Miao, and found it very interesting. "Courtesy demands reciprocity. Is it that you want me to call you Zhao Zhao?" That Zhao Zhao words were called so sweetly and romantically that combined with Xie Jingxing's charm, unless it was an extraordinary female, one would be so lost that one did not know where north was. Shen Miao's body felt feverish after being called as such. She thought that if Xie Jingxing did not have the identity of an imperial family, if he were to be a leading actor of the theater, he would be able to live very well and even be famous. Thinking of what? Xie Jingxing asked. Thinking that you are so beautiful that even the leading actor of the theater would not be able to compete. It is no wonder that a mask is required to cover it up. Shen Miao deliberately made him angry. Xie Jingxing choked up and one did not know what he was thinking about, as the lazy look he had on turned rigid for a moment. Shen Miao saw him like that and her heart became very happy. But before she could speak, Xie Jingxing raised his brows. "To be this worried about me, it seemed that you admire me wholeheartedly." Shen Miao said, "Does Prince Rui know how to write own wishful thinking?" After being disgusted by Xie Jingxing mention of little name, and since it was not good to call him little Marquis Xie, Shen Miao simply used the cold and icy Prince Rui instead, obviously clarifying the boundaries. "At that time when you hugged me and forcefully kissed me, you were not that heartless," he said. Shen Miao stared incredulous at him with wide eyes, but she did not know that this appearance looked exactly like a newly born mountain fawn, clear round eyes that were so delicate and pitiful. She said, "What is the meaning of your words?" Xie Jingxing reached his hands out and pinched her face. His movements were too fast that Shen Miao was unable to dodge, and when she could react, Xie Jingxing had already withdrew his hand and said after slightly pondering, "It seems that you cannot remember that during the first night after you left the capital, I said goodbye to you." Shen Miao blanked out and stared at him without speaking. Xie Jingxing gave a sigh, as expected, refusing knowledge of others after drinking. "You do not remember what you did to me." Tangled expressions appeared on Shen Miao's face. As the saying goes, after drinking, one's character would be in disorder, and drinking would botch things up. In fact, she has a good capacity for alcohol, but the plum blossom wine that night was too intoxicating. In order to prevent herself from saying or doing the wrong things, and arousing the other's suspicions, she had avoided the rest and slept by herself in a room. One did not think that Xie Jingxing would be there. Prince Rui is joking. I am only a chance acquaintance with Prince Rui, so what can be done? Shen Miao pressed the unsettledness in her heart, and on the surface she was calm. But at the end she knew very little about the matters between a male and female, as in her previous life she blindly fawned Fu Shuyi and had no clue to a male's thoughts. In this regards, she was really as pure as like a white paper. And to deal with Xie Jingxing, this kind of black-hearted person, she was really inexperienced. Xie Jingxing smiled and was not in a hurry to rebut as he spoke in an unhurried manner. "You seem to want to be the empress and after being drunk, still wanted to pull Li Gong to watch the fireworks and also want the crown prince and princess to accompany." He looked at Shen Miao with interest. "Empress Shen." She was drinking tea to cover up, and almost spurted it out. As one had not heard this form of address for many years, Shen Miao almost thought that she was dreaming, and that this rebirth was just a splendid decoration, and the existence of her loved ones was just a beautiful dream, and that when she wake up she would still be in that icy cold palace hall, in which each step she took was towards the direction of the extermination of her clan. Shen Miao's entire body stiffened and she could not admit the facts. Originally she thought that Xie Jingxing deliberately said those words to trick her, but now it seemed that Xie Jingxing really came over that night and really saw the scene of her drunkenness. Otherwise how would he know so many things? Xie Jingxing was not a god. It is just that. How much did she said and how much did Xie Jingxing listened? Xie Jingxing was so clever, so how much was he able to guess? Her uneasy expression was seen by Xie Jingxing, and his eyes darkened even though there was laughter on his lips. No need to be this afraid as I am always tolerant towards females. Want to know what you did to this prince? What did I do? Shen Miao calmly looked at him. Nothing much. Xie Jingxing lazily used his hand to support his chin, looking seeming at thoughts but the words that were spoken were shockingly vulgar. You only hugged me and did not let me leave, and kissed me as you cried that you want to be my empress and want me not to neglect you. Shen Miao. I did not do those kind of things. Shen Miao said. No matter how drunk she was, she would not have such enchanting thoughts of Xie Jingxing. Not to mention that kind of style described was not the way she did things. You want to renege? Xie Jingxing frowned. Shen Jiao Jiao, this is not sincere at all. I will give you money. Shen Miao made a prompt decision. How much do you want? I can compensate. Xie Jingxing quietly looked at her for a while, and one did not know why, but Shen Miao felt that gaze was as sharp as knives, as if Xie Jingxing wanted to kill her. After a long while, Xie Jingxing then smiled and said in gritted teeth, you treat me as a hired hand or male pet. Money. This prince has never had lack of money. Shen Miao was silent. Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and said, how did you find out? Shen Miao did not expect he would change the topic and was puzzled. What? Xie Jingxing picked the mask on the table. How did you discover my identity? 2 years ago I died in battle, so no matter what, it is rather unreasonable to discover my identity at first sight. Had guessed it before meeting you. Shen Miao said, guessed that you were from the Great Liang, but did not guess that you will be from the Imperial family. Afterwards when one was in the tribute banquet, one vaguely felt you familiar, and boldly took a guess. When Xie Jingxing heard this, suspicion gradually filled his eyebrows as he looked at Shen Miao, guessed it 2 years ago. At the night in the Wolong temple, little Marquis came over to drink tea and eat snacks. Shen Miao's expression was calm. Fortunately I also ate a little of that snack. Xie Jingxing's brows raised. What about that? As luck would have it, Shen Miao said, that snack is made by the chef of the Great Liang's Imperial family and tasted delicious. Xie Jingxing was slightly startled. 2 years ago, he had met Shen Miao setting up a scheme involving Shen Qing and Prince Yu of the first rank in the Wolong temple, and afterwards due to his simple interest, he went to Shen Miao's room. Because of all the running that night he was starving, he borrowed Shen Miao's tea for a drink as he ate his snacks. And also fed Shen Miao one piece. He was doing work in the Mingqi but was after all pampered, so the Great Liang chef was brought over, and that bag of cakes was made by that chef. Xie Jingxing had thought of many hints that Shen Miao would have used to guess this identity, but he totally did not expect it to be this. To think that a bag of cakes would be able to reveal such clues, but his gaze sharpened as he looked at Shen Miao. How did you know that this was made by a Great Liang chef? Had the fortune to eat it once. Shen Miao said. She indeed tried it once as during the Mingqi tribute banquet. Naturally other countries would send gifts over. As for the cake, it was just some small thing. The Great Liang's Emperor Yongli liked to eat snacks, and that Imperial chef was exceptionally smart to add fruit juice into the snack, so that there would be a fruity taste. It was something new to eat the Great Liang's cake during the tribute banquet, so Shen Miao specifically made it a few times for Fu Shuyi. But Fu Shuyi did not like to eat sweet things, and would often bestow them to the servants every time, making her sad for a while. And the cake that Xie Jingxing ate that night was one that had the fruity taste that the Great Liang's had. Moreover during that time, the tribute had yet arrived so it was not possible for the cake to be available, thus Shen Miao felt it strange at that time. Even though Xie Jingxing did not know where did Shen Miao ate this kind of snacks before, he did not question more and said, merely that. Guessed it correctly by a fluke. Shen Miao's pupils hang down. How could she be so confident that Xie Jingxing was one of the Great Liang's people by just a mere bag of snacks? The real doubt started when she saw that Imperial physician Gao Yang onwards. At that time she only felt that he was familiar, but later finally remembered that she had seen this Imperial physician Gao before. In the tribute banquet in her last life, the Great Liang sent over a prince of the first rank and a greatly valued minister. That greatly valued minister was famous in the Great Liang for being a think tank, and Fu Shuyi also let Pei Lang pay more attention to this person. This person was not other but Gao Yang. At that time Gao Yang's identity was not what Imperial physician Gao but the Great Liang's official. And that day in the Mingqi's palace, she saw traces of familiarity between Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang, combined with the clue of the cakes, she more or less thought it out. Then much later when she went to the northwestern region, Xie Jingxing's death was spread out. After the shock passed, Shen Miao slowly calmed down. The past Xie Jingxing did not go to battle at this time but even in this lifetime, Xie Jingxing ended up with the same outcome. Shen Miao did not believe in fate, and moreover in this lifetime she understood a little of Xie Jingxing. He was such a powerful person, so she did not believe that he would die so miserably. If one were to say that Xie Jingxing used this step to scheme, she would still believe it a little. If such death in a battle would allow him a restart in a new identity, and minimize the amount of hassle, this would kept in line with this person's character of keeping things clean. One needed to know that the identity of the little Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen cannot contain Xie Jingxing's ambitions. What exactly was his ambition? Shen Miao's eyes fell onto the black and white patchwork of chess pieces, and a trace of aghast flashed in her heart. Your luck had always been good. Xie Jingxing looked at her unruffled in the midst of chaos. But, Shen Miao hesitated for a moment and finally could not help but ask, how did you become the current Prince Rui? Did Xie Jingxing create this fake identity? If so, his courage was just too great. The person he was impersonating was not other but one of the Great Liang Imperial family, and the blood brother of Emperor Yongla. If it was to be discovered, one feared that death 1,000 times would not enough at all. But if it was true, then what was with the identity he had for decades? Why would he be the son of Mingqi's Xie Ding? I am originally the Great Liang's Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing said, now it only returned back to its rightful owner. Shen Miao heart moved, Xie Marquis is not your father. Xie Jingxing laughed in disdain, the Marquis of Linen. What qualifications he has to be my father? That means that Xie Jingxing was not Xie Ding's real son. Shen Miao's heart was dumbstruck. Xie Jingxing's identity most likely could implicate a number of things, and these things were things that she had never noticed before in her previous life. Shen Miao suddenly remembered that in her previous life, Fu Shuyi spared no effort to suppress Xie Jingxing, and even arranged for his people to be in the Xie family's army, resulting in Xie Jingxing death in the hands of his own soldiers, and both Xie father and son gave their lives to the battlefield. Other than Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao, there were no more descendants in the Xie family. Was it truly because the Fu family's people wanted to crack down on the Xie family highly meritorious and respectable reputation, or was it that Fu Shuyi had discovered something queer about Xie Jingxing's identity? Did Fu Shuyi want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Her obvious flickering expressions were all seen by Xie Jingxing, and his eyes deepened but his smile became more warm and beautiful. Good looks were his forte and that handsomeness and glamour blended together and made it somewhat evil yet very attractive. He knocked on the table. Today upon meeting with an old acquaintance, you have grown up a lot. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at him. Prince Rui is currently unlimitedly impressive. From the little Xie Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin to the current Prince Rui, Xie Jingxing looked even more noble. Previously he could already walk sideways in the Ding capital in the Mingqi. Now with the identity of Prince Rui, one fear he would ascend to heavens. You are very satisfied. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up to a smile, very honored. Shen Miao's eyes were very dignified. This official's daughter is a Mingqi's people and Prince Rui is the great Liang's people. Well, water does not intrude into the river water. So why would one be honored? Xie Jingxing picked up the mask on the table and put it back on again. The silver mask fit excellently his facial features and not only did it not cover his brilliance, it made him look even more mysterious like the night and even more moving and charming. When you kissed me, you did not say this. His eyes were more moving than the autumn moon as he passed Shen Miao. Did you not say that I am your man? Shen Miao rebuked. Prince Rui's memory diverged. Will help you to remember later. Xie Jingxing stood up in the corner of the purple robe, swiped across the table surface, and wrecked the game of chess. He said, see you next time, Shen. Zhao Zhao. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing fled out of the window. Shen Miao looked at the back of his figure, and thought to ask Shen Chu to arrange more guards in the courtyard doors from tomorrow onwards. There were a number of experts staying in this residence, like Shen Xin, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu who all have been in the army but they were not at all awake. It was truly a joke to be able to enter and leave the residence that freely. Outside the window, by the Shen residence, there was a purple-clad male walking. It was the third of the 5 night watch periods 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. and there was not a single person on the streets except for that male and the guard behind, whose shadows were stretched due to the moonlight. The moonlight was unable to hide the radiance as the silver mask was shining brightly. The guard behind said, Master looked like in a good mood. It was said that he went to see an old acquaintance, but after coming out from the Shen residence, his lips were hooked up from the beginning to the end. The guard did not know what kind of good news his master had heard to make him this happy. The youth glanced at the bodyguard and the gold threads on his sleeve sparkled faintly, making him look heroic. There was a smile but not a smile in his eyes, and his voice was moving and pleasant like spring breeze. Saw an interesting person, naturally it was not bad. On the second day, Shen Miao got up late. Xie Jingxing came yesterday at the third of the 5 night watch periods modern timing, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and she was so exhausted after talking with him, so she had a night of dreamless sleep and when she woke up, it was already very late. Shen Miao was rarely lazy in getting up, thus Luo Shuiyan took it that she was tired due to the tribute feast yesterday, and instructed the others to leave food for Shen Miao so that she could eat upon waking up. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan went to the Ministry of War as they were just reinstated, and need to handle a number of old matters. Shen Chu and Luo Ling were also not in the house because Luo Ling was searching for an assignment, thus Shen Xin might as well let Luo Ling assist Shen Chu, so that others would not bully Luo Ling for being green. As a result, in this new Shen residence, there was only Luo Tan and Shen Miao left. As it turns out, Feng and Ning sent an invitation to Shen Miao today, requesting Shen Miao to accompany her to pick some jewelry. Shen Miao let Luo Tan go instead and also sent a few Shen residence guards for Luo Tan, and only said that she felt tired and want to rest in the residence for the day. Luo Tan did not say anything else and urged Shen Miao again before leaving. After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao instructed Mo Qing to send a letter to Guang Wentang and Mo Qing left after complying. After the lapse of 2 years, there were at the end some changes in the Ding capital. For example, young lady Lu Ying of Baoshang Luo that was previously a buzz and hot favorite, was redeemed by that infatuated gentleman Mo with thousands taels of gold. There was no longer a young lady Lu Ying but in the past few years double-sided embroidery, which was long lost, quietly appeared in the Ding capital and one bolt of embroidered silk was sold to hundreds of taels. One heard that not only the embroidery lady had exceptional skills, she was also very pretty and managed the embroidery workshop so well, that it earned bushels of gold daily. Changing to another means of living, in fact, might not be worse off. No one knew the hope that would rise after the first step was taken. For Lu Ying to live well, the person worried about her would also be happy. Pei Lang was one that kept his promises, thus when Shen Miao saw Pei Lang at the tribute dinner, she had a plan in her heart. Pei Lang had already obtained Fu Shuyi's trust, and thus was willing to keep Pei Lang by his side. Even though Fu Shuyi was mistrustful, and this intensified after he became the monarch, but in all fairness, the current Fu Shuyi was still very appreciative and cherished talents. Pei Lang was one who had ravine in his heart, so Fu Shuyi would definitely find ways to keep Pei Lang around. It was precisely because of that, Fu Shuyi tested Pei Lang's virtues and integrity. She could not see Pei Lang hastily, else it would arouse Fu Shuyi's suspicions. That pawn had not even passed the line that divided the rival territories. She said, bring the cloak out. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were tidying the room and asked curiously when they heard Shen Miao, young lady is going out. Shen Miao said, there are some things that needs to be done. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang no longer spoke, as Gu Yu silently went forward to comb Shen Miao's hair and Jing Jie went to bring the cloak out. It was not visible but Shen Miao's maids immediately obeyed her orders, that if anyone were to see this they would definitely be shocked, as even the servants from the palace would not necessarily be this swift and calmed. After leaving the residence's door, Mo Qing went to Guang Wentang so Shen Miao called for Akai. Shen Miao was currently much closer with this subordinate of Shen Chu, as when they were at the northwestern region, Shen Miao came out with many military ideas for Shen Chu, which naturally was what she heard from Fu Shuyi's advisors in the past. Even though she just followed mechanically, from others' perspective, they found that Shen Miao's stratagems were as if conceived by divine beings, and that she had the talents of a general. Those army leads were all uncouth brawny males, but they admire Shen Miao's brains and were much more respectful. Shen Miao said to Akai, do not tell others about the outing today. Aqi's heart quivered, his allegiance was originally with Shen Chu, but at this moment he felt that Shen Miao's clear eyes were giving so much pressure that he nodded, yes. Akai found an ordinary carriage for Shen Miao. Since this carriage did not attract others' attention, others would not be able to recognize that it was the Shen family's horse carriage. There was no other reason but because Shen Miao offended the Princess Ming'an from the Qin country yesterday, and Huang Fu Hao and Princess Ming'an were currently staying in the Yanqing Lane, which was not far from her house. If by coincidence they meet, it would be bad if Princess Ming'an gave Shen Miao problems. This princess was very arrogant and willful and the Qin country had lots of guards. If something really came out, it would be too late for Shen Xin and wife to come over with more people. It was just that Aqi's heart was still very puzzled. Leaving the capital for 2 years, if one were to speak about who in the Ding capital had friendship with Shen Miao, it would be the young lady of the Feng residence, Feng and Ning. But today, Shen Miao rejected Feng and Ning's invitation so it was obvious that she was not going to see her. Aqi's imagination ran wild and started thinking of the novels that Luo Tan speak about in the Luo family to Luo Qian. Aqi's heart quivered. If it was really some secret relationship with whichever gentleman, he would do his utmost to inform Shen Chu of the matter. It was so difficult for their Shen family to have such a talented and good-looking young lady. How could some wild kid from who knows where come and snatch her away? But it did not dawn to him that the place that Shen Miao wanted to go was the Feng Xian pawn shop. The Feng Xian pawn shop was the same as 2 years ago, still deserted. After all, not everyone had treasures to pawn here. Shen Miao alighted from the carriage and Akai followed closely, with Jing Jie and Guyu also jumping down. Akai had no time to size the place up when he saw Shen Miao heading into the pawn shop without consulting anyone. The shop assistant that was wiping the table saw the 4 people heading in. The person in front was wearing a cloak, but then pulled the cloak and veiled hat down, revealing a delicate face, clearly a pampered young lady of a big family, and the noble air around her made one unable to underestimate her. He smiled fawningly. Does young lady want to pawn something? Shen Miao glanced at him. The shop assistant of the pawn shop had changed and one heard that after they went to Shaochun City, the Feng Xian pawn shop was closed for 2 years. It was only reopened not too long ago, but one did not know if that young lady Hong Ling and Ji Yushu were still around. She said, I am looking for Hong Ling. The shop assistant was surprised for a moment before carefully looking at Shen Miao again. Shen Miao looked at him calmly and the shop assistant paused for a moment before quickly saying, May young lady please wait for a moment. He then turned around and entered the back hall. 122 to 127. A moment later, a red-clad female came forward with that shop assistant following behind. She was still clad in a red dress and her appearance was much more amorous, even more moving than 2 years ago. When she saw Shen Miao, her pupils coagulated before suddenly laughing, long time no see. Young lady is increasingly more beautiful that Hong Ling could not even open her eyes. Even though Hong Ling said these rude and impudent words, one did not feel that they were slutty, but instead there was a kind of straightforward feel to them. Shen Miao nodded her head faintly and Hong Ling smiled again before speaking. Old rules, young lady follow me but, she pointed her fair finger towards Akai and delicately laughed, this silly great Hulk cannot come along. Akai had a lively personality and was not as cold and detached as Mo Qing, so when he was pointed out by Hong Ling, a flirtatious female, his face turned red. But he still insisted, this subordinate will follow young lady. You wait here, Shen Miao said, I am going to see a friend. It is enough for Jing Jie and Guyu to follow. Her tone was uncompromising, thus Akai was unable to say any words of refute. On the contrary, when Hong Ling saw this, a peculiar look flashed in her eyes. Most likely she did not expect that Shen Miao, a small and delicate person, would discipline her guards every time till they are docile and obedient. Moreover, be it Mo Qing or Akai, they all respected her from the bottom of their hearts. A skilled subordinate would often be haughty, but in front of Shen Miao, these people did not have even a little arrogance at all. Shen Miao was a capable person. Hong Ling brought Shen Miao to the Lin Zhongxian building. Jing Jie and Guyu were following behind as Shen Miao asked, one heard that the Feng Xian pawn shop only reopened not long ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago, there was some changes in the manager's family, thus he closed the pawn shop and headed back to the hometown. It was only recently that he returned to the Ding capital. Hong Ling smiled and continued the thread, speaking of which, young lady is our pawn shop's first long-time customer. Shen Miao had calculated it in her heart and just smiled faintly in agreement. When they reached the building, like previously, Hong Ling settled her down in the elegant room. Hong Ling will now call the manager. May young lady wait here a while and have some tea. Finishing speaking, she left the room. There were plums and tea on the table with incense rising in spirals. This elegant room was exactly the same as before. For such a big pawn shop like the Feng Xian pawn shop, they did not rent it out to others and just let it sit here during the 2 years of not running the business. It really had an appearance of a rich and powerful magnate. Before Shen Miao finished the cup of tea, there was the sound of someone pushing the door open from the outside. She placed the teacup down and saw a person clad in a jade green gold brocaded long robe, wearing a gold headgear and a smile as he approached. That person still had a baby face as previously, but because of the 2 years, he now showed a bit of maturity. It was just that he still had the look of mischievousness like in the past, but Shen Miao looked at him. This Ji Yushu wore such gaudy clothes but could still look that happy. This person must be extremely coquettish, down to his bones. When Ji Yushu pushed open the doors and saw Shen Miao, his eyes lit up and did not hide the slightest as he praised. One thought that young lady Xiao Yao was the most beautiful young lady that this one had seen, but now it seems that young lady Shen is not to be outdone. One have not seen for 2 years and young lady's magnificence has increased so much, that this one is unable to find any words to praise young lady. When Jing Jie and Guyu saw this, a look of displeasure appeared on their faces. Ji Yushu words were a perfect example of a skirt chaser taking liberties of young females. But such words were coming out from this innocent face, making one confused if he was deliberately stupid, or this was just unintentional words. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Manager Ji is also more affluent than before. Her gaze landed on Ji Yushu's gaudy clothes. Ji Yushu sat opposite Shen Miao and poured himself a cup of tea, looking very happy like he was sincerely rejoiced with the reunion. He said, one did not think that young lady Shen still remembered this old friend. One heard that General Shen just returned to the capital not too long ago, and young lady Shen was not in the rush to see others but came to the Feng Xian pawn shop, seemingly treating this one as a trusted person. This one's heart is really moved. Shen Miao, last night a person with wishful thinking just left and now another one came. Shen Miao only felt somewhat of a headache. Moreover, Ju Yushu said it so seriously, he really thought that Shen Miao was that close with him. Shen Miao lightly coughed. Actually, one come here today to do business with Manager Ji. One just returned back to the Ding capital and is not clear about many matters, thus one would need to rely on the Bai Xiaosheng. Ji Yushu was first startled before saying, do business. That is good to talk about. The Bai Xiaosheng would sincerely put every effort for what young lady Shen want to know. As for the cost, since this one is friends with young lady Shen, one will give a reduction of 20% discount. Jing Jie and Guyu were rolling their eyes behind. Ji Yushu was managing such a big family business, the pawn shop on the surface, but he was actually doing a business of no capital, and one transaction would become an endless stream of money but he was so stingy. 2/10. It was indeed that all businessmen were evil. Shen Miao faintly smiled. Money is easy to handle but this time the information is not easy at all. Ji Yushu said, young lady Shen really know how to joke. At that time even the business of creating information, my Feng Xian pawn shop accepted and deal with it without any mistakes, so what else can one not accept? But Manager Ji was not in the Mingqi for 2 years. One feared that it would be a bit troublesome to inquire about matters of the Mingqi. She said. Ji Yushu smiled and his eyes showed unspeakable pride. Young lady Shen must not underestimate the Feng Xian pawn shop. Although this one was not in the Ding capital for these 2 years and the Feng Xian pawn shop was also closed, but business still needed to be done. Else how would one have money to support one's family? The Xiao Bai Sheng is still working. After all, one cannot just throw away 2 years of harvest. Young lady Shen, do speak. What information you want to inquire? I, the manager of the Feng Xian pawn shop, will naturally serve young lady all the way. Shen Miao chuckled. Since Manager Ji spoke as such, then I am rest assured. Today one come here to make 3 business dealings, and they are all purchasing of information. The first one. Does Manager Ji know the news about the death in battle of the little Marquis Xie of the residence of the Marquis of Linen? Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment before looking at Shen Miao. Why does young lady Shen want to inquire about this? The Xie family and my Shen family are all Mingqi's military lineage families. Even though the Marquis of Linen is in a politically disagreement with my father, but at the end military people appreciate one another. As the proverbs goes, the fox grieves when the rabbit dies. For the little Marquis Xie, a talent of the generation who died in battle, one felt that it is a great pity, thus one want Manager Ji to do me a favor and find out about the details of the little Marquis Xie's death, including the disappearance. Ji Yushu drank a sip of tea and smiled. This is easy to handle. It is just that Xie Jingxing's death is very well known, thus to find out something different, it would not be easy. This one cannot promise to be able to get the information. After all, light extinguishes when a person die, and this happened a long time ago. Manager Ji just need to do things wholeheartedly. If one is truly unable to find, it is all right for me. Shen Miao then picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea, before speaking breezily like a gentle wind. The second business dealing. Does Manager Ji know that there is an imperial physician in the Mingqi's palace called Gao Yang? With a poo sound, Ji Yushu sprayed a mouthful of tea out. Shen Miao gave Jing Jie a glance, and Jing Jie quickly handed a handkerchief over. Ji Yushu took the handkerchief and scrambled to wipe off the water stains on himself, then and heard Shen Miao speaking. Manager Ji seemed to be very surprised. Ji Yushu said, indeed somewhat surprised. How did young lady Shen thought about finding about this imperial physician of the palace? Was just requested by others. Shen Miao looked at him. Manager Ji had not heard of this name before. Ji Yushu shook his head, first time hearing it. It seemed that his medical skills are not that high, else he would be famous. He looked at Shen Miao and said complicatedly, to tell you without hiding, how is young lady involved with the palace? Even though the Bai Xiao Shen is business, but the forces involved in the palace are just too great, that it is too risky for our business. Shen Miao just looked at him without speaking, and those calm eyes made Ji Yushu himself feel somewhat uneasy. Ji Yushu softly coughed twice and his voice inexplicably lowered. It is not that it cannot be done, just that more money. Manager Ji do not need to worry about money. Shen Miao smiled lightly, one would not shortchange Manager Ji. Ji Yushu was already short of breath, and guilty with the two business dealings that Shen Miao had mentioned. He laughed dryly twice before speaking. One does know what is the third information that young lady want to buy. The third one is a bit difficult. Shen Miao looked at him, but I believe with Manager Ji's ability, it is a sooner or later thing. When Ji Yushu heard this, he barely smiled. Many thanks to young lady Shen's trust, but what kind of thing it is to make young lady Shen feel in this way? I want to inquire about someone. Shen Miao placed the teacup down. His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang. The teacup in Ji Yushu's hand slightly shook, but on surface he still had the look of being unfathomable. Oh. How did young lady Shen thought inquiring about His Highness Prince Rui? To this one's knowledge, this Highness Prince Rui only came to the Ding capital recently. If one really have some friendship, it would be when young lady Shen saw him during the tribute banquet. Could it be that young lady Shen is like those noble females, and fell for Prince Rui's good looks and thus come to inquire? When Ji Yushu spoke till the last part, one did not know why he became happy, and his voice became somewhat excited as compared to the previous downcast one. Jing Jie and Gu Yu who were standing behind almost blew up. For Ji Yushu to speak such nonsense, if people outside heard of it, how would they think of Shen Miao? But servants could not intervene when masters were speaking, so both of them could only endure and look at Ji Yushu with contempt and anger. Shen Miao looked at the excited Ji Yushu as he scratched his ears and suddenly laughed. Yes. I also admire his peerless beauty. Ji Yushu was startled. He suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at Shen Miao unbelievingly, stuttering, This remark is true. Shen Miao nodded her head and said seriously, really? It was like Ji Yushu had found a major secret as he had an unrestrainable look on. He laughed twice before saying, in that case then this one will definitely inquire about Prince Rui's situation for young lady. See if there are any other females at his side. Shen Miao got up and nodded her head at Ji Yushu, then many thanks to Manager Ji. If anything is discovered, do send someone over to the residence, and I will naturally come over to the Feng Xian pawn shop to meet up with Manager Ji. She took out a silver tael and placed in front of Ji Yushu. This is the deposit. Ji Yushu said with all smiles, young lady Shen is too kind. Between us, there is no need for a deposit. He said that as he put that tael into his sleeves. That provoked Jing Jie and Gu Yu to roll their eyes a couple of times at him. Shen Miao smiled. It is heaven's law and earth's principle to receive money when doing tasks. It is just that Manager Ji must remember one point. Her brows were warm but the words that were spoken were a bit sharp. The Bai Xiaosheng's business rule is that good or genuine and at fair prices. Otherwise if money is spent but the information is useless, Shen Miao lowered her head and laughed. It would only destroy Manager Ji's reputation, and one can no longer do business. This would be bad. Ji Yushu was stunned as Shen Miao called Jing Ji and Gu Yu and then they left the room. He was momentarily stunned before hearing Hong Ling send Shen Miao off with smiles, and he looked at the teacup in front of him and suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and stood up, before walking to a landscape painting opposite and pulling it open. There was a door hidden and Ji Yushu opened it. When he went in, he was kicked and almost fell down. He closed the door and shouted angrily in the initiator, Gao Yang. The white-clad person sitting behind the door had a sage-like appearance, waving a fan gently and elegantly, but the words he said were not very polite. Ji Yushu, is there something wrong with your brains? If this goes on, you would not even know if someone sell you off. Ji Yushu said angrily, you are clever. You are clever but someone still discovered some inkling. Someone actually said to look for Imperial Physician, Gao. Shut up. The person at the corner finally could not help but speak. It was a purple-clad person who was none other than Xie Jingxing. He swept a glance at Ji Yushu, noisy. Ji Yushu felt wronged and said, third older brother, I do not know anything. I left the capital with you and just upon my return, someone discovers something is wrong. This is obviously Gao Yang's mistake. Ji Yushu looked fiercely at Gao Yang. Speak. Is it that something went wrong with you that was discovered by young lady Shen? This elegant room was adjacent to the room beside, so one was able to hear the dialogue Ji Yushu had with Shen Miao clearly. The conversation between the two of them was all heard by Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang. When one think about it, the three person that Shen Miao wanted to inquire were all here. It was indeed strange. Ji Yushu, are you stupid? Gao Yang said. Shen Miao also came back to the Ding capital a few days ago. Unless she is clairvoyant, how could she know about what I do in the palace? I also suspect that it is you who have a problem. What problem can I have? Young lady Shen did not inquire about me, but inquired about you without any rhyme or reason for that. Could it be that she is pleased with you? But young lady Shen admired third older brother's beauty. Ji Yushu thought about something and mischievously smiled. He. Young lady Shen is also bewitched by third older brother. Only such a fool like you will believe this kind of nonsense. Gao Yang looked at him coldly. Do you think that everyone is dazzled by beauty like you? Ji Yushu patted his chest. I cannot beat you with words, so I will not talk more with you. Third older brother, what needs to be done now? Need to inquire for her, or just casually weave some information to bluff her? Since Shen Miao inquired these three information, it is presumed that she have some understanding to them. Thus those lies would be discovered. What intention Shen Miao have? Even one could not clearly see the Shen family stand. Pei Lang who had some secret friendship with Shen Miao is now Fu Shuyi's confidant. How could a young lady be this complicated? Gao Yang mumbled and discovered that Xie Jingxing did not listen to him at all, and only looked at the teacup in front of him. One did not know what he was thinking about, so he reminded, Xie. Your Highness, how to deal with this matter this time? Xie Jingxing recovered to his senses and thought for a moment, no need to deal with it. Why? Not waiting for Gao Yang to speak, Ji Yushu spoke first, not earning money. Moreover, young lady Shen is exceptionally intelligent and if one were to really reject her, she would discover something is not right. What if she discovers something is wrong with our Fengxian pawn shop? Xie Jingxing smiled faintly, because she is clever thus she need not be dealt with. Your meaning is, Gao Yang frowned. She discovered that something was wrong and came over to probe. Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes and his lips hooked up. Those words were not said for you to hear, but for me to hear them. The words of peerless beauty. Ji Yushu's focus was forever different from others. Xie Jingxing gave him a cold glance, that was also said for me to hear. In the horse carriage outside, Jing Jie and Gu Yu carefully looked at Shen Miao's expression. Gu Yu softly said, young lady, it is that manager Ji had said something wrong. Ellipsis. Young lady looked a little angry. Indeed very angry. Even though Shen Miao looked calm and quiet on the surface, the cold air around her was felt by the two maids. She seemed to be sulking but also to be in anger, it was just that she was enduring the anger. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were very puzzled, as they heard the entire conversation between Shen Miao and Ji Yushu. Even though Ji Yushu's words were not pleasant to hear, Shen Miao was still alright till now. Moreover, Shen Miao was not one who would get angry because of someone's words. Jing Jie and Gu Yu did not understand. Shen Miao replied lightly, it is nothing. But her tone was cold. The sleeves that she was holding onto were slightly clenched, and an uncontrollable oppression appeared in her heart. The Fengxian pawn shop closed shortly after she left, and now reopened shortly before she returned to the capital. How would there be such coincidence in this world? All the coincidences in the world were writings on the wall, thus Shen Miao carefully thought about it. When the Fengxian pawn shop closed, other than Shen going to Shaochun City, there was another major event, which was Xie Jingxing requesting commandership for battle. As for the Fengxian pawn shop reopening, other than her returning to the capital, it was just nice that the tribute of Mingqi was happening, and at this time the crown prince of the Qin and Prince Rui of the Great Liang came to the Ding capital. The Shen family and the Fengxian pawn shop did not have the slightest relationship, so naturally it would not be related to the Shen family. Huang Fu Hao did not come to the Ding capital 2 years ago, thus no matter how one thought, the closing and reopening was indelibly related to Xie Jingxing. She went to the Fengxian pawn shop today just to probe. The result of her probing was indeed what she had expected. One fear that Ji Yushu was formerly acquainted with Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang likewise. With all the relations, one fear that Ji Yushu and Gao Yang were all Great Liang people, but hid their identities in Ding capital. The most vile thing was that during the business with Ji Yushu, about the selling of Prince Yu residence, one fear that Xie Jingxing long knew of the matter clearly. She thought that she took the opportunity and firmly eaten Ji Yushu, but at the end Xie Jingxing was the golden oriole behind. Thinking of how Xie Jingxing made a fool out of her, Shen Miao could not wait to tear Xie Jingxing apart. Her heart felt oppressed, but when Jing Jie saw this, she thought that she was too warm and opened the curtain for air to enter but quickly let it down. Shen Miao casually took a glance and saw a familiar face in the crowded streets. Jing Jie let the curtain down but was stopped by Shen Miao and the carriage was stopped. She pulled the curtain open and looked towards that direction, but the face was no longer in the crowd. Young lady, Jing Jie and Gu Yu were shocked by Shen Miao's actions today. But after Shen Miao carefully looked outside the carriage for a while, she put the curtains down and said, nothing. Carry on. It was just that her brows were locked tightly and her expression were much more solemn than before. Shen Xin and wife returned to the capital with great fanfare, and Shen Miao even stole the limelight in the Mingqi's tribute banquet in front of the entire court of civil and military officials, and at the same time when discussion were made in succession, the attention was turned to the original formidable general residence. Since the formidable general is no longer there, the previously general residence had taken off the plaque and changed it to Shen residence. Initially when Shen Xin was demoted and left the capital, the Shen family not only did not send charcoal during the snowy weather, they actually brought out the separation from the family and wanted to draw a clear line between them and Shen Xin. Now that Shen Xin was once again highly regarded by Emperor Wen Wei, no matter what intention the emperor had, others took joy and delight at the calamity that the Shen family had, and as for the Shen family themselves, they could only swallow the bitter fruit down. Within Rong Jingtang, old Shen Furen was sitting at the couch on the main area, and on the couch the fur that Shen Xin gave was still there. It was a wolf skin that was hunted in the northwestern region, and due to the long usage, it was worn out till one side was somewhat flat. In the past when Shen Xin returned to the capital every year, he would always gift old Shen Furen some hide that he had hunted, and they were all good stuff that could not be bought in the Ding capital. Now that Shen Xin no longer gifted any hide, old Shen Furen could only use the old stuff from the past. Moreover, Rong Jingtang was no longer as exquisite and luxurious as the past, that even the decorations were lesser than before. Shen Xin originally was rewarded by the emperor continuously, and even the Shen residence was comfortably well off, but now without Shen Xin's financial assistance and Chen Ruchu holding the power of managing the household, the days past were like one pulling on lapels that exposes the elbows. Number 3's family is becoming overbearing these days. Old Shen Furen drank a sip of ginseng tea and the skin on her face seemed to be all wrinkled up. Now that the winter is coming, yesterday I told her to find the tailor to make a cloak for me, she also pushed and pulled. The money all fall into her own pocket. The maid behind carefully rubbed old Shen Furen's shoulders and lowered her head without speaking. Currently old Shen Furen was getting more temperamental. Ever since 1 year ago when Shen Yuanbo died a premature death due to smallpox, old Shen Furen would often lose her temper. Shen Yuanbo's premature death was currently the unspeakable pain of the Shen family. 1 year ago, there was an intermittent number of people contracting smallpox, and even though it was contained at the end and the epidemic did not have a greater impact, there were still some deaths, and unfortunately, Shen Yuanbo was one of them. In the second household of the Shen family, Shen Gui originally had 2 sons, and after Shen Yuan died under the executioner's blade, Shen Yuanbo was to be relied upon, but once Shen Yuanbo died Shen Gui almost went crazy, and Ren Wanyun used her waistcloth to hung herself to death in her courtyard after Shen Yuanbo's death. After Ren Wanyun's death, Shen Gui started to bring in more concubines, but after about a year, there were no movements. Finally old Shen Furen finally felt something was not right and got a physician to take a look at Shen Gui. The physician said that Shen Gui had taken medication to end offspring and had destroyed the roots for having children, and would not be able to have another child in this lifetime. After old Shen Furen heard this, she fainted and Shen Gui was stunned silly. After much investigating from Shen Gui, it all landed on the dead Ren Wanyun. She had drugged Shen Gui with the medication to end offspring, and her motive was to secure Shen Yuanbo's son position, but who knew that Shen Yuanbo's life would be this short? Ren Wanyun was dead and naturally Shen Gui could not do anything more to her, so now in the second household, Shen Gui was only left with one child, Shen Dongling. As the tide rises, Shen Dongling was like the boat that floated, and Wan Yiliang had taken on a new lease of life, and became the only person that had a child with Shen Gui. Ever since Shen Gui knew that he would not have any offspring, he had no mood to progress forward with his career since there was no one to carry on his ancestral line, so what was the point of fighting for mountains of gold and silver? He now only spent his days drinking and philandering around. Since it was no longer possible for the second household to have any children, old Shen Furen had to turn her eyes towards the third household, Shen Wan. He had not taken any medication to end offspring, but since Chen Ruchu was able to control Shen Wan's heart, even when old Shen Furen sent 2 Tongfang to Shen Wan, they were only decorative items in the third household. Old Shen Furen said, not only the one managing the household is muddle-headed, to even say that she was an unmarried daughter of a noble and scholarly house. One did not know where did she learn such habits of the small insignificant families. Not willing to help one's husband to branch out his offspring, and only know those vixen moves so that the third household do not have any son at all. Really do not know what intention there is. Zhang Mama smiled, old Furen need not be angry. The third master currently do not know the advantage of having other young ladies. Third master has deep affections. After a few days, the young ladies that were bought will arrive, and those 2 that old Furen sent over are all at the age where they are delicate as a flower and refined as precious jade. Naturally, third master would discover the beauty of them. Old Shen Furen had sent people to the Yong province to buy Rakabone's young ladies. For Shen Wan's kind of people, beauty alone would not be enough to win over his heart. Chen Ruchu also relied on her idyllic appeal in poetry and painting for Shen Wan to look at her differently. Those Rakabones from the Yong province were all trained since young, thus they were knowledgeable with the 4 scholarly arts and they had rather good looks, so there was no man that would not like them. Old Shen Furen did not believe that Shen Wan, as a man, would not be greedy for fresher meat since no matter how good Chen Ruchu was, she was already older. Each one is all inciting my anger. Old Shen Furen said in displeasure, even you also do not know why, but she learned from her mother and have been so superior in her state of mind. I already went to look for so many families for her, and each one were all rich and honorable, but she unexpectedly was not even a tiny interested in any. Could it be that she want to marry to a prince? Zhang Mama frowned as old Shen Furen's habit of shooting one's mouth off was the one thing that had never changed. She smiled obsequiously, second young lady is born good looking, so one fear that third master has the decision in his heart to keep second young lady for a good family. Keeping here and there would at the end, keeping an enmity. Old Shen Furen scoffed, just look on. I want to see what kind of marriage can number 3's family give you er. In Chu Shui Yuan, Chen Ruchu massaged her forehead. Her personal maid Shi Qing said, Furen, this servant went to Rong Jingtang to inquire, and old Furen indeed went to get a few rakabones for third master, and they would be sent to the residence in a few days' time. Furen, old Furen is slapping your face with this. Chen Ruchu closed her eyes and brushed all the books on the table violently to the floor. The crackling and rattling sound shocked the entire room, and no one dared to say a single word. Even though Chen Ruchu, like before, was still gentle and considerate in front of Shen Wan, but the servant clearly felt that this third Furen, Chen Ruchu's temperament became much more violent in the past 2 years. Most likely because of the management of the common fund, one would need to pacify the money arrangements of the different households, and also due to old Shen Furen's extravagance, Chen Ruchu had to use her own money to subsidize. In the past she placed herself above the common populace, naturally one was able to cultivate one's moral character but now one was ridden with ordinary affairs, making one felt that every day was a mess. Of course the most important thing was that there was still no heirs. She coldly said, this old undead bought rakabones for her son. Really do not know what extreme shame is. If Shen Wan was present, one fear that he will be in so much shock, his chin would have dropped off. The always gentle, graceful and soft person who was forever like the breeze and light rain, actually spoke such ugly words now. Why he said, Furen have such good temperament. If this go on, old Furen would sooner or later stuff people in master's room. Chen Ruchu took in a breath and turned around to glance at the 2 maids, Shi Qing and Yi. These were the 2 personal maids that she personally promoted and currently they were at the full age, like a ripe fruit that has a sweet honey flavor all around them. Her lips hooked up, old Furen is really an old fool. If one really wanted to stuff females in our courtyard, why is there a need to search for those unclean people that one did not even know the background? Not afraid of destroying one's reputation. It is better to find those clean ones by one's side, so one will be assured when used and feel comfortable upon serving. I see that the both of you are also not bad. Although the words were gentle, her eyes were so sharp that both maids jumped in shock and quickly knelt down. These servants do not dare. These servants only wish to serve Furen wholeheartedly and absolutely dare not have other ideals. Chen Ruchu looked down at them for a while and both maids were so scared that their legs were trembling before she then said lightly, get up. Since you all are not willing, I have no reason to force other to a difficult situation. Many thanks Furen. Both maids got up quivering and their hearts both sighed in relief without communicating to each other. Chen Ruchu looked gentle on the surface, and also treated others kindly but being Chen Ruchu's personal maids, they had seen Chen Ruchu's means and methods. Actually there were also some female servants that were good looking and also rushed to stick by Shen Wan. Even though Shen Wan did not show great interest, he also did not very much refused. Afterwards these servants were then dealt with by Chen Ruchu by some reasons. Not only one did not end up well, it also involved the entire family. Shi Qing and Yi were very clear in their hearts that Chen Ruchu was an extremely jealous person in her bones and had very vicious means. If one really got together with Shen Wan, one feared that there would not be even bones left upon death. Chen Ruchu sighed, one can only blame me for not having the ability to give birth to a son for master. If I had birthed a son, how would one be in such circumstances? Shi Qing and Yi did not dare to respond as children were the torn in Chen Ruchu's heart. Chen Ruchu murmured, now that the Shen residence had ended up in such a situation, there was not even a single son in the younger generation. Even if the second household had, now there was none. Now I am actually envious of Luo Shuiyan as she have a son and daughter below and no in-laws on top. Shen Xin also treated her like precious gems that there is not even a single Tongfang. It really make one envious. Thinking about the tribute banquet yesterday, Shen Miao stole the limelight. Then looking at Shen Yu, she was obviously more talented and much better looking than Shen Miao but because of the Shen family gradual decline, it was even harder to find a husband of a good family. Not to mention Prince Ding that Shen Yu anxiously longed for. A glimmer of resentment appeared in Chen Ruchu's heart. She was ambitious and competitive for her entire life, but now was stepped beneath the feet of the vulgar general's daughter that she despised. Just at this time, an old woman came inside. Furen, there is someone at the residence door looking for old Furen and was stopped by Furen's maid. Furen, one heard that that person come to rely on the Shen family. When Chen Ruchu heard this, she frowned as she thought that it was those far-strung relatives of old Shen Furen that came to seek gratuitous financial help. Thinking that the Jing family was gone but there were still these unfathomable people, her face immediately became cold. Since they are seeking gratuitous financial help, then give them 2 silver and send them away. This residence cannot afford to raise idlers. Do not let any cats or dogs in. It is not. The servant scratched her head. Furen, that person do not look like seeking gratuitous financial help, as she said that she was the old general's old acquaintance and she had no more options but to come over to ask for help as there were some circumstances in the family. Old General Shen. Chen Ruchu thought for a while before standing up. Show her to the side room, I will go take a look. After Shen Miao returned to the residence from the Feng Xian pawn shop, it was still very early so she locked herself in the room and no one knew what she was thinking about. When the skies were nearing the evening, Luo Tan returned. She had bought some jewelry and magnanimously gave some to Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister. Today we went shopping in a jewelry shop and the jewelry shops in the Ding capital are very big. Young lady Feng and me selected some for you, unsure if you would like them or not. Take them first and when you want to go out, we can go there to shop again. It was an appearance that one had not fully expressed oneself. Shen Miao nodded in comply, and after Luo Tan left, she looked at the half box of jewelry, wondering how much money would there be if it was pawned. Shen Xin and entourage also returned shortly after Luo Tan and everyone ate dinner together. Most likely the official matters were smooth as Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan seemed to be in a very good mood. Only Shen Miao looked somewhat wan. Luo Ling noticed it and said, Biao younger sister looked out of sorts, is there something that happened? Shen Chu's chopstick stopped, younger sister, what is wrong? Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and seeing that everyone at the table was staring at her, she smiled, nothing. It is only that after returning to the capital from the Xiaochun city, one is not used to it. It would be alright after a few days. Shen Chu laughed, what is there not to get used to? If younger sister is not used to it, then after a few days, I will be free to bring younger sister to stroll from the west to the east, and from the south to the north of the city. After walking a few times, one will get used to it. Biao older brother also bring me along. Luo Tan quickly declared her position, I can also protect Biao youngest sister. Nonsense. Luo Shuiyan said, if your younger sister really follow you around the city, one fear she would be too worn out. Moreover the Ding capital is so big, what if something went wrong? She glared at Shen Xin, wanting him to help out. Shen Xin laughed and said, it is fine as long as the children are happy. Stinky brat, if you really bring your younger sisters out to play, then also bring this old one's soldiers. Just beat up whoever dare to create problems. No need to be afraid. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that she pinched him. The relationship between this husband and wife was boisterous, but it also looked very close as one watched. Shen Xin has an awe-inspiring presence outside, but obeys Luo Shuiyan's words upon returning home. Shen Miao was smiling as she watched on, but as she did that, she thought about something unknown and her expression gradually became hazy. She quickly lowered her head so that the people around would not discover it. Luo Ling, who was beside her, noticing her every move, also thoughtfully bowed his head. After talking a while after the meal in the hall, everyone returned back to their rooms. Shen Miao was returning to her room, and since Luo Tan's courtyard was in front of Shen Miao's, Luo Tan returned first to her room lively. Just as Shen Miao was about to enter her courtyard, she stopped at Luo Ling's voice. Biao younger sister, wait a moment. Shen Miao turned her head and looked at him, older brother Ling, what is the matter? Luo Ling hesitated for a moment, and finally took out something that was folded to a square from his sleeve. He said warmly, today when going out with Biao older brother, in a coincidence one saw there was a shop outside that was selling this, and seeing that there were many buyers, I bought one. One heard that Biao younger sister dream a lot at night, and this was soaked in a fragrance that has a calming effect. If Biao younger sister do not dislike, please accept it. Shen Miao was slightly surprised for a brief moment before looking up at the youth in front of her. Luo Ling was born with good looks. Even though he could not be compared to Shen Chu's bravery, inferior to Xie Jingxing's handsomeness, and even Ji Yushu looked more adorable than him, but this kind of gracefulness that came from the heart made one feel calm. Among the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Ling was the most outstanding one, not because he was the most stable but because he could bear the entire responsibility of the entire clan, and had a sincere character. In the dark night, one could seemingly see Luo Ling's slightly red face. He said somewhat uncomfortably, if Biao younger sister do not like. Shen Miao lightly took the thing in Luo Ling's hands and smiled, how can I refuse Biao older brother kind feelings? Thanking Biao older brother. Luo Ling lightly smiled, it is good that you like it. His brows were warm and his words were filled with concern. This originally was an attitude that made others comfortable, and if it was any ordinary female, not to say being moved, one would have a very good impression and feelings for the person in front. But Shen Miao took a step back and looked at him, if there is nothing else, I will return to the room first. There was a trace of disappointment, but it was very quickly covered up, would not trouble Biao younger sister. He turned around and left. Shen Miao looked at Luo Ling's leaving figure and silently watched for a while. She was not some ignorant and innocent young female, even if she had not experienced the tenderness between men and women with Fu Shuyi, she had stayed in the palace for so many years. Luo Ling was a good person, and to drag such a good person like this to her entire life filled with schemes and plotting, she would be too selfish. Even though Luo Ling was a good match, but since the Luo family treated her well, she could not return kindness with ingratitude. She turned around and returned to her room. After cleaning up, Jing Jie and Gu Yu withdrew, and Shen Miao sat at the table before spreading out the thing that Luo Ling gave to her. That was a handkerchief, and coincidentally it was a double-sided embroidery, the embroidered handkerchief currently most difficult to get in Ding capital, so one think that Luo Ling had spent quite some money on buying this handkerchief. There was a white crane sewn on it, touching on his consistent desire, and was exuding a faint fragrance that indeed made one feel relief and calm. Shen Miao scrutinized for a long time. This pattern on the handkerchief was apparently from Lu Ying's hands. Lu Ying's skills was one of the best in Ding capital, and what is more was that there were very few number of double-sided embroidery in the Mingqi. It seemed that Lu Ying was doing rather well. The more Shen Miao looked at it, her mood became better after being downcast from meeting those people in the rain. She felt a bit tired and took off her outer robe and was only wearing the middle clothes. She walked to the couch to sit down. Just as she was about to remove her middle clothes to rest, one heard a chuckle, wait a moment. Shen Miao's hand paused, and when she turned her head back, this time she could no longer hide her raging anger. He looked at that particular uninvited person outside the window and punctuated each word she said, Xie Jingxing. That person entered the room and closed the window backhanded. It was done so leisurely as it was one's very own courtyard. This time he did not wear a mask, and that handsome face was exposed under the lamplight and was very seductive, but Shen Miao just wanted to drag him out to be beheaded. Under the entire heavens, now only you can call my little name. Xie Jingxing pulled out a chair casually and sat down not far from Shen Miao's couch before he laughed lightly, only you have that honor in the world. He had a tall stature that even when he sat down, he was much taller than Shen Miao. His imposing manner was not once relaxed at all. Shen Miao looked at him coldly. Prince Rui is really very free every day, to be able to come here so familiarly from the Yanqing lane. Simple. Xie Jingxing supported his chin. I have bought all the residences from the Yanqing lane to here. The residence next to where you are staying is also my courtyard. Keeping harmonious relations with neighbors, this prince came to visit. Shen Miao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even though the Yanqing lane was considered near to the Shen residence, there was still some distance. Xie Jingxing bought all the residences from the Yanqing lane to Shen residence. That meant that more than half of the southern city was his courtyard, and the courtyard beside the Shen residence was also bought by Xie Jingxing. Even if Xie Jingxing has money, it should not be spent like that. He squandered money like dirt. Was it that he brought all the money in the Great Liang's treasury over? Did Emperor Yongle of the Great Liang know about it? When she saw the desultory smile on Xie Jingxing's face, Shen Miao started to get angry again. Xie Jingxing was really shameless to even mention about keeping harmonious relations with his neighbors. Where was there people who would visit their neighbors in the middle of the night unsolicited, without so much as to give an invitation card? Is there no regulations in the Great Liang imperial family? You do not look very happy. Xie Jingxing looked at her with great interest. You can tell me, this older brother, whatever difficulties. The identity of Prince Rui is still helpful, on the account of old friendship. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at him. She could not understand what exactly Xie Jingxing was thinking. However, Xie Jingxing's words reminded her about the words Ji Yushu said in the Fengxian pawn shop, and Shen Miao suddenly had a thought and deliberately asked, Xie Jingxing, how do you see Madame Fang of the residence of the Marquis of Linen? Madame Fang of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, birth mother of Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao. Madame Fang originally was more or less involved in the death of Princess Yuqing, and everyone knew that Princess Yuqing was a topic that could not be mentioned to Xie Jingxing, but she purposely mentioned it. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile but not a smile, want to dig information from my words. Are you willing to speak? It is of no harm to tell you. Xie Jingxing said lazily, in my eyes, inferior to ants. Shen Miao looked at him, why do you not kill her to take revenge? Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes and stared at Shen Miao for a while before he suddenly laughed. His voice was like the peach blossom wine that was buried in the summer and dug out in the winter, bringing an intoxicating mellow breeze but was as cold as the winter, making one awake. He said, Shen Miao, you are worried that Shen will become the second Xie Ding. Shen Miao eyes hang down, correct. She paused before speaking, if I was in your position, I will try every means to take revenge. Kill Madame Fang then kill her two sons. This is then considered revenge and also not living in vain. She said so indifferently, as if she did not find that her words were ruthless at all. When Xie Jingxing heard them, he was not at all surprised and only laughed once, seemingly laughing at her innocence. Xie Jingxing, one did not kill Madame Fang due to disdain and also fear of trouble. Xie Ding and Princess Yuqing are not related to me at all, so why would I want revenge? Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. Shen Miao previously heard Xie Jingxing saying that Xie Ding and him were not father and son, so she was not surprised, but how was it that even Princess Yuqing and Xie Jingxing had no relationship? If Xie Jingxing did not have Xie Ding's or Princess Yuqing's blood in his vein, then how could he be the son of the Xie family? Shen Miao's heart moved and she thought of something before asking Xie Jingxing, then Princess Yuqing's son. Dead, Xie Jingxing said blandly, dead upon birth. Dead upon birth, but there was not a slightest wind about this at all. It seemed that that was the time when Xie Jingxing was foisted into it, and the identities were swapped but no one actually found out about it. One feared that even Princess Yuqing herself would not know of the matter. If Xie Ding's son was alive, he would have had a premature death before the age of 3. Xie Jingxing said indifferently, because it is me, Madame Fang dare not take action. Because, he laughed rather evilly, those people who were sent over mysteriously disappeared. Shen Miao was suddenly enlightened. She had previously said that Madame Fang could force Princess Yuqing into such tough straits, that at the end she faded away like a flower. She was definitely one who had means and ambitions. So how would such a person live in seclusion of one's house and even let Xie Jingxing grow up safely? So it was the most inferior of schemes. The people that were sent out would always mysteriously disappear, so Madame Fang herself would feel that there was a devil's gate and path and settle for the next best thing. As to why those people would disappear, since Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui of the Great Liang, there would be highly skilled personnel around, more than enough to deal with Madame Fang. At this moment those parts that she initially did not understand suddenly became clear, and forgot those matters that she was worried about. Xie Jingxing lowered his head and took a glance at her, you do not need to worry. Shen is different from Xie Ding. Shen Miao said, I am also different from you. Xie Jingxing was slightly startled but continued to listen to Shen Miao, you disdain and also it was not necessary. I am however different. If someone, like Madame Fang, shakes my family up, I will do everything in my power to make her suffer the consequences of her actions. Suppose that there is someone with bad intentions like Madame Fang who attempt to wreck, I will rip her inside out, and throw her to the unmarked graves to feed the dogs. When she spoke to the end, her head lowered but there were other surging emotions in her dark eyes. But as her head sank, one of Xie Jingxing's hands pressed on her head, just tell me if there are such people. Keeping harmonious relations with neighbors, I will kill her for you without leaving any potential future problems. Shen Miao shook off his hand and Xie Jingxing smiled while looking at her. He had an undisciplined expression, his words were filled with jest and were casually spoken but in that pair of eyes, it seemed serious. If Xie Jingxing killed someone, it was indeed a breeze to kill a person like Madame Fang. Shen Miao said, these kind of things like killing other, I can do it myself. Unless it is the last moment, it is not a good move to take action personally. Xie Jingxing said, if you are really apologetic about it, then it is all right to give me something as a reward. Shen Miao mocked, your highness Prince Rui is as precious as gold and as respected as jade. I will not be able to afford the money to compare. Xie Jingxing smiled, give you 2/10 discount. He stood up and strolled to the table where the handkerchief that Luo Ling gifted laid, spread out by Shen Miao just now. Xie Jingxing casually picked it up and took a sniff before raising an eyebrow, although the scent is inferior, the dog that this prince raised is lately not sleeping well. This will be not bad to be used. Not waiting for Shen Miao to speak, Xie Jingxing kept the handkerchief in his sleeve, this is considered a compensation. After the tribute banquet, the Ding capital was as lively as usual. In order to welcome the noble people of the Great Liang and the Qin country, the streets were much more bustling than before. No matter when it was, the Ming Qi's imperial family wanted to have a prosperous appearance in front of the other countries. In the Shen residence, the servants in Chu Shui Yuan started to discuss about a new topic. What kind of background does that young lady who just came to the residence have, that made Third Furin treat her in such an hospitable manner? The newly brought over tea leaves were all boiled for that young lady first. Could she be an honored person of the residence? The woman with a green unlined upper garment said in a low voice, heard that this young lady's father was especially close with the old general, and at that time blocked a blow for the old general and almost lost his life. A young maid quickly covered her mouth and said in surprise, no wonder. Having the old general's gratitude meant having the Shen family's gratitude. No wonder she is honored as a valued guest. Heard that she came over to seek shelter, probably something happened at home. Looking at Third Furin's attitude, one have to take good care of this young lady. What take good care? Currently in the residence, one own people are living by pulling on lapels that exposes the elbows, and now a freeloader comes. Sooner or later one would be sent away. Once those words were said, a blanket of silence landed. The current Shen residents look all right on the surface, but the people inside were all well aware. Ever since Shen's branch was separated, money was very much lacking, that even the monthly salary was reduced by a lot. As a result, even if an honored guest as great as heavens came to be a freeloader, the servants would not be happy too. Do not understand why Third Furin treat this young lady so generously this time, and is so harshly on normal days. Someone said in wonder. In Chu Shui Yuan, Chen Ruchu was sitting in the room at the moment, and pushed the teacup to the female sitting in front with a smile, the newly received tea, Kui Jian. Young ladies I Ching, do try. The female sitting across her was wearing a jade green single-plated embroidered long robe. The embroidery on the robes were not very good and this kind of clothing was very simple, and the color was a nitpick to wear as when one did not wear it well, one would look like a country pumpkin. But when the female in front wore it, it seemed to be very appropriate, giving out a pleasing feeling. This female was about 20 plus, and her clothes and hair accessories were all very simple. She had a gentle, graceful and tender appearance and most importantly, there was a thick scholarly air around her. From one glance, one could tell she was a young lady that was raised in a literary family and looked very well educated. Chen Ruchu had always disdained military personnel habits, and it was the same with those people. This female in front had a sympathetic feeling, thus she was polite. When this female saw Chen Ruchu's enthusiasm, she did not delay and picked up the teacup to take a sip before smiling gently. The tea is light yet fragrant, the leaves scatter yet the smell is concentrated. Furen has outstanding talent in brewing tea. Young lady Zai Ching also has knowledge of tea. Chen Ruchu's smile became deeper. Knowledge of tea is the best. However, nowadays there are very little young ladies like you who have knowledge of tea. When the two breeze raises, one desire to go to the abode of immortals. The female smiled. Furen said correctly, knowledge of tea is the best. But Furen need not make fun of me, as I am currently 26, so how can one be considered as a young lady? 26. Chen Ruchu exclaimed, looking at young lady Zai Ching's appearance, one only guessed just above 10. But it is also good. Even though one have 10 plus years of appearance, one has the bearing of a 20 plus year old. It is indeed rare to have such calm and broad levelness. The green-clad female in front was the person who came over yesterday to seek gratuitous financial help. She was called Chong Zai Ching. Her father, Chong, who was previously the old General Shen's subordinate, and he blocked a knife for the old General Shen in the battlefield, and thus harmed the foundation of his body and was unable to go up to the battlefield again. Chong, whose entire family relied on Chong, who for support, so the old General Shen felt conscience-stricken and privately took out his money to aid them. At that time Chong Zai Ching was young, but Shen was at the age where he could get married, so the old General Shen even joked that he wanted Chong Zai Ching to be his daughter-in-law. It was just that the old General Shen passed away before he could see Shen married. Because no one knew that the old General Shen was secretly providing aid to Chonghu's family, there was no longer any contact between the Chong and Shen family after that. No one had ever thought that the Chong family would come at this time. A look of grief appeared at the bottom of Chong Zai Ching's eyes. One's heart really felt sorry for the sudden intrusion and for bringing such trouble to the Shen family. She looked at Chen Ruchu. Zai Ching knows that the request is abrupt, and if Furen feels inconvenient, then Zai Ching will leave now and not give the Shen family any trouble. Despite saying that, in a swift moment when her eyes were looking down, she could not help but bit her lips. Chen Ruchu pulled her hand over cordially. What is young lady Zai Ching saying? Since your father saved my father-in-law, your Chong family is our Shen family's benefactor. Furthermore, at the beginning the friendship between the old general and the Chong family was like brothers, so we are all one family. Since we are all one family, we cannot watch with folded arms as you have difficulties. She patted Chong Zai Ching's hands. Young lady Zai Ching just care about living in our Shen residence. Tomorrow I will bring to see old Tai Tai, but old Tai Tai health is not good recently and thus temperament is not so good. One fear that you will need to excuse a little. Chong Zai Ching quickly continuously said she did not dare. Her attitude was natural and polite and was not at all shy, but not all familiar, which made one have good feelings. Even Chen Ruchu, such a careful and vigilant person, also treated Chong Zai Ching with all smiles. Chong Zai Ching's family stayed in the Lu province. Most likely there were trouble encountered since one would suddenly come over to the Shen residence. Chong, who had passed away a few years ago, and there was only Chong Zai Ching and her mother in the Chong family. Chong Furen was often bedridden due to illness, and some time ago she passed away. After Chong Furen's burial, there were some official sons who wanted to bring Chong Zai Ching back to be a concubine, and Chong Zai Ching had no way out, and just as she hanged herself with a white silk, her nanny saved her. Her nanny told Chong Zai Ching that perhaps Chonghu's old acquaintance, the old General Shen, could save her. When Chong Zai Ching was young, she had seen the old General Shen before, and vaguely remember him as a generous and forthright military person, and as one was unable to think about any other way out, she then took a carriage over to the Ding capital. Upon reaching the Shen residence, she saw Chen Ruchu, and after Chen Ruchu heard the entire story, she was settled down by her. Chen Ruchu looked at Chong Zai Ching and smiles. Young lady Zai Ching lived in the Lu province, such a water town. The Ding capital is not like the Lu province, so one did not know if the meals are to suit one's taste. Is one comfortable staying in the western courtyard? Furen is too modest. Chong Zai Ching smiled and answered. Furen's care is very thoughtful. Staying in the western courtyard is also very considerate. But, she was somewhat puzzled. Is the western courtyard, such a big courtyard, all the while empty? After saying that, she felt that she was too abrupt and smiled. One asked too discourteously, may Furen not blame? I take you as our own people. What is it about blaming and not blaming? Chen Ruchu smiled. To tell you the truth, you know that our residents actually have 3 households. You should have heard about the formidable great general. That is our Shen family's first household, and due to some misunderstanding 2 years ago, the first household moved out. Master and I wanted to explain, but eldest brother and eldest Sao went to the Shaochun city and only returned a while ago. Even though we have the heart to explain, it is regrettable that the misunderstanding is too deep. As Chen Ruchu spoke, a helpless look appeared on the surface and she spoke while shaking her head, really do not know what to do at all. Chong Zai Ching was surprised for a moment. According to Furen's words, that western courtyard was originally the place where eldest brother's family stayed at. Chong Zai Ching was suddenly enlightened, and saw that Chen Ruchu was somewhat sad and quickly consoled. Furen need not be overly concerned. In this world, blood is thicker than water. Even if it is a misunderstanding, it will be undone. Moreover, one is a family. After a period of time, even if Furen do not say it, one thinks that the great General Shen would not be troubled with these matters. Chen Ruchu smiled. I know all these logically, but hearing young lady Zai Ching saying it, one's heart is much more relieved. She looked at Chong Zai Ching. It would be great if everyone in the Shen residence is as permeable as you. You are so knowledgeable. If one is free in the future, please teach you. This child is always at the palm of our hands, and one fear that she is spoilt. It is good to be taught by someone as smart as yourself. Furen words are too heavy. Chong Zai Ching said with a smile. You are as well educated and exceptionally intelligent. In the Lu province I have never seen such a brightly intelligent young lady like her. One think that she is one of the best in the Ding capital. A female should be just like this, well-learned and versatile. It would give out a different vigor. To complement that flawlessly, it fitted snugly into Chen Ruchu's heart. The discussion carried on, and quickly it was almost noon before Chong Zai Ching left. After Chong Zai Ching left, Shi Ching wiped the table and carefully asked, is Furen indeed going to keep that young lady Zai Ching? She hesitated before reminding, now that the residence expenses has grown bigger, one fear that old Tai Tai will be upset upon hearing about it. Old Shen Furen gotten stingier, and if she really knew that Chong Zai Ching came the Shen residence, and the Shen residence has to spend money to raise an idler, naturally she would not be satisfied. So Chen Ruchu told Chong Zai Ching that old Shen Furen's temperament was not good recently and hoped that she tolerate it. What does that short-sighted old woman know? Chen Ruchu scorned, unable to accomplish anything but liable to spoil everything. How could one see matters in the future? Could it be that Furen finds that there is some purpose for this young lady Zai Ching? Why Yi's brain starting moving as she understood her Furen's mindset. If it was 2 years ago, Chen Ruchu was willing to put up a kind and charitable fairy image to gain a good reputation, but now without any money and since she was unable to care of oneself, it would be strange to provide relief to others. Just from the speech and manner she is very intricate and do not seem to resemble the short-sightedness of an ordinary female. Her appearance is not bad and is gentle looking, and the rare thing was that her temperament was also gentle. For this kind of intelligence, even if placed in the residence, she would have a good role. It would be fine if one did not have the ambition, but once there is an ambition, not surpassing 5 years, this female would definitely get whatever she want. Chen Ruchu smiled. Since birth, she was surrounded by the schemes of females, and Chen Ruchu's mother was very powerful in them, and Chen Ruchu saw a shadow of her mother on Chong Ziqing. Even though Chong Ziqing was still young, one feared that her future achievements would be even more outstanding. But what can such a powerless person do? Why he was puzzled, could it be that Furen wanted to create a chance for young lady Ziqing to fly into the sky and climb up the branches before returning to pay back Furen? When Chen Ruchu heard this, she laughed. Such an intelligent person with an active mind, with a docile appearance but in fact with a heart filled with arrogance. How would such a person willingly bend down after reaching high branches? Do not expect to have any paybacks, as she would turn her nose up. Then Furen. Such an outstanding person, I cannot bear to give to others. Chen Ruchu looked outside. Do not let one's fertile water flow into others' field. Best steel is used to make the knife's edge. But even I feel that I am unable to beat such a powerful female. One wonder if that person can hold up for how many rounds. At the other end, Chong Ziqing returned to the western courtyard. The western courtyard in which Shen Shen's entire family stayed at was now almost empty. Previously there were a number of servants in the western courtyard, and because Shen Shen called his personal guards over for training, every day it would be bustling with noise and excitement. Later Shen Shen's family moved out and Chen Ruchu reduced the number of servants in the western courtyard. Without the soldiers practicing daily, the gigantic western courtyard became deserted. When Chong Ziqing's nanny, Zhao Mama, saw Chong Ziqing returning, she quickly went up to take off Chong Ziqing's cloak and said worriedly, "Young lady, how was the conversation with third Shen Furen today?" It was Zhao Mama's idea to let Chong Ziqing to enter the capital to seek the Shen family for help. If there were no other ideas, Chong Ziqing really did not have any other roads to walk. But the Shen and Chong families had not came into contact for so many years, and people's hearts were volatile. Originally the old General Shen might be willing to take care of the Chong family, but now that the old General Shen was no longer present, who knew how would the Shen family treat Chong Ziqing? Chong Ziqing rubbed her forehead and sat on the soft couch in the middle of the room. Third Shen Furen is very enthusiastic and agreed for us to stay for a period of time. Even if those people come to the Ding capital, one think that they dare not come to provoke the Shen family. Zhao Mama then patted her chest in relief. Amitabha. Originally, Master said that everyone in the Shen family has a bodhisattva's heart, and one was originally worried for young lady and feared that the Shen family was not willing to help. Now it seems that one can be reassured. Mama is oversensitive. Chong Ziqing smiled coldly and her face did not change. How would there be a free lunch under the heavens? Even if the old General Shen took care of the Chong family, it was because father blocked that knife for him all those years ago. There are no one that would treat other people well for nothing. For third Shen Furen to be this enthusiastic, it is only because I am of some use to her. Zhao Mama was surprised and looked at Chong Ziqing. Young ladies meant that third Shen Furen is not someone good. Then what can be done? Mama, rest assured. Chong Ziqing comforted her, but her eyes were filled with a chilling sensation. Third Shen Furen have something to beseech of me. I too have some needs from her. Even though one did not know what kind of play she is planning, one can always find a solution. But Zhao Mama was somewhat uneasy. Rest assured, Mama, Chong Ziqing said with a smile, we have overcome the hardest matter. Reaching today and seeing that there is a route to live, what is there for me to be scared about? The Shen family is a springboard, naturally one must make full use of it. Since third Shen Furen want to make use to me, I would also make use of her. Zhao Mama looked at Chong Ziqing and finally nodded her head. This old servant only want good things for young lady. Whatever young lady say it will be. The Ding capital was Mingqi's capital city and naturally the land would be expensive. The most expensive land in the Ding capital, other than outside the palace, was the Yanqing Lane. The Yanqing Lane was located at the southern part of the city and not far from there were the most bustling of restaurants and shops, and faced the river with wonderful scenery. The reason to the high value of the Yanqing Lane, other than having former dignitaries previously residing, was that a particularly famous Taoist priest one day came to see the geomancy of the area, and mentioned that other than being expensive, this place had dragon energy, and other than descendants of royalty, no one was able to contain the dragon energy in this area, and only the honored one under heavens could do so. The Mingqi's imperial family was not located at the southern part of the city and could not be rebuilding the palaces, as the commoners would complain and there was not so much money in the treasury. But whoever dared to stay in a place with dragon energy would be dismissed by the emperor, and even those who were not afraid were unable to afford that much money. Thus the Yanqing Lane was very empty and became a decoration for so many years. But at the moment, finally someone moved into the Yangqing Lane. They were not others but the guests from the Qin country and the Great Liang. The one that came from the Qin country was the crown prince, and from the Great Liang was the prince of first rank, and both of them were more than justified descendants of royalty. Money was not an issue, so speaking of which, there was no place more suitable than the Yanqing Lane for them. After all, they could not stay in the palace, else Emperor Wenwei would not be able to rest during the days and nights. It was after all not pleasing to have one's palace occupied by the enemies and disturb one's sleep. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Yanqing Lane, there was a mansion that was guarded by soldiers. Even though it was a mansion, it seemed to be a smaller palace as it was decorated luxuriously and the area was very huge. Even those officials' residences would have to be combined together to compete with this mansion. This mansion was Prince Rui's place of residence. There were a number of mansion sites, and the crown prince of the Qin country chose the mansion at the outermost, while the innermost mansion was selected by Prince Rui. It was not known if he deliberately wanted to keep a distance from the Qin country. But no matter what, this mansion was the most expensive of the entire Yanqing Lane, and was twice more expensive than the one chosen by the crown prince of the Qin country. That Prince Rui did not even blink his eyes at the cost, making others wonder if the Great Liang's treasury was truly filled up with gold. Prince Rui of the Great Liang was extremely arrogant. On the first day moving in, he instructed to remove the door plaque and put a golden bright and dazzling plaque up with Prince Rui's residence. This made one felt laughable and ridiculous. This Prince Rui of Great Liang ran to Mingqi to buy a mansion and even put up such a plaque. Could it be that he really wanted to live here? At this moment in one of the courtyards of Prince Rui's residence, there was a snowy white thing that was flopping on the floor. This thing is dexterous, but it is just too fierce. Just such a little thing and it is already so fierce, why does master want to keep it? A yellow-clad female squat on the floor and was holding a stick to tease the snowy white fur ball in front. Upon looking nearer, one saw that thing was covered with fur like a door, and when it looked over, a pair of clear eyes could be seen, rolling like a child with an intelligent appearance. At this time it was scratching the female with its paw when suddenly it changed its teeth to bite. This was not something else but a tiger cub. Most likely it was newly born and was very young. The fur on its skin was a rare light in color that even the strips could not be seen. From afar, it was like a snowy white tiger and was indeed lovable. That female teasing it suddenly gave out a hiss, and threw down the wooden stick in her hands and said angrily, "This animal looks so gentle but actually is one that bites people. It is really painful. Later I will rip into you." "Better forget about it." The other female voice sounded. It was a conspicuously charming female clad in a light red robe. She looked at the bundle on the floor and said, "It is personally brought back to raise by Master Yi Ying. One fear that before you can touch it, you will be torn apart by Master." The female by the name of Yi Ying stood up and the white tiger cub went forward to grasp the corner of her skirt, and held it in its mouth and pulled it before it was kicked away by Yi Ying. She walked to the red-clad female's side. "Who along, is Master insane? Why raise what tiger without rhyme or reason? The tiger looks good and cute but its temper is savage. What if in the future it injures people?" Hu Along shrugged her shoulders. "Most likely it has a sudden temper. After this tiger was brought back it kept on eating and sleeping and then sleeping and eating. After opening its eye for a few days, it then know how to bite people. In the future when Master bring back a big tiger, His Majesty would have a headache upon the knowledge." Yi Ying showed a bitter face. "What are you two lazing around for?" A man snapped loudly. The two females turned around and looked at a middle-aged man striding over. He walked to the cage and looked at the bull before looking displeased at Yi Ying and Hu Along. "Let you both feed but you all only know how to laze around." "Tai Yu," Yi Ying said angrily, "we came out from the prison tower and thought that following Master around is a good job to do, but who knew it was to feed the tiger? We are the Mo Yu army and not those breastfeeding nannies. How can one let others do nothing but play with the tiger? Just do well what Master instruct to do. Ask so many questions for what?" Tai Yi squatted down and took the bull from the floor and fed the white tiger. The cooked meat was minced and mixed with eggs. That white tiger went forward to sniff before eating up happily. Tai Yi rubbed the white tiger head and the tiger and human looked joyful. He, a big and powerful guy, and a petite tiger sitting together was such a warming scene that one felt somewhat strange. The tiger ate half a bowl and refused to eat more. Tai Yi picked the bowl up and when he turned around he saw Hu Along and Yi Ying bowing toward the direction behind him. "Master." Xie Jingxing waved his hands and walked out of the room. The two person following him were of course Ji Yushu and Gao Yang. Ji Yushu saw that white tiger and his eyes widened. "This is a dog." Tai Yi trembled as Gao Yang said, "Are you stupid? This is clearly a cub." "A cub." Tai Yi said, "Young Master Ji, Gentleman Gao, it is a white tiger." His tone was protesting unfairness for the white tiger. Unfortunately the tiger cub did not understand and started to chase its tail under the sun after eating its meal, like a cat. "Tiger." Ji Yushu looked towards Xie Jingxing, "Third older brother, are you all right? Why now you are even raising tiger?" Yi Ying voiced out, "Young Master Ji, Master saw this on the way to the Ding capital. Some hunter was selling this tiger skin for high prices and our master saved it." Gao Yang squinted his eyes and looked at Xie Jingxing. "Since when are you so kind-hearted? This kind of thing is not something that you do." Xie Jingxing did not care about both of them. He wore a dark purple robe with gold embroidered flower patterns and as usual was gorgeous. No matter how gorgeous the clothes were, it was not comparable to his outstanding looks. He walked leisure over to the white tiger and when the white tiger cub saw the sudden appearance of a figure, it did not do anything else but to open the claws and pounce up with the jaws opened. But it was picked up by the person first by the fur at the neck. Xie Jingxing raised the white tiger cub midair, and that tiger cub seemed to be very uncomfortable as it put in an effort to flop its legs around. Xie Jingxing was blind to it as he sized it up thoughtfully. Probably not wanting this tiger now. Yi Ying gave a beheading gesture to Hu Along. Hu Along shuddered and shook her head. At the end Xie Jingxing looked for a while before opening up the white tiger cub back legs and laughed after taking a look. "It is a female tiger." Everyone. So what, it was a female tiger? Was it possible that Xie Jingxing planned to bring it back to the Great Liang as Rui Wang Fei? The tiger cub whimpered but because it was too young, its voice was very soft. Xie Jingxing placed it on his chest and embraced it. After the white tiger lay on his chest, it looked at him and whimpered non-stop and looked very adorable and pitiful. Xie Jingxing extended his fingers to play with the white tiger's whiskers to tease it. Yi Ying was surprised and exclaimed, "Master must not do that. This white tiger hate other people touching its whisker and would start biting." The voice hardly landed when that white tiger bit Xie Jingxing's finger. Hu Along and Tai Yi also jumped in shock, while Ji Yushu covered his mouth with both hands and had an exaggerated look of panic on, but Gao Yang was rejoicing in others' misfortune. Xie Jingxing calmly exchanged looks with the white tiger and after that white tiger looked for a while, it suddenly felt somewhat guilty and let go and turned her head to another place. Xie Jingxing's finger had shallow teeth marks and it was quite obvious. The eyes resemble and the temper also resemble. Even the habit of biting people is also the same. Xie Jingxing lowered his head and looked at the white tiger in his embrace and did not get angry, but instead stroked the white tiger's head. The white tiger seemed to be a little sleepy and yawned before stretching. It did not struggle and let Xie Jingxing ravage its head and did nothing at all but just lay onto Xie Jingxing's chest and rest. With the golden rays of the sun shining down, the purple-clad man looked gorgeous and handsome as he looked down at the white tiger. His eyelashes was very long but was unable to hid his gentle indulgent look. That white tiger's fur was extremely beautiful as it lay in his arms. One person, one tiger, was like a very good painting. The Tai Yi who was just feeding the tiger felt a strange sensation. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and looked at the tiger cub which eyes were almost closed, still short of a name. "How about this, in the future you are called Zhao Zhao." Ji Yushu clapped his hands. "Third older brother, what kind of name is this? It is too strange for you to give this kind of delicate name to this female tiger." He protested, "Change the name. Tiger Chief, Hammer or Tiger Brother is also quite good." Gao Yang had an expression of unable to look as he used the fan to cover his eyes. Xie Jingxing gave Ji Yushu a glance and continued to tickle the cub unhurriedly and said blandly, "Shut up, this is my Zhao Zhao." On the second day, Shen Miao received an invitation. This invitation was not from others but from the Qin country's Princess Ming'an, inviting her to have a gathering at the residence on the Yanqing Lane. This invitation was sent by a close servant of the house and was brought in by Guyu to Shen Miao. Initially one thought it was Feng and Ning that sent it over to invite her out to play, thus she did not want to open it but it was Princess Ming'an instead. Jing Jie said worriedly, "This is fake right? Else why would Princess Ming'an send an invitation over without rhyme or reason? Princess Ming'an does not have any friendship with young lady, is not this pretentious?" Guyu shook her head. "There is the princess seal on the top, one think that it is not a fake." She looked towards Shen Miao. This Princess Ming'an was humiliated during the tribute banquet by young lady, one fear that she is finding an opportunity to get revenge. It is better for young lady to push it away, else it would be bad if that Princess Ming'an have ill intentions. Jing Jie also nodded repeatedly, yes. It is better to tell Master and Fern of this matter and let them decide. Shen Miao thought about it for a while and shook her head. "Do not tell anyone of this matter. With father's and mother's temper, they are bound to use tough tactics, but the current relationship between the Qin country and the Mingqi is sensitive. If it was only a fight between me and Princess Ming'an, it would still be alright, but if it involved father and mother, one fear that it would also involve the court and it would be shooting oneself in the foot." "Do not tell Master and Fern." Jing Jie then asked, "Can it be that young lady want to accept this invitation?" Jing Jie was very unwilling in her heart. To be together with a princess with ill intent and it was not at one's territory. If Shen Miao were to suffer, it would be too late to save anything. "No harm in it," Shen Miao said, "since Princess Ming'an gave me an invitation, and the invitation is in my hands, if something went wrong with me, Princess Ming'an will be involved. When the Qin Crown Prince know of it, he would also block it. She will not dare to do anything, and it will be nothing more than some small tricks and means. I am not afraid. But, Gu Yu is still very worried. No more buts. Just do it. The date in the invitation is 2 days later, so I will take a trip down 2 days later and do not let others know about it. After pausing she continued, I will let Mo Qing follow. The invitation will remain in the residence and if anything really happened, let Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang to look for my eldest brother with the invitation. Even if Jing Jie and Gu Yu have 10,000 of unwillingness, they could only promise Shen Miao helplessly. Coincidentally, in the outermost mansion of the Yanqing Lane, where the Qin country's imperial family was residing, Princess Mingyan received the reply from a servant. She opened it to take a look, and suddenly became a little angry and threw that letter down on the table. She said coldly, really courageous indeed. Why are you angry again? A male pushed open the door to enter from behind, and asked with a frown when he saw Princess Mingyan's appearance. When Princess Mingyan saw the oncoming person, she stood up and walked over before handing the reply over to the other person and threw a tantrum. Crown Prince older brother, you see that Shen Miao? I sent her an invite, she actually replied and agreed to the meeting. She is really not afraid of death. You gave her an invitation and if she really did not accept then she is really gusty. Now she accepted it and you are not happy, do not be so unreasonable. Even knowing Princess Mingyan's temperament, Huang Fu Hao still did not follow her line of conversation, and instead poured cold water over Princess Mingyan's head. Crown Prince older brother, Princess Mingyan stomped, are you helping me or helping her? On that day during the tribute banquet, she humiliated me and deliberately gotten me to bite that apple. It was clearly to embarrass me and let our Qin country lose face. Now not only you are not helping the Qin country to regain one's face, but still blame me. What is the meaning of this? Even if one go to Imperial Father upon returning to Qin, it still does not make sense. Huang Fu Hao looked coldly at Princess Mingyan, and remembered the events during the tribute banquet and his face became solemn. Although Princess Mingyan's words were not entirely true, after all the archery competition with Shen Miao was initiated by her. But when later Shen Miao made Princess Mingyan bite the apple, she was somewhat overbearing. So much so, that even the last few light and soft words had a ridicule meaning in them. He was not sure if Shen Miao did it intentional or not, but once the matter gets relayed back to the Qin country, the emperor of the Qin country would definitely criticize him. Huang Fu Hao did not know why, but he felt that Shen Miao was very special, as others would take many days to get used to Princess Mingyan's bow but she was so skilled, as if she had pulled it thousands of times. Sometimes when she looked over, there was a touch of hostility. It was not the time for the Mingqi and the Qin country to be hostile, and they were not previously acquainted, so why did Shen Miao treat both him and Princess Mingyan that hostilely? Shen Miao's revengeful heart was just too heavy if it was merely because Princess Mingyan made things difficult for Shen Miao. Seeing Huang Fu Hao not speaking and thinking of something, Princess Mingyan widened her eyes in surprise suddenly. Crown Prince older brother, it cannot be that you are fascinated by that kind of slut. You better not forget that before this, she was obsessed with the Mingqi's Prince Ding, and this was spread all over and she was an out-and-out idiot. She was only being this calm and level-headed because there was guidance by someone behind. You must not be bewitched by her. Huang Fu Hao waved his hands somewhat impatiently. What are you talking about? On the contrary, it is you. Do not forget about what Imperial Father instructed to do during this trip to Mingqi. I do not care about what you want to do to Shen Miao, but no action is to take place in this residence. It does not matter if it is somewhere else, as long as no one have anything to hold against you. One Shen Miao does not matter, but currently the Mingqi's emperor rely on Shen Shen and by touching Shen Miao, Shen Shen will definitely fall out and the alliance between the Mingqi and us would be considered ruined. You better put the interest of the bigger picture above everything else. Even though Princess Mingyan was directly torn into with such a warning, she looked calm on the surface. However, if one were to carefully observe, the anger in her eyes was even more intense. She smiled. Do not worry, Crown Prince older brother. I will not find trouble for ourselves. I invited her over to take a look at what kind of person this Shen Miao is. When one really take action, one will not use the name of our Qin country. You had forgotten that our favorite pastime when we were young was to watch dogs biting dogs. There are so many dogs in the Mingqi, it is not difficult to find one to do things for us. Huang Fu Hao also smiled. It is good that you have a sense of propriety. As the skies gradually dimmed, in the Shen residence of the Ding capital, there was a lamplit in the western courtyard as Chen Ruchu and Chang Ziqing were talking. Chen Ruchu smiled and said, this handkerchief that is embroidered with poetry really looks good. Even the scholarly Gugu cannot compare to young lady Ziqing's poem. Originally one did not know what dexterity was, but after seeing young lady Ziqing, one thoroughly understood. Chang Ziqing pressed her lips into a smile. Furin has flattered. It is just that Ziqing could not be of any help here, and felt very apologetic about living and eating for free here, so one can only embroider some handkerchiefs. It is not worth much money. Hope that Furin will not despise. Do not dislike. Chen Ruchu looked at that handkerchief and carefully folded it before putting it into her sleeves and smiled gently. This kind of good stuff, I must hide it well. Else when Yu sees it, she would take it away from me. She would always pester me for anything that she likes from me. This handkerchief is exquisite, I am reluctant to give it to her. Chang Ziqing laughed, as long as Furin does not despise. If second young lady likes, I will embroider another one. That will be good. Chen Ruchu also laughed, like this, one will not fear of you doing as she likes. She smiled as she looked at Chang Ziqing. Speaking of which, previously those things that I have said to young lady Ziqing, have young lady Ziqing consider it. Previously when Chen Ruchu chatted with Chang Ziqing, she spoke about Shen Shen's matter. Currently Chang Ziqing had seen that everyone in the Shen residence accepted that the first household moved away. So Chen Ruchu proposed that since she was the daughter of the old General Shen's subordinate, and since Chang Hu was also the old General Shen's benefactor, naturally Shen Shen would not reject seeing Chang Ziqing. Moreover Shen Shen was the old General Shen's eldest son, be it be the situation or reasoning, Chang Ziqing should go and pay a visit. Hearing those words, Chang Ziqing hesitated for a bit before shaking her head with a smile. Now that I came over and disturbed Furin, one already felt very apologetic about it, so how would one dare to disturb General Shen? Moreover Ziqing is here at the Ding capital to avoid that gentleman from an official family. Once the matter pass, Ziqing will leave. It is better for General Shen not to know of the matter. I did say, young lady Ziqing is good at everything but just overly polite. Chen Ruchu feigned an exasperation. The relationship between the Chang and the Shen family is this good that you are a family to us. What disturbing or not? One heard that when young lady Ziqing was young, eldest brother had seen you before, so you are eldest brother's younger sister, so how would eldest brother be awkward in seeing you? If you are in the Ding capital and really did not go and see eldest brother, when he is aware of this, one fear that he would be angry instead. Chang Ziqing did not speak as Chen Ruchu patted her hands. Moreover since you want to hide from that Lu province's family, it is more convenient over at eldest brother. There are more soldiers in their residence and they guard the place very securely. Even if that Lu province's family chased to the Ding capital, they would not dare to act rashly on the account of eldest brother. I take you as one's own people, so I will tell you clearly that eldest brother's place is the place where you will be truly protected. At the mention of Lu province's family, Chang Ziqing's face changed color and her expression started to waver constantly. Chen Ruchu said, young lady Zai Qing, just take it as though one goes to one's own eldest brother's residence as a guest for a period of time. What is there to worry about? Third Furin does not know. Chong Zai Qing forced a smile. After all, so much time has passed, it would be inevitable if General Shen does not remember Zai Qing. Moreover, Shen Furin, fifth young lady and eldest young master are there, so one fear that it would be a burden for one to stay without a good cause. This is something you need not worry. Chen Ruchu smiled upon hearing this. That eldest Sao of mine has the best temperament. Because she is from a military lineage and a hero in general, she is straightforward and sincere without any intentions. She also treat others kindly, so upon knowing of your matter, she would be compassionate. Moreover, there are no other females in eldest brother's family, and it would be difficult for eldest Sao to find someone to talk to. Upon meeting with you, she would definitely treat you very good. As for eldest boy and fifth girl, they are both sensible kids and would not have any dispute with you. Chen Ruchu saw Chong Zai Qing's wavering expression and smiled. How about this? If young lady Zai Qing feel alright, upon my return I will let young lady Zai Qing write a card over and not mention our Shen residence. With young lady Zai Qing's name, this would not cause any misunderstanding. Young lady Zai Qing can go and pay eldest brother a visit first, and see what is eldest brother's attitude. If one thinks that it is inappropriate, then one can just return. Chong Zai Qing thought for a long time before nodding her head upon deciding. She gratefully smiled to Chen Ruchu. Third Furin considered everything for Zai Qing. Zai Qing is very thankful to Third Furin. Now you are being too polite. Chen Ruchu smiled as she stood up. The skies are getting darker and I must not bother your rest. Tomorrow I will write a card to send over. Young lady Zai Qing do not need to bother about anything. You are an intelligent and pleasant person, there will not be anyone who will dislike you. One fear that after eldest brother and eldest Sao sees you, they would be happy to have gained a younger sister like you. Chong Zai Qing smiled and declined. After sending Chen Ruchu away, Zhou Mama came over to tidy up, and since she heard the conversation between Chen Ruchu and Chong Zai Qing just now, she asked, young lady, why does that third Shen Furin suddenly mention about General Shen without rhyme or reason? Could it be that she is driving young lady out of the house? Chong Zai Qing sneered. At first I still did not understand what exactly third Shen Furin wanted me to do, but now I understood. Third Shen Furin really scheme very well, and actually want me to deal with others. Zhao Mama was surprised. Young lady, what does third Shen Furin want young lady to do? Chong Zai Qing sat in front of the table and her expression became unfathomable. She was not a fool, so she could hear the implied meaning in Chen Ruchu's words. She said that only Shen Shen could protect and shelter her, and if one could stay in the general residence one's entire life, then one did not need to fear that those Lu province's people will come knocking for one's entire life. By saying that Luo Shuiyan has a military lineage and is a hero in general with a straightforward and sincere personality, it meant to say that Luo Shuiyan was stupid and easy to deal with. As for the lack of females in Shen Shen's courtyard, the hint was even more obvious. If Chong Zai Qing could enter, other than a not-so-smart Luo Shuiyan, one would not need to worry about anything else. She said, since third Shen Furin value me so much, I should first go over to check out what is going on. Young lady want to go to the General Shen's residence. Zhao Mama was stunned for a moment, even knowing what kind of ill intention third Shen Furin has, young lady still want to go. It is not a bad idea if one can use it well. Chong Zai Qing waved her hand. It is not a long-term plan to stay in the Shen residence. I must make plans for myself. It is of no harm. I am only going to take a look. If there is anything wrong, naturally one will not jump in. If, Zhao Mama looked at her carefully. If one finds that it is not bad, Chong Zai Qing smiled lightly, then third Shen Furin can be considered as knowing my heart. As the night spread to the entire Ding capital, every household started to lit the lamps, providing a somewhat prosperous scene. However, other than the palace, the most flourishing road was probably still the southern part of the city where the restaurants were filled with sounds of eating and drinking, and men and women laughter and music intertwined, making it sound particularly moving. In the residence of Prince Rui, the lights were done extremely well that even the lanterns were embroidered with gold. When it was lighted up at night, it shone so brightly that it catches one's eyes. Those who passed by would drool over it, and would want to steal one to unravel the gold thread in exchange for money, but when they saw the unsmiling, fierce and vicious-looking guards, they could only suppress their thieving hearts and leave with their tails between their legs. That belonged to the great Liang's Prince Rui's residence. Who dared to steal? It was all quiet in the residence, as if no one was around. Towards the end, there was a huge courtyard and there was a beautifully and intricately decorated pavilion next to a clear pond. The water on the pond was greenish in color, making the moonlight sultry. If it was during the summer, Winery Yard and Lotus Pond would give a different type of charm, but unfortunately the weather entered early winter, thus when one sit in the pavilion, there would be a whistling chill. At this moment there was a person sitting in the pavilion. The large flow of gold and purple almost covered the benches in the pavilion. That was a very handsome youth. Under the gentle moonlight, the normally handsome features became softer and his facial features also appeared warmer. He lowered his head and teased the tiger cub in his embrace. The tiger cub was forcefully pressed onto his chest by him and it wiggled its head uncomfortably, trying to turn around and bite the hand that was holding onto its head. Unfortunately, one did not know that her neck was too short or the force that was pushing was too vicious. Each try was without any achievement. But this tiger cub did not give up, and continued to hold the sleeves of the purple-clad youth in her mouth. Xie Jingxing pulled out his sleeve from the tiger cub's mouth, and stared at the area that had been made wet by the tiger cub's saliva. After looking for a long while, he flicked the tiger cub's head. The tiger cub started whining and finally managed to wring out, and started to play with Xie Jingxing's fingers with her paws. Among the grass at a distance, two heads suddenly appeared. Yi Ying stared foolishly at the person and tiger in the pavilion with incredulous eyes. One need to know that Xie Jingxing had a severe habit for cleanliness and normally did not like any animals. Even people close would not touch his things, but now not only having his sleeve soaked with a beast's saliva, he was still this calm. She said, is master insane these days? Else why is there a need to keep on carrying a tiger? Hugging her when eating, hugging her when sleeping, one even hear that when showering he was also hugging her. It cannot be that he really want to bring this tiger back to the great Liang to be Rui's Wang Fei. Seeing that the person beside did not move, Yi Ying turned her head. Huo Long, say something. Huo Long was holding her face with her hands and looking at the person in the pavilion. Master really treat that tiger very well. Just look at his gentle expression when looking at the tiger. With master's magnificent style, if it was up to me, I would be willing to be the tiger so that I can sleep and shower with master. When Huo Long said those words, she remained calm, not even half ashamed. At the end she shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, a person is not as good as a tiger. I think you are bewitched. Yi Ying looked down upon her. In the pavilion, Xie Jingxing rubbed the tiger cub's head into his chest. The tiger cub struggled desperately, and accidentally pounced onto Xie Jingxing's neck and licked Xie Jingxing's face. You still steal a kiss. Xie Jingxing chuckled and his hands went to the tiger cub neck to lift her out and looked at the tiger cub struggling in midair as he raised his eyebrows. Person and tiger have the same morals. That tiger cub opened its claws and looked at him and Xie Jingxing gave a kiss to its head. Be good. Among the grass, Yi Ying leaned forward. Master is crazy. I want to kill that tiger. Huo Long said ferociously. Just at this moment, Tai Yi's figure suddenly appeared in the pavilion. Xie Jingxing placed the tiger cub back into his embrace and asked, "What is the matter?" Replying, "Master, today Princess Ming sent an invitation to 5th Shen young lady." Oh, Xie Jingxing's fingers which were scratching the tiger cub paused slightly. Princess Ming invited 5th Shen young lady for a trip to the residence, and 5th Shen young lady accepted it. She will be going in 2 days' time. Tai Yi bowed and replied. Got it. Xie Jingxing waved his hand. Tai Yi looked at the tiger cub in Xie Jingxing's embrace, and his mouth twitched a bit before he turned around and withdrew into the night. One's nerves are actually very great. Xie Jingxing placed his finger in the mouth of the tiger cub. The tiger cub had grown familiar with Xie Jingxing after eating, bathing and sleeping with him, so it just held his finger in her mouth, but did not really bit it and just cling onto it to play. Go or not? Xie Jingxing asked. The white tiger cub whined and looked at him with bright eyes. Want. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. Listen to you. In a blinking of an eye, it was 2 days later. In this morning, Shen Miao also woke up early and Jing Jie and Gu Yu helped her to put on warm clothes, as the weather was slowly entering early winter. Ming Qi's winter days were always early and especially cold. During the days before, it was continuously raining and Shen Miao's thicker clothes were all damp, thus it was hard to find a piece. Gu Yu found a cloak from the chest and said, "This piece is quite dry. Although it is somewhat thick, but it is very cold today, so it would not be unexpected for young lady to wear it." Shen Miao looked at the cloak in Gu Yu's hands. That was a piece of snowy white cloak made from fox from the top to the bottom. It was a rare white fox as there was not a single fur of different color. Even after a few years, it was still as new as before, apparently a piece of good fur. This cloak was the piece of cloak that mysteriously appeared on the second day after staying in the farmer's house, when Shen Miao accompanied Shen Shen to leave the Ding capital 2 years ago. That farmer's household did not have this piece of cloak before, and Shen Miao also did not know where did this thing came from. At that time she thought to exchange it for money, but Shen Chu strongly objected, saying that this white fox fur was difficult to get even with thousands of gold tails, and it was good to keep it. Even though it remained, but the cloak was not fitting at all. It was too big for Shen Miao, so it was kept at the bottom of the chest, and had not been taken out to wear before. If Gu Yu did not take it out today, Shen Miao would not remember about it. As she looked at that cloak, she thought about one matter. Previously, Xie Jingxing came to her chambers at night. He mentioned that he met up with her 2 years ago at the farmer's house, but she could not remember as she was drunk. Now thinking about it, this cloak should be left behind by Xie Jingxing. Since she could not remember anything from that night and only know of the nonsense that Xie Jingxing said, her face turned a little red. When Jing Jie and Gu Yu saw that Shen Miao was somewhat uncomfortable, they looked at one another as they did not know what was going on with Shen Miao. Jing Jie reminded, "Young lady." Shen Miao recovered to her senses, and looked at the cloak in Gu Yu's hands and said in a bad mood, "Find a time to pawn it away." But eldest young master said that the fur is very good and did not let young lady pawn. Gu Yu found it strange. No matter how good the fur is, one did not want. Shen Miao said, "When you pack it up, send it to the Fengxian pawn shop." Since the Fengxian pawn shop collects valuable things all the time, Manager Ji would definitely like it. Seeing Shen Miao like this, Gu Yu and Jing Jie dare not say anything more. They shrugged their shoulders and continued to find another cloak for Shen Miao. At the end, a lilac-colored rabbit fur cloak was chosen, and after Shen Miao washed up, they found a reason to go out. It was easy to send Luo Tan away, and Shen Shen and the rest would only return in the evening after staying in the ministry. Without all the eyes and ears of those original Shen family members, there was lots of freedom. Mo Qing once again became the coachman. Even though he was currently one of Shen Chu's people, he still do things for Shen Miao. In fact, most of the time Shen Miao would not let Mo Qing tell her things to others. He seemed to be more like Shen Miao's confidant. However, he seemed to be accustomed to this identity of his. Mo Qing himself had gotten used about accompanying Shen Miao when she leave the residence to do things. But when Mo Qing knew where Shen Miao was going today, he was also shocked as the place turned out to be the Qin country's crown prince's residence. Shen Miao's actions during the tribute banquet had spread out to the entire Ding capital, and naturally Mo Qing was aware of them. It was obvious that Princess Ming had ill intentions, thus Mo Qing was somewhat worried, but Shen Miao had an expression of a thought-out plan, so he could not say anything more. Upon reaching the Qin's crown prince's residence, when the guards saw the invitation in Shen Miao's hands, they let Shen Miao wait outside and mentioned that they would report it up, and took the invitation before disappearing. After a long time, Jing Jie was somewhat unable to tolerate and spoke. "It is almost half a shichen. These people have yet to report back. This is obvious that Qin princess deliberately making things difficult for young lady. Even if there is a brazier in this carriage, it is cold outside. If young lady catch a cold, what would this princess say?" Gu Yu also said, "This is really too much. Since one take the initiative to invite others, what is with the snub treatment at the residence's door? Normally when others send out an invitation, one would welcome the person into the residence to wait. Even if it was the imperial family with its many rules and regulations, they would not hang someone out to dry for half a shichen. Moreover, in the half shichen, no one approached at all." Mo Qing said, "Young lady, it is better to return." Shen Miao shook her head. "Since one has come, then wait. It is always better to keep up appearance and not let others get a hold of one on manners." When she was in the Qin country, Princess Ming liked to treat others like this. In the severe of winter, she would pass a message early in the morning to let others wait at the icy cold garden, and once that started they would be waiting a few shichens, and at times one was unable to see anyone for up to a day. Afterwards a servant would be sent over to say that something cropped up and she was unable to attend. This was waiting in vain for a day. Princess Ming An's methods were as always, and it was also shallow on the surface. She had already tolerated in her past life, so what did half a shichen count in this life? In the Qin's crown prince's residence, Princess Ming was sitting in the room at this moment as the servant added silver strands of coals into the brazier. She picked up the tea on the table and took a little sip with a carefree expression on her face. She asked the servants outside, "Have that slut left?" Replying, "Your Highness." The servant said, "5th Shen young lady's horse carriage is still outside the residence's door and have yet to leave." A trace of unhappiness flashed on Princess Ming An's face, unexpectedly this patience. She initially thought to let Shen Miao dry by the sun for a while, and the proud and arrogant official's daughter would return to her residence in a huff. After that happens, she would have a reason to call Shen Miao out for being disrespectful to her. However, one did not think that Shen Miao was able to keep her composure, but she smiled. After waiting for so long, one think that one's patience is almost there. It would not be bad to change to another way. Someone come and pass Ben Gong's instructions to invite Shen Miao in. It was most probably that the mansion that the Qins were staying at was repaired, as it was somewhat different from the setting the Ming Qi's mansion would have. When Shen Miao entered, she had discovered that this Yanqing Lane's mansion was renovated by the Qin people, as it was the same style as the Qin country's palaces and was extremely luxurious. The Qin people loved sparkling golden things, just like the previous Shen Miao. Most likely it was because they thought that gold could highlight their wealth, that even some of the bricks in the palace were made of gold. The first time Shen Miao went to the Qin country, she was envious when she saw the palace. But now thinking about it, the imperial family of the Qin country's love of such sparkle and gold was not flattering at all. To be such in a rush to show off one's wealth, it was really a cliché. Shen Miao finally saw Princess Ming'an, after the maid who was showing the way led them to the gardens. Princess Ming'an sat at the small stone table in the garden. The stone table was decorated with silk-embroidered butterflies handkerchiefs, and on top of them were plates of exquisite snacks and a pot of tea. There was a small pond next to it which still had not yet frozen due to the season, and the red carps in the pond were wagging their tails. A few maids were holding a small bowl as they sat by the side feeding the fishes. Shen Miao stood straight in front of Princess Ming'an and greeted her. Princess Ming'an turned around. Among the Mingqi, the Great Liang and the Qin country, the Great Liang was the most powerful nation and upon comparison, the Mingqi and the Qin county were undoubtedly much inferior. If comparison was made between the Mingqi and the Qin country, then the Qin country was much better than the Mingqi because the Qin's troops were much stronger. Perhaps it was the Mingqi's imperial family, the Fu family who overly wanted to consolidate the military power in their Fu family and dare not decentralize it. After so many years, there was no outstanding generals. For example, Shen Qin and Xie Ding, when both of them were not as good as the past, the Mingqi was unable to find anyone from families with military lineage to replace their positions. Thus in this tribute banquet, Emperor Wenwei called back Shen Qin in a hurry, lest he lose face in front of the other countries. Perhaps the Qin country also knew that they were inferior to the Great Liang but was well above the Mingqi, as when the Qin country's people were in front of the Mingqi's people they would have a sense of superiority. This was an annoying feeling, so when Shen Miao went over to the Qin country in her past life, all the lowly ranked maids in the Qin palace would look down on her, much less the Qin country's imperial family, which did more unspeakable things. Since she was living in the foot of others, they trampled the Mingqi's dignity under their feet. Seeing Princess Ming'an at this moment, all the memories of the previous lifetime surfaced up. Today Ben Gong invited you over but originally one thought that you would not dare to come. One did not think that you would actually come over. You do have guts. Princess Ming'an glanced at Shen Miao and her gaze became dark and gloomy. She was wearing a golden silk flower goused robes today, and her hairstyle was the best looking on in the Qin country but upon seeing Shen Miao's lilac cloak and light makeup, it proved to be inferior by comparison. In fact Princess Ming'an was very delicate and beautiful, and even among the females in the imperial family of the Qin country, there was a special exquisiteness about her. But there were many different things of personality traits. Shen Miao's appearance was graceful and gentle but her traits were her pair of attractive eyes. The dignified look made her seem that there was no weak or feeble air, as if she was a high-ranking female in the palace for many years, that there was an air of nobility throughout her body. Princess is joking. Shen Miao's expression did not change. The princess is the Mingqi's guest, so since Shen Miao had the fortune to meet, why would one not keep to the appointment? Jing Jie and Gu Yu stood behind Shen Miao. Mo Qing was obstructed by the guards at the door and Shen Miao did not say anything. As for Princess Ming'an's temperament, Shen Miao knew of it crystal clear. Today, since Princess Ming'an sent the invitation, it would be impossible for her to do anything truly dangerous. It would be nothing more than using some means to make things difficult for her, so when Shen Miao came over she was already prepared, and the suffering she endured would not be taken for granted. She will definitely return 10 times of what Princess Ming'an do today. This mouth of yours is really very nimble. Ben Gong of course know that you are very brave, else during the tribute banquet you will not have deliberately humiliate Ben Gong. Thinking about the events during the tribute banquet, a hint of killing intent flashed onto Princess Ming'an's eyes. One need to know that she was the most pampered princess of the Qin country that even in the imperial family, everyone would be afraid of her. One did not know that after coming to the Mingqi, which was inferior to the Qin country in everything, she was frightened so much by Shen Miao during the tribute banquet that she fainted. Thinking about the fact that she had no longer any face, Princess Ming'an could not wait to kill the person in front. If there was no consideration that this was the Mingqi's land and was also warned by Huang Fu Hao, Princess Ming'an would now take Shen Miao's life. She suddenly looked at Shen Miao and laughed. Ben Gong see that you have outstanding archery abilities and find that there is no such sister like you in the Qin palace. Why not one make a request to your emperor to let you follow Ben Gong back to the Qin country? Shen Miao almost laughed. In the past and present lifetime, this Princess Ming'an seemed to still be disagreeable with her, and with these kind of words it was like she had returned to the past lifetime when she was willing to go to the Qin country as a hostage. Princess Ming'an also said this to Fu Shuyi. She said, Your Majesty can be rest assured that since it is the Empress of the Mingqi, the Qin country would naturally treat her very well, after all she is Ben Gong's good sister. At the end when in the Qin country, all the humiliation she suffered was not lesser than when one was in the Mingqi. When Shen Miao returned to the Mingqi and fought for so long with Mei Furan in the inner palace, many things were all thanks to the 5 years in the Qin country in which she learned to endure silently and live in dormancy. If your highness have such intentions then do inform his majesty. Shen Miao smiled without a care. If his majesty agree to it, this official's daughter will head to the Qin country with your highness. Princess Ming'an wanted to ridicule and pressure Shen Miao but she did not think that Shen Miao would answer back sarcastically. Shen Miao was Shen Qin's precious daughter so in order for Emperor Wenwei to keep Shen Qin, he would not touch Shen Miao for the moment. She glared angrily at Shen Miao. You. Shen Miao smiled gently as she looked at her without speaking a single word. Do not worry, it would be too wrong for you to just return like this. Princess Ming'an coldly smiled and her eyes became vicious. Why not you enter my crown prince older brother's residence and be a concubine or secondary consort? One believed that the emperor of the Mingqi will be very willing. Shen Miao's brows slightly wrinkled. If the Mingqi want to have good relationship with the Qin country, an alliance marriage was indeed good. If Princess Ming'an really could persuade Huang Fu Hao and he proposed to marry Shen Miao as a secondary consort, Emperor Wenwei would agree to it. And to the entire country, even if Shen Qin disagree, there would not be any way to contend against it. Seeing Shen Miao slightly lost in thoughts, Princess Ming'an's lips turned into a sneer and suddenly glanced to the maid beside Shen Miao. That maid suddenly put her hands out and pushed Shen Miao into the pond. This push was sudden and fierce, so Shen Miao was caught off guard and she fell into the pond. Jing Jie and Gu Yu shouted and when they wanted to come over to help, it was too late. Shen Miao could feel the cold air that was splashed onto her clothes but her lips were already ice cold. Princess Ming'an's methods were all like this. Since today she could not truly hurt her, then she would let Shen Miao suffer some difficulties. Even this kind of results were almost expected by Shen Miao. Shen Miao landed in the water in a putong but she knew how to tread water, so even though the water at the beginning of winter is cold, it did not render her immovable. However, one heard another putong sound shortly. At first she thought that she heard wrongly but when she turned around, she saw that there was splashing behind her, and that gold color was none other than Princess Ming'an. Princess Ming'an's shrieks almost pierced one's eardrums and it seemed that she did not know how to float, she could only shriek, someone come. Someone come. Princess Ming'an's servants also became frenetic after seeing this sight, and quickly went to look for a bamboo to save her. The guards knew how to tread water but they were all males and Princess Ming'an was a blue-blooded nobility. One feared that if one were to touch her, on the second day their heads would roll, thus no one went up to rescue. Moreover the location where Princess Ming'an fell into, was truly too far away. Shen Miao was also pushed into the pond but as she fell by the side of the pond, her location was not far from the edge of the pond. But Princess Ming'an actually fell into the middle of the pond, where even bamboo poles could not reach at all. When Shen Miao saw this amusing scene, she felt that it was somewhat funny. But it was not the time to watch the show from the water. So when everyone was flustered, she leisurely swam towards the shore of the pond. When she reached the edge of the pond, Jingjie and Guyu were filled with panic as they pulled her up. Just halfway during their actions, one could hear a shout, "What is going on?" One could only see two males walking from outside the gardens. One male was clad in gold robes and jade headgear, with a gloomy expression that destroyed a third of his handsome appearance. The other person was clad in a gold-purple robe with a black coat and half a silver mask covering his face. It did not change his handsome and heroic appearance as he unhurriedly followed Huang Fu Hao's steps and headed over. Replying, "Your Highness, the princess has fallen into the water." Those servants quickly reported. Seeing the servants running around in disorder, Huang Fu Hao took a deep breath before looking over to see Prince Rui's expression. But Prince Rui was wearing a mask and the lips under the mask were slightly hooked up, but no one could see clearly what was he thinking at the moment. Huang Fu Hao then shouted at the guard behind, "Still do not go quickly." That guard stiffened but was also helpless and could only fly towards the pond. Most likely he had some martial arts skills, as he easily fished the soaking wet Princess Mingyan to the shore. Princess Mingyan had choked on quite a lot of water, and the first thing she did was scream and point at Shen Miao, "This slut pushed me into the water. Crown Prince older brother, kill her for me." Princess Mingyan was utterly furious that she actually said such words in front of everyone. Huang Fu Hao was secretly shocked and opened his mouth to stop her. Mingyan. Princess Mingyan was surprised for a moment, and it was only now she saw that Prince Rui was actually standing by Huang Fu Hao's side. She jumped up in shock but her face was still flushed red in anger. To be such a sorry figure in front of such an elegant man of the generation, if there was a hole on the ground, Princess Mingyan would have squeezed into in. And all this was thanks to Shen Miao. Jingjie was unable to hold back and counterattack for Shen Miao. "Your Highness's words do not make sense. It was obviously our young lady that fell into the water first, so how would one be able to push your highness? Our young lady is not a god that have the capabilities of having 3 heads and 6 arms. What thing are you to be so daring as to talk like that to Bengong?" Princess Mingyan was not angry but laughed instead. "You meant that Bengong is slandering Shen Miao. Someone come and catch this crazy and rave maid for Bengong." Shen Miao smiled coldly and blocked Jingjie. "Your Highness is from the Qin country while Jingjie is my people and this is the Mingqi. Since when can the Qin people behave atrociously on the Mingqi soil?" She used the 2 words behave atrociously and it can be said that it was so impolite, that even Huang Fu Hao could not help but gave her another look. "You impudent!" Princess Mingyan shouted. This official's daughter does not find oneself impudent. Shen Miao's imposing manner was not the slightest weak at all. Now she was not the empress who suffered in silence in the Qin country. Moreover, if she could not even protect a maid then she would have wasted living in this lifetime. Now that Princess Mingyan used her identity to behave atrociously, she did not even need to use her brains to deal with her. This was the Qin country's residence and Princess Mingyan's servants had long brought a cloak for Princess Mingyan to drape over herself. But there was none for Shen Miao, as the lilac cloak was drenched and almost attached to her body, that even if Jingjie and Guyu used themselves to block, it would still be unsuccessful. Huang Fu Hao stared at Shen Miao, which was somewhat presumptuous. Just at this time, one saw that Prince Rui chuckled and suddenly took off the big black cloak that he was wearing, and lightly threw it over Shen Miao's body and it covered Shen Miao up nicely. This kind of action made the people around surprised for a moment, as this Prince Rui of the Great Liang had always been a loner since coming to the Ding capital, and did not have any relationship with the Mingqi and also did not deliberately made any relationship with the Qin country, so why did he inexplicably help to pull Shen Miao out from a difficult position? Huang Fu Hao's gaze at Shen Miao became very meaningful, but Princess Mingyan was so jealous that she bit her lips. Jingjie and Guyu supported Shen Miao to stand up. Princess Mingyan was unable to hold back and said, "It is obviously clear that it was you who pushed Bengong down. If it was not you, how would Bengong fall into the water? Could it be that it was my servants who pushed Bengong?" Shen Miao laughed. Even though her hair was totally wet, her calm appearance when compared to Princess Mingyan who was bursting in anger, seemed much more dignified. She said, "This official's daughter's servants had already explained for this official's daughter. This official's daughter fell into the water first, so how would one be able to push your highness down? Perhaps it is your highness that accidentally slipped." Princess Mingyan said angrily, "If it was Bengong who slipped, then how would one slip and fall into the middle of the pond? Then that would be a coincidence." Shen Miao did not say it lightly. This official's daughter is not a warrior with extraordinary strength, and it is impossible for one to push the princess to such a faraway location, the middle of the pond. Suddenly a light laughter escaped and everyone looked over, and saw that Prince Rui's lips had hooked up. It was just that even though he was smiling, one was unable to see what expression was under the mask, which made others feel that he was somewhat unpredictable. Princess Mingyan bit her teeth and looked toward Prince Rui. "Since your highness is here and is not people of the Mingqi and the Qin country, one would invite your highness to uphold justice and say if Bengong or Shen Miao is lying." Huang Fu Hao wanted to stop Princess Mingyan but it was too late, thus the fury in Huang Fu Hao's heart soared up to heavens. Princess Mingyan was proud and arrogant but had no brains. Even though he knew that Princess Mingyan's anger was directed at Shen Miao, he did not expect that Princess Mingyan would use such a stupid method. If anything went wrong, Shen Miao could use the trick of injuring herself upon her return, and Princess Mingyan would end up at a bad position. Moreover today Prince Rui of the Great Liang suddenly came over to visit, and saw this chaotic scene. Huang Fu Hao just simply wanted to squash Princess Mingyan to death. Shen Miao dropped her eyes and Princess Mingyan looked at him full of hope. There was some embarrassment on Huang Fu Hao's face as Prince Rui's lips hooked up. Why should this prince be bothered about this matter? Princess Mingyan was stunned for a while Shen Miao rolled her eyes secretly. "Your honored residence is sure lively." One was unable to hear if Prince Rui's words were of ridicule, but that light tone of voice made Huang Fu Hao unhappy. He looked at Shen Miao who was draped in Prince Rui's cloak and suddenly smiled gently. "This is only a misunderstanding today. One did not expect that young lady Shen would be involved in it. Ben Wei Ng will apologize to young lady Shen on behalf of one's younger sister, and hope that young lady Shen would not be concerned about it." Crown Prince older brother. Princess Mingyan did not expect Huang Fu Hao to give in to Shen Miao, and got anxious and spoke in dissatisfaction. However Huang Fu Hao glared at her coldly and she dared not say anything else, and just looked at Shen Miao with jealousy and hatred in her eyes. Shen Miao looked at Huang Fu Hao and said lightly, "Your highness the crown prince had spoken, this official's daughter dare not disobey." This generous words were said unwillingly and reluctantly. It made Princess Mingyan's heart furious again, and Huang Fu Hao who was also stunned looked at Shen Miao meaningfully. Shen Miao's eyes hung down with thousands of emotions passing through them. Huang Fu Hao on the surface looked broad-minded and polite, but in fact was the most vicious and cruel. His type of viciousness was different from Fu Shuyi as even disgust could not be concealed. Previously when she was in the Qin country, there was once a time when Huang Fu Hao was drunk and wanted to dishonor her, and if it was not for Guyu who desperately protected her innocence, one feared that upon her return to the Mingqi palace, what would be waiting for her was a long piece of silk, as the Mingqi imperial family would not accept an unfaithful empress. However when that happened, Guyu was stabbed to death by Huang Fu Hao using the guard's sword, as she had offended Huang Fu Hao. Shen Miao could never forget the moment when Huang Fu Hao stabbed and made a few holes on the already dead Guyu. Blood kept flowing out, but Huang Fu Hao only ordered people to throw Gu Yu's body to the heap for wolves. She could not do anything at all. She lost the closest person in the Qin country, and could not even bury Gu Yu at all. If one were to say Shen Miao was somewhat disgusted with Princess Ming and then towards Huang Fu Hao, she was filled with hatred. It was just that she now had no way to make Huang Fu Hao pay the price. Huang Fu Hao's gaze was suspicious and Shen Miao collected herself in a moment. It seemed that he had discovered some obvious emotions that made him feel somewhat cold. He did not understand what that was, but instinctively wanted to inquire into it. Just as he wanted to speak about it, Prince Rui suddenly stood sideways. He was tall and the petite-sized Shen Miao was blocked by his movement that one could almost not see her at all. It was really not the time to come over today. Prince Rui gave a glance at Huang Fu Hao and Princess Ming. They clearly did not see his expression, but both of them felt that Prince Rui's eyes were somewhat cold. He continued, "We'll come back in the future." Huang Fu Hao wanted to say some words of persuasion as the current situation was still not clear, but in any case the Qin country did not want to be enemies with the Great Liang. If this meant that the Great Liang's Prince Rui has intention to be closer to their Qin country, the Qin country would be glad to see it happen. One thought that today one would be able to get closer to Prince Rui, but did not think that Princess Ming would mess it up. He stared fiercely at Princess Ming and helplessly said, "It is Benwei Ng that entertained inconsiderately. The next time your highness visits again, Benwei Ng will definitely show great hospitality." Prince Rui chuckled and no one knew what did it meant before he suddenly turned around and left, but then suddenly stopped his steps and looked at Shen Miao with a smile but not a smile. "Since young lady Shen is soaking wet, it is better to return to the residence early. Is one willing to leave together with this prince?" Shen Miao took a deep breath and a gentle smile burst forth. "Many thanks to your highness Prince Rui." Huang Fu Hao and Princess Ming looked on as the two brushed their sleeves and left. Princess Ming almost bit her lips till they were broken. "Crown Prince older brother, that slut seduced Prince Rui and also pushed me into the water. This matter cannot just let it be." "Shut up, blockhead." Huang Fu Hao glanced at her coldly and warned, "Today Benwei Ng spare you this time. If there is a repeat and things are mucked up, Benwei Ng will not protect you when Imperial father pass the blame down." He then turned around and left after brushing his sleeves. After Princess Ming was lectured by Huang Fu Hao, she dared not say any contradictory words, and her level of hatred for Shen Miao went up by a level. Especially the back view of the two leaving together made her feel like her heart was cut up by knives. She had all the while been willful and selfish, but knew of her own beauty and was blue-blooded nobility so she had never fancied any man. It was difficult to find a man that she fancied, but he seemed to look after Shen Miao. How could she tolerate it? Princess Ming clenched her fist and said hatefully, "Shen Miao, Ben Gong will definitely make you rather die than live." Outside the Qin country's residence, Shen Miao's horse carriage was still outside the doors. Seeing that Shen Miao was draped with an unfamiliar man's cloak and her hair was wet, Mo Qing suddenly tensed up. "Young lady. No harm." Shen Miao waved her hands and said, "Let us return to the residence first. This prince has helped Shen young lady," but Shen young lady did not say a word of thanks. "This is a bit too heartless." Prince Rui hugged his chest and spoke unhurriedly, but it was Jing Jie and the rest that were stunned for a moment. Shen Miao looked at him coldly. "Did Prince Rui played happily today?" "That would depend if you were happy or not." He smiled and even with the mask on, Shen Miao was able to guess the nasty look on this person's expression at the moment. "You are responsible for Princess Ming An's fall into the water." She leaned close to Xie Jingxing and whispered, "Why did you do this?" Xie Jingxing lowered his head and looked at her. She was petite so when Xie Jingxing wanted to whisper to her, he needed to bend down slightly. When their lines of sight were leveled, it however looked overly close and somewhat ambiguous. His voice was low and sweet with a light tease in it. "What kind of thing she is considered to be able to also bully you?" Xie Jingxing paused and stared at Shen Miao. "Are not I your people? It is within reason to help you in this." Shen Miao unexpectedly took a step back and pulled the distance away from him before saying, "Then many thanks to you." Thanks is not a matter of saying some words. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. This prince need to think carefully. Shen Miao was too lazy to say more to him, and went up the carriage without a second word. Mo Qing was worried Shen Miao would catch a cold and rushed back to the Shen mansion without stopping, so their figures quickly disappeared from this lane. Seeing that the horse carriage was no longer seen at the distance, a tall and burly man appeared behind Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing's eyes turned cold. Investigate if Huang Fu Hao has ever been to the Ding capital before. The man bowed before leaving. Xie Jingxing turned around and glanced at Prince Qin's residence's doors, and the corners of his lips hooked up but his eyes gave out a cold light. On the way back to the residence, Jing Jie and Gu Yu dared not speak, as no one thought that Shen Miao would be put in such difficulties when she went out today. This Princess Ming An's guts were truly too big as she dared to push others into the water in broad daylight. Jing Jie's eyes were all red. At the midst of danger, she did not have any apprehension as she took not the other party's identity into consideration but now thinking about it, that person was after all the Qin country's princess and she was just a humble servant. If one were to really do anything to her, Jing Jie herself would have no solution at all. Now thinking about that, she then became scared. Shen Miao however was actually feeling calm. She already knew that Princess Ming had ill intentions but due to the interest of the bigger picture, even if no one came today, Princess Ming would also let others fish her out from the water and will not truly want her life. However one did not know that a fiend would suddenly appear, who then pushed Princess Ming into the water. This was naturally Xie Jingxing messing around. Xie Jingxing was lawless and did not consider anyone, and just schemed against Princess Ming in front of Huang Fu Hao. One only feared that when Huang Fu Hao thought back about this, he would also realize that something was wrong. After all when Princess Ming fell, she fell into the center of the pond, and it would not be possible if one did not have any martial skills. Moreover other than the guards who had martial art skills, there was only Xie Jingxing. Even though one did not know if it was Xie Jingxing's act, one would always be suspicious. But Shen Miao's eyes moved slightly. This action of Xie Jingxing put Princess Ming in such a difficult position, and it indeed made one feel rejuvenated. If today there was no Xie Jingxing, she most likely would suffer a lot but now with this situation, she still suffered but seeing Princess Ming also suffering, one finds that whatever bitterness that she tasted was worth it. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were actually somewhat worried as they looked at Shen Miao while Shen Miao was thinking, her lips hooked up and seemed to be somewhat happy. Both of them looked at one another and both scratched their heads, as Shen Miao was pushed down to the water by others and how would one be happy about it? Upon returning to the Shen mansion, because Shen Miao was drenched, she could only sneak in from the back doors. Jing Jie quickly brought a handkerchief to wipe Shen Miao's hair and helped her change into a new set of clothes, while Gu Yu went to the kitchens to instruct them to make ginger tea. After Shen Miao sat down for a while, she asked, why have one not seen Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang yet? Before she left, she had instructed Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang to stay in the residence waiting for news, but there was not a single one of them around at present. Just as she was speaking, one saw Bai Lu returning from outside and said in surprised joy when she saw Shen Miao, young lady finally returned. Just now Fern asked this servant where did young lady went, and why was young lady not back yet? What is the matter with mother? Once Shen Miao managed to dry her hair, she asked. Heard that the daughter of the old general's benefactor came to the house. Furin is currently outside chatting with that young lady, and wanted young lady to go over to take a look. Shen Miao's hand that was holding the handkerchief paused and her gaze became sharper. What is that person's name? Bai Lu was surprised as she found Shen Miao's gaze was somewhat cold and subconsciously replied, hear that she has the surname of Chong. Ever since Shen and family returned to the capital and bought a new house, this was the first time someone visited. Luo Shuiyan sat in the hall and was talking to a young female. When Shen Miao arrived, Luo Shuiyan was drinking tea with that female. One did not know what was said, but Luo Shuiyan seemed to be very happy. It seemed that both of them were having a pleasant time together and none noticed when Shen Miao came in. It was Luo Tan who was sitting at the side, picking snacks to eat who warmly greeted Shen Miao when she saw her. Biao youngest sister, this is the newly baked snacks. Milk is added to it, do you want to try? Shen Miao smiled and shook her head before walking over to Luo Shuiyan's side. Her gaze landed on the young female as she asked, Mother, this is. That young female quickly stood up. She was wearing a bean green robes and there was not much jewelry from head to toe, only a wooden hairpin that was loosely fastened in her hair and a silver bracelet on her wrist. This could be considered a somewhat shabby dressing, but this female had a faint scholarly air even though her appearance could be considered delicate beauty. There was a type of elegance that made one not underestimate, and it was pleasing to the eyes. This is the daughter of the benefactor of your Zufu grandfather by the name of Chong Zaiqing. Zhao Zhao most likely have not seen before. Luo Shuiyan smiled. Younger sister Qing, this is our residence young lady, Zhao Zhao. Shen Miao smiled gently and greeted her, Qing Yi. Luo Shuiyan pulled Chong Zaiqing to sit down again, and let Shen Miao sit below her before speaking with a smile. What Qing Yi? Younger sister Qing looks so young and by calling one Qing Yi, it would be calling one too old. If younger sister Qing did not speak of one's age, I would only think that one is only older than Zhao Zhao by a little. Even if one were to go out like this, no one would find it inappropriate if Zhao Zhao call you older sister. Furin must not make fun of me. Chong Zaiqing said with a smile. Luo Tan smiled and looked at Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister, Qing Qi has come to the Ding capital, and in the future might often come to the residence as a guest. Heard that she is one who loves chess and books, I do not understand those but in the future you will have a playmate. Shen Miao smiled. Luo Tan was always one who was frank and perhaps the Luo family's people were all this sincere, like Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan, who treat others with enthusiasm. When Shen Miao looked up to face Chong Zaiqing, although this was the case, it was not an easy thing to please Luo Shuiyan. Especially because the Luo family were military commanders, and those in military would not see eye to eye with scholarly ones. Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan were more forthright and would be impatient with those who indulge in fancy words. But in less than half a day of effort, Luo Shuiyan and Chong Zaiqing called one another sisters, and looked like she actually liked Chong Zaiqing. Shen Miao's gaze was somewhat cold. Seeing Shen Miao not speaking, Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao's hands and said, why is Zhao Zhao's hands this cold? Lately it is cold outside, one must not catch a cold. Jing Jie and Gu Yu who were at the back uncomfortably bowed their head. Shen Miao returned to the residence and changed her clothes and upon finished the ginger soup, she heard that there was a guest and came over in a hurry, without resting well. Luo Shuiyan was not aware that Shen Miao had an accident over at Princess Ming'an's today, thus the both of them were somewhat guilty about it. In the recent days we had just entered into winter, so naturally it is cold. There is a type of medical sachet in my hometown that consists of herbs that would expel the cold, and during the night when one is resting, one can hang it at the head of the bed, one would feel warm on the second day. If fifth young lady does not despise, I will make a few and send them over. Chong Zaiqing smiled as she spoke. Younger sister Qing can even do such things. Luo Shuiyan smiled. One always heard that the Lu province's females are dexterous, but I have never seen it before. Now seeing younger sister Qing, one come to know about it. Unlike the young ladies in our residence. She glanced at Luo Tan and Shen Miao and pretended to sigh helplessly. Do not even mention medical sachet, they do not even know how to embroider handkerchiefs. Shen Miao had never liked to do needlework as she find that it was a waste of time, and not to even mention about Luo Tan, she obviously had the temper of a male. Luo Tan's mouth twitched. Youngest Gu, do not mention about me or Biao youngest sister, are not you the same? Luo Shuiyan was at a loss for words and stared pointedly at Luo Tan. Qing Qi is Lu province's people. Shen Miao tilted her head to look at her and asked with a gentle smile, Lu province is not near the Ding capital, so for what matter did one come to the Ding capital? Chong Zaiqing immediately showed some awkward expression on her face, and Luo Shuiyan quickly changed the subject. Nothing is the matter, just came to the Ding capital to play for a few days. Shen Miao smiled. Then where is Qing Yi residing at? Chong Zaiqing smiled. Now residing at the Shen residence. Shen Miao lightly spoke. Oh, so one is residing at Zhu Mu's place. She said, since Qing Yi's father is Zhu Fu's benefactor, one think that Zhu Mu will take good care of Qing Yi. This is reassuring. Although Luo Shuiyan felt that with old Shen Furin's temperament, she would not be very considerate to Chong Zaiqing, once Shen Miao said those words, it calmed down Luo Shuiyan's heart a lot. She said, this is so. Chong Zaiqing's smile slightly stiffened. But one heard Shen Miao speaking again, as Qing Yi is from the Lu province, I heard that it is fun to play in there, and it is a pity that one had not gone there before. However when one was in Guangwentang, there were classmates whose hometown was also in the Lu province, not sure if you also know them. The Chong family is a small family. Chong Zaiqing lowered her head and said, one fear that fifth young lady's classmates would not know of the Chong family. No matter how small the Chong family is, with Qi Yi kind of exceptional person, one would not be obscure and unknown. Shen Miao smiled meaningfully, however, with Qing Yi coming over to the Ding capital, why did Qing Yi's husband not follow along? Chong Zaiqing's expression became even more awkward and Luo Shuiyan laughed. Zhao Zhao, you better not say nonsense. Younger sister Qing is still a boudoir maiden. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and looked at Chong Zaiqing asking, not sure what age Qing Yi is at this year. To ask a boudoir maiden of her age, even if Chong Zaiqing's age is not young, it was indeed somewhat absurd. Even Luo Tan, one who had a thick brain, also stopped eating the cakes and looked at Shen Miao strangely. Shen Miao was one that knew the rules on normal days and her etiquette was the most appropriate, so why would she say such rude words today? However Chong Zaiqing spoke calmly, without a trace of awkwardness, this year one is 26. Shen Miao widened her eyes at the right time and seemingly due to covering it up, she quickly laughed, if Qing Yi did not speak of it, I thought that one is only above 10. Really make one envious. Even though she say it like this, her eyes that were sizing Chong Zaiqing up were somewhat meaningful, making one feel that there was no malice but also did not make one happy. Chong Zaiqing gently smiled and did not speak while Luo Shuiyan laughed. Younger sister Qing is so good, so one does not fear that one cannot find a good husband. I do not know of the males in the Lu province, but there are several of outstanding men in the Ding capital. If younger sister Qing stayed here longer, one might meet a sincere person. Chong Zaiqing quickly waved her hands and told Luo Shuiyan not to make fun of her. After speaking for a while more, seeing that the skies had gradually gotten darker, Shen Chu and Luo Ling should be returning from the ministry, Chong Zaiqing got up to say goodbye. Luo Shuiyan urged to stay. Master, Chu and Ling will be returning soon, why not have a meal before leaving? If master were to see you, he would definitely be very happy. No need. Chang Ziqing smiled slightly. It would not be easy to walk back when the skies are dark. For and good intentions, Ziqing appreciates. In the future, one will come and visit again. As for today, let it be, since it is somewhat late already. Luo Shuiyan took a look outside and indeed night was approaching, so she took her hand. In that case then I will not keep you, so as to avoid you slipping due to the dark skies. It is just that one felt the familiarity upon first sight and was exceptionally happy. In the future you must come again. It is very interesting to talk to you, and one had not met with such people for a long time. Chang Ziqing smiled. One dare not decline Fern's affections, and follow through is the sincerest form of respect. Luo Shuiyan instructed people to prepare a horse carriage for Chang Ziqing while Shen Miao and Luo Tan followed behind. Luo Tan sighed. Even though this Qingqi is from a small family out of the Lu province, her etiquette is more through than those in the palace. With a warm and kind personality, one did not think that she would not be married at such an age. Do not know who would have the fortune to marry her in the future. Shen Miao did not say anything while she watched Chang Ziqing's figure. When Luo Tan saw it, she suddenly whispered into Shen Miao's ears, Biao youngest sister, is it that you do not like this Qingyi? Shen Miao was unexpectedly surprised as she did not expect that Luo Tan, with such a thick brain, could see her preferences, so she raised her eyebrows. She has no ill feelings with me, why would I not like her? Others are unable to see but I can see it clearly. Luo Tan proudly said, you are one who treat everyone well on the surface but it is all very faintly. But today you asked Qingyi so many things, and moreover there were some rude aspects on it. You are not one who will make this kind of mistake so it is obvious that it is done deliberately. And the way you look at her was strange, it was not like how you look at others. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself, you really think too much. I did not have any illusions. You are clearly like this. Luo Tan added, however, even though this Qingyi is good and once she came she could make youngest Gu so happy, and also even if seemed so sincere and bright, one always feels something is wrong. What is wrong? Shen Miao asked. Think about it, that Qingyi's father is the old General Shen's subordinate and benefactor, so he must be a valiant commander. With a father a lion, a daughter would not be a dog. Even you, who always look gentle, has bones the same as Gu Fu, very valiant and did not fear the Tuju at all. But this Qingyi has too mild of a temper. Although she is also candid and not bashful, why is there no scent of a military family? Shen Miao sneered. No scent of a military air. Wrong. Chang Ziqing was the young lady who most resembled one from a military lineage. Her study on military strategy and tactics were at the point of perfection, and she could quietly advance gradually and entrench herself at every step. One could not see the vicious tendencies of Chang Ziqing, because her acting abilities were highly perfected. Shen Miao looked at Luo Tan and did not correct Luo Tan's view of valiant on her and just said, who said that military families need to be valiant? This Qingyi grew up in the Lu province and maybe Chang Fern comes from a scholarly family, and Qingyi followed her mother's temperament. Luo Tan's lips twitched, perhaps so. In fact I quite like her. But if you do not like her, then I will also not like her. I am with you. Shen Miao said, then many thanks to you. But why do you not like her? Luo Tan asked curiously, jealous that she know more than you. Shen Miao glanced at Chang Ziqing who was being helped up the horse carriage by Luo Shuiyan, and a trace of cold intentions flashed in her eyes. Where would there be such things? I cannot wait to be happy to meet such clever people like this. Shortly after Chang Ziqing left, Shen and entourage returned. Luo Shuiyan told them about Chang Ziqing's matter, and Shen was first surprised then lamented. When the old General Shen was alive, he often mentioned about the loyal and brave Chang Hu, and the Shen family stressed on paying a debt of gratitude, but it was just that after the old General Shen's death, that the Chang family moved to the Lu province and there was no news of them for so many years, that one did not know why they suddenly appeared. Shen had also seen Chang Ziqing before, but at that time Chang Ziqing was still a girl. Even so, if Chang Ziqing was in any difficulties, one could give her a hand. Naturally Chang Ziqing had difficulties, but it is just that they could not be spoken in front of the younger generation so after the meal, Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen back to their room in a rush, most likely to discuss with him about Chang Ziqing's matter. Shen Chu was busy these few days about the arrangements of the capital and even Luo Ling, who was just brought into the army, was very busy. When both of them were free they would gather and speak about it. As for Luo Tan, after playing outside for a day she was tired and returned to the room early to rest. In the depth of the night, only the lamps in Shen Miao's room were brightly lit in the entire Shen residence. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were long sent out to sleep by Shen Miao. The two maids saw that Shen Miao had no intention of sleeping, and thought that she was worried about the matter with Princess Ming'an in the morning. After everyone had left, Shen Miao rubbed her forehead and did not move as she looked at the book in front of her. With regards to the matter with Princess Ming'an, she was not at all worried. Huang Fu Hao had lost all face in front of Xie Jingxing, and because of that warning to Princess Ming'an, for the recent period of time, Princess Ming'an would temporarily stop. What bothered her was Chang Ziqing who came to the Shen residence to visit. That day when she went to the Feng Xian pawn shop to probe Ji Yushu, she saw a figure on the way back and she was shocked but after she took another look, that figure had disappeared from the crowd. Initially Shen Miao thought that her eyes had blurred but now thinking about it, it was the fact that she saw Chang Ziqing at that time. Some things had changed but not sure if some people were destined or not, would still appear at this time. Shen's branch, from the beginning of the collapse, other than the military power, the most important thing was the deviation of the people in the residence. Shen was one who would not submit it as a loser and with the bravery he had on the battlefield, he did not fear any problem that arises. But at the end was forced to desperation by Fu Shuyi, and a large part of it was not because of Fu Shuyi's pressure. Because of Shen Chu's death that was caused by Jing Chu, and because of Chang Ziqing's appearance, Luo Shuiyan lost her life. It was true that Chang Ziqing was from the Lu province and in the past lifetime, not long now, Chang Ziqing also appeared in front of the Shen residence. At that time the Shen residence was not separated and due to Chang Ziqing's warmth, magnanimity and ability to carry on conversations, everyone in the Shen residence liked her, including Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was a military commander, and in the entire Shen residence even though on surface it looked amiable, Luo Shuiyan was unable to be close with the sleek Ren Wanyan and aloof Chen Ruchu due to her own personality. It was however when Chang Ziqing came that not too long later, Luo Shuiyan was very close with her. Previously Shen Miao felt that Chang Ziqing was definitely a good person, and at that time she had already married to Fu Shuyi. During her few trips back, she saw Chang Ziqing and liked talking with her. Chang Ziqing was very clever in her words. When she meet up with Chen Ruchu, she would talk to her about poetry. With Luo Shuiyan, she will discuss about military tactics, and to Shen Miao, she will chat about how to gain one's husband's favor. She was considerate to others and could come out with advice and suggestions, so Shen Miao liked her very much. Afterwards it came into knowledge that Chang Ziqing was still not married at the age of 26, because some son of a big household in the Lu province let it be known that he wanted to take her as a concubine. That household had a big business and no one in the Lu province dared to mess with, so no matter how outstanding Chang Ziqing was, no one dared to propose marriage and offend that household. After so many years, that household's people did more outrageous things, and Chang Ziqing had no more alternatives but to come to the Ding capital to look for her father's old acquaintance for shelter. Shen Miao was very sympathetic towards Chang Ziqing's bitter experiences, and seeing her unable to marry even though she has a pure heart and spirit. One initially thought that Chang Ziqing would kept on staying in the Shen residence as a guest, until Chen Ruchu produced a marriage contract. It was actually a marriage contract between Shen and Chang Ziqing. Most probably the old General Shen wrote it with Changhu, and since it had been so long, no one knew what the situation was, so it could be said as a joke. But at the end this marriage contract is what changed matters. One did not know who mentioned that the reason Chang Ziqing did not marry after so many years was not only because of the bullying by some big family's gentlemen but also to remain chaste for Shen. However, Shen had very deep feelings for Luo Shuiyan, so this marriage contract was somewhat awkward. At that time Chang Ziqing knelt in front of Luo Shuiyan and said that she did not have any thoughts on Shen and that marriage contract was the elder's joke. She had never paid any attention to it, and for the next half of her life she did not want anything but only to live quietly. As for marriage, she had long given up on that idea. If the Shen family find her inconvenient, she could just go and search for a temple and shave her head to be a nun, and would never bother the Shen family. A perfectly fine young lady came over to seek shelter, moreover she was the daughter of a benefactor. How could one let her become a nun at the end? Everyone in the Shen family tried to persuade, especially Chen Ruchu and Ren Wanyan. At the end, somehow old Shen Furen was the one who actually brought up to let Shen take Chang Ziqing as a concubine. Naturally Shen was unwilling, his own inner courtyard was clean, so why add another female in? Chang Ziqing was also not willing, but the one who finally agreed was actually Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was one who would not tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes and had the strongest of personality. Initially when she got married to Shen, she requested that Shen would only have her in his inner courtyard. Shen really indeed did it, but she took the initiative to accept Chang Ziqing for her own husband. Chang Ziqing had no alternative but only agreed to it. But she said she only has the name of a yin yang, but would not commit in performing a yin yang's obligation. The reason as to why she agreed was just to solve some worries in the future, and would not do anything on normal days. At that time Shen Miao thought that Chang Ziqing was really fair and reasonable. How would there be such a good person in the world? To be a yin yang but not fight for favor and just be content with one's lot with just a name. In Shen Miao's own Prince Ding's residence, those concubines that the officials sent over constantly upset her, but looking at Chang Ziqing, she felt that she was extremely dependable. So Chang Ziqing became Shen's official concubine, but did not have any relationship with Shen and were like siblings instead. The relationship with Luo Shuiyan was exceptionally good. One initially was worried about it, but afterwards Shen Miao felt that it was good like this. And not long after, Luo Shuiyan became pregnant and Chang Ziqing would take care of her all day long, but one did not know why Luo Shuiyan had a miscarriage in her own courtyard. After the miscarriage, she was depressed all day and soon passed away due to illness. Shen was in utter pain, and in a night his hair practically went all white. Upon Luo Shuiyan's death, Shen seemed to have lost the will to live and rapidly aged. Much later he had no mood to fight battles, and when he was schemed by Fu Shuyi, he did not have the energy or power to fight back, and even let the second and third household exploit. What Shen Miao hated the most was Chang Ziqing's methods. Not mentioning how Luo Shuiyan would miscarriage without any rhyme or reason, but Shen Miao knew that Luo Shuiyan was a female warrior, so how would she succumb to grief and die in just one night? The one who accompanied and talked Luo Shuiyan all day was only Chang Ziqing, so the matter must involve Chang Ziqing. At that time Shen also sent people to investigate, but there were no trails, so Chang Ziqing was seen as innocent. After Luo Shuiyan's dead, Shen did not marry again, and Chang Ziqing still occupied the name of a yin yang. It is just that the Shen family's first household needed a female to manage internally and externally, so naturally Chang Ziqing did it and became the first household's Furen in the eyes of the servants. Her gentleness and warmth quickly won over the hearts of the servants, and she had the tolerance of a matriarch. This was the scariest thing for Shen Miao. Chang Ziqing was very smart. She knew that Shen's heart could not contain another female, so she did not thought about capturing Shen's heart. That was why she started off with Luo Shuiyan and cheated her trust, and made Luo Shuiyan view her as her loved one before stubbing severely behind her back. Words could hurt people, and for Chang Ziqing kind of person, as long as she unintentionally said some things, perhaps it would give immense pain and suffering to Luo Shuiyan. When Luo Shuiyan was sick and bedridden, one did not know how many consoling words had Chang Ziqing said to push someone to death. It was of no matter if Shen did not recognize Chang Ziqing, because what Chang Ziqing wanted from the beginning was what others see. Once Luo Shuiyan was dead, she was Shen's only lady, which is Shen Furen, and she would be able to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Chang Ziqing was the most realistic person and would not pursue those unruly feelings. This was a sober and intelligent female that made one resentful. If there were no mishaps, then perhaps Chang Ziqing would keep on living as a victim of grievances, and at least Shen Miao would still think that she was a pitiful woman. But paper could not wrap fire. 2 years after Luo Shuiyan's death, Chang Ziqing's husband and son from the Lu province came knocking. Yes, it was Chang Ziqing's husband and son. A gambling husband and a sickly son. Chang Ziqing had married early on, and at that time both of them were in love, but trouble loomed on the poor married couple. Chang Ziqing was so proud and arrogant, so how would she tolerate a lifetime of growing peonies in the mud? So she took the money, tossed her husband, abandoned her son, and used an excuse to head to the Ding capital. Her husband had inquired for a long time, before finding out that Chang Ziqing was in the Ding capital and became Shen's concubine, so he brought his son and came knocking. Everyone was up in an uproar. Chang Ziqing always did things so gently and elegantly, but she could even abandon her sickly son. It could be seen that things that looked good on the surface were not what they appear. And with all the lies that were told, it was truly evil and nauseating. After Chang Ziqing was taken away, Shen became the joke of the Ding capital. After raising another's wife for so many years, one did not know if this was considered as wearing a green hat. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Events of the past are as transient as a fleeting cloud. She had always been wary that there would be a day where old events would repeat again, and did not expect it would be too late. Chang Ziqing had appeared, and like in the previous lifetime, she quickly made Luo Shuiyan want to keep her close. With regards of putting on a play, Shen Miao had seen two formidable females. One was Chang Ziqing, the other was Mei Furen. It was just that Mei Furen was somewhat arrogant and had an unrestrained nature, and Chang Ziqing was too cautious that she would not let others have a hold on her. But this lifetime was not the past lifetime, so Shen Miao would not let Chang Ziqing live well no matter what. But as to how this chess piece was to be used, Shen Miao need to plan it well. Just as she was thinking, the light from the lamp in the room swayed, and suddenly someone spoke by her ear, thinking of what? Shen Miao was startled and unconsciously leaned back and almost fell. That person grabbed her arm with one hand and supported her back with the other, and only straightened up and retrieved his hands when she was stable. His face under the light was unbelievably handsome, as the familiar naughty smile hung on his face while he looked down at her, so entranced. Thinking of how to repay me. What are you here for? Now that Shen Miao saw Xie Jingxing, she could not be bothered to even get angry. But there was a trace of bewilderment in her heart as she had clearly ordered Mo Qing to place additional staff out at the courtyard, and did not expect that Xie Jingxing would still come here as though this was unmanned. The people around him were actually so powerful. One tiny clue revealed the whole. The Great Leong's means were indeed overbearing. Xie Jingxing's hooked up to a smile. I am here to retrieve my clothes. In the afternoon over at Princess Ming An's, Xie Jingxing took off his black cloak and gave it to Shen Miao, and helped her out of trouble. It was only then Shen Miao remembered, but she saw Xie Jingxing looking at the ground with profound meaning. Shen Miao came back in the afternoon in a rush and afterwards hurried up to see Chong Zaiqing, so after changing she went out bringing Jing Jie and Gu Yu with her. That big black cloak was casually thrown onto the chair, and one did not know when did it slipped off the chair and quietly lay on the floor. It was crumpled up to a ball, looking very appalling. Xie Jingxing hugged his chest and coolly said, you really help yourself. The cloak of the Great Leong's Prince Rui would be in any case worth a lot in gold. To just be thrown so casually aside, much worse than cleaning cloths. In the entire land under the heavens, only Shen Miao dared to do it. Shen Miao said really frankly, Your Highness's cloak is on the floor. Many thanks. She did not even bother to say more to deal with it. Anyways, the Great Leong's imperial family was rich and did not lack of this one cloak. Thinking about that, Shen Miao glanced at Xie Jingxing, such an excellent appearance but still changed to new clothes every single day. One did not know how did the Great Liang could afford to raise this wastrel. All the money in the treasury was used to make clothes. Could it be that because of that they did not go to war, as they did not have money for funds and provision for the troops? Xie Jingxing looked at Shen Miao for a while before speaking with interest. You are strange today to be so unfathomably angry. Such a big temper. He raised his brows and said, it is because of that female by the name of Chong Zaiqing in the residence. 128 to 133. Shen Miao was slightly startled and looked up towards Xie Jingxing again. In the Mingqi, there was no place that would put up a resistance to Xie Jingxing. He was too familiar with everything. Naturally he was familiar as he grew up in the Ding capital, and knew every crook and cranny of it like the back of his hand. In addition, he also had the backing of the Fengxian pawn shop, a station that buys and sells information. Perhaps Xie Jingxing's eyes and ears as compared to Fu Shuyi's were not inferior in any way and even in excess. He naturally was able to know what he wanted to know about. What does this have to do with you? Shen Miao said in a bad tone, Your Highness Prince Rui really have leisure time to worry about other people's household matters. Household matters. Xie Jingxing raised his brows, seemingly founding that the words were quite good. You seem to be afraid of that surname Chong female. A trace of coldness flashed in Shen Miao's eyes and she said, just a relative that seeks shelter. What is there to be afraid of? Not right. Xie Jingxing stroked his chin as he swept a look at her. He suddenly leaned over and carefully stared at Shen Miao's eyes. He did not feel anything was wrong when he leaned so near and paused a moment before saying, a female from the Lu province and you have never go to the Lu province, so why is it that you seem to understand her? Shen Miao suddenly looked up and stared straight into Xie Jingxing's eyes. That youth's features were as always breathtaking, but in those peach blossoms' eyes, the sharpest blade was hidden in them. It is the same for Princess Ming'an too. You had never go to the Qin country, yet you had profound grievances with her. Shen Miao continued to keep her silence, clearly so close that there were some ambiguous position, but her gaze gradually got cold. You have been living in the Ding capital since young, and the further place that you went was the Shaochun city. In those 2 years in the Shaochun city, you have not stepped into any other place, so it is not possible for you to have been to the Lu province, and impossible to have met the princess of the Qin country. His voice floated in the night, bringing a light coldness of the early winter that could almost seep into a person's heart. What do you want to say? Shen Miao looked at him. He spoke lowly, with an elegant and rich low voice that was sultry but made one's heart palpitate. He said, Are you Shen Miao? For a moment, goosebumps rose on Shen Miao's entire body. It seemed as if there was a fine cold wind that poured down from the top of her head and in a short moment, her entire body became icy cold. She had met a lot of people and relying on her experience of an empress in her previous life, those people were just one mask after another. There were good and bad masks that one expected, but only when facing this seemingly cynical purple-robed youth, she was a living person. Because one did not know under that mask, what kind of face was it? In the past lifetime, Shen Miao's impression of Xie Jingxing was a handsome youth who died before his prime, and in this lifetime, knowing his unfathomable depths, she now felt more and more terrified. All the things she did made others suspicious, but Xie Jingxing actually suspected if she was Shen Miao or not. She was not Shen Miao. She was Empress Shen. Xie Jingxing dared to think about it, and he was actually very close to the truth. This kind of discomfort that brought about when one's secret was almost glimpsed, made Shen Miao to panic for a moment. But she did not do anything and just stared at Xie Jingxing's face before finally smiling lightly. She often smiled with a dignified warmth, a gentle smile as if nothing mattered. When facing Xie Jingxing, most of the time it was attacking by innuendo, a cold smile that her skin was smiling but her flesh was not. Her current smile now seemed to be a magnolia that bloomed at night, containing a touch of delicate fragrance that wafted over completely innocently. But that smile was only for a short moment and very quickly her face became cold. Under the heavens, not everyone is like your Highness Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing's playful smile slightly paused. One was unaware if Shen Miao was Shen Miao or not, but Xie Jingxing was after all no longer Xie Jingxing. The little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen was now Prince Rui. Perhaps others felt it strange that this was the same person. After all, Xie Jingxing previously had no relations with the Great Liang. You really do not like to be at even a little disadvantage at all. Xie Jingxing stood up and his eyes converged before saying with a smile but not a smile, ought to be Shen Miao. He seemed to be lamenting to himself yet also seemed to be talking to Shen Miao, so many secrets, really expend a great deal of effort just to inquire. Why does Prince Rui not let go of me? Shen Miao looked at him, regardless of whether I have secrets or not, it does not matter to Prince Rui at all. As luck would have it, I am interested in your secret. Xie Jingxing leisurely said, moreover after thinking, it seemed that in the Mingqi there seems only you that is trustable. Shen Miao did not get angry but instead laughed. Prince Rui had forgotten that there is still Su Mingfeng and Princess Rongshen. Xie Jingxing smiled gently, no one told you before that one should not mention about the past. One did not know why but under the lamplight, even though the smug smile on his lips was still elegant and flirtatious, there seemed to be some loneliness. Shen Miao said expressionlessly, I only request Prince Rui not to intervene in this matter. It seems that everything has been thought out. Xie Jingxing raised his brows, really amazing. Shen Miao's eyes hang down and heard Xie Jingxing speaking again, the princess of the Qin country would not leave the matter at that. I am also aware of it without the reminder. Shen Miao fiercely glared at him, one still have to thank Prince Rui for lending a helping hand today. With Princess Ming'an's jealous character and her seemingly obsession with Xie Jingxing, seeing Xie Jingxing helping Shen Miao, she would be bound to vent her anger out on Shen Miao. She is not your adversary. Xie Jingxing naturally reached his hand to rub Shen Miao's head, but was flung away by Shen Miao and looked pitifully at his fingers. Shen Miao did not want to speak. Princess Ming'an did not have any brains so she was not worried at all, so the most important was still Huang Fu Hao. In fact, this time Huang Fuhao and Princess Ming and why they came over from the Qin country was for the matter on the alliance with the Mingqi. The Mingqi was in a rush to have good relations with the Qin country because the Great Liang was eyeing covetously like a tiger watching its prey. No matter what, one must not let Fu Shuyi and Huang Fuhao mix together. Naturally, one had to spend all efforts to undermine the tacit understanding of two countries' alliance. Shen Miao's gaze fell involuntarily on Xie Jingxing. In this game of chess that encompasses the entire land under the heavens, she did not know what kind of game the Great Liang was taking. She died too early in her previous life, thus she did not know what happened at the end. What kind of scenario would Xie Jingxing be in? He most likely would not die in combat, but like a cicada that shed its carapace, he returned to the Great Liang to be his Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing noticed her gaze and laughed. What are you doubting again? Shen Miao watched him firmly. When does Prince Rui intend to return to the Great Liang? Cannot bear. Xie Jingxing smiled and glanced at her before looking out the window. Do not worry. For the time being, one will not leave yet. He said. The play between Huang Fuhao and Prince Ding. This prince also wished to watch it to the end. Shen Miao's heart moved as Xie Jingxing said. Do not you also want to watch? One did not understand the meaning of Prince Rui's words. Shen Miao spoke one thing but meant another. Xie Jingxing bent down to pick the black cloak on the floor. The cloak was soaked with the water from the pond and was thrown casually into a ball. For a moment his face stiffened but still casually spoke. Shen Miao, you and me are the same type of people. Your Highness is the descendants of aristocrats. This official's daughter is like dust, unworthy to be of par. Unduly humble. The lips of the purple-robed youth hooked up. You are the same as this prince, born to be above all. Until there was no longer that person figure in the room and the candlelight seemed to have gradually gone down, Shen Miao sat still in front of the table, as her state of mind due to the words that Xie Jingxing said before he left took a long time to calm down. The same as this prince, born to be above all. Could it be that Xie Jingxing had discovered any inkling of it? But this was not possible. She once again thought carefully through all the encounters she had with Xie Jingxing in her previous life, and there was no intersection at all, not even a word was said. Shen Miao kept thinking over and over, when she suddenly found out that she had wasted too much time on this matter. Thinking of how Xie Jingxing unfathomably disrupted her life, anger rose in her heart. But at the other end in Prince Rui's residence, Xie Jingxing returned to a room. This room was for sleeping and was almost an exquisite sleeping chambers. He threw the cloak in his hands casually and wiped his hands with a silk cloth. A ball of white thing pounced out from a corner and kept tugging and biting that black cloak, letting its head loose on the thing. Xie Jingxing watched coldly at that furball playing with the cloak, before picking it up from the floor. What kind of conduct is this? His face was filled with dislike. The white tiger cub sneezed and its claws clasped onto Xie Jingxing collar, before Xie Jingxing threw it to the nest by the corner of the bed expressionlessly. Tai Yi, Xie Jingxing said. A black figure swept in from outside. What orders does master have? Xie Jingxing pointed at the cloak on the floor. The corner of Tai Yi's mouth pursed. That was a cloak made from black lion fur that was hard to acquire even with 1,000 taels of gold. There was only one piece of black lion fur cloak in the Great Liang's treasure store, and to be defiled like this, Tai Yi thought that even Emperor Yonglu would also have tears of sympathy. Take it and throw it away. Xie Jingxing started to undress. Tai Yi numbly picked up that piece of cloak and complied. Everyone knew that Prince Rui had an excessive fondness for cleanliness that ordinary people did not have. This cloak was already ravaged beyond help, so Xie Jingxing would also not want it anymore. Moreover, no one dared to secretly keep the things that Prince Rui wore before, so Tai Yi seemed to be looking at tails flowing away. Just as he reached the door, he heard Xie Jingxing said, wait. Tai Yi looked back. Xie Jingxing hesitated for a moment before frowning. Never mind, wash it and keep it. Tai Yi was surprised for a moment before nodding in delight, and flew out of the door while holding the cloak. His face was filled with gratification. It is good that master finally understood not to be extravagant. This was the best, then one can hold up the entire future of the Great Liang. The Ding capital ushered in the first snow of this winter. The snowflakes rustled as they covered everything. The snow-white color was truly adorable. Upon entering winter, the females on the streets had begun to wear a different variety of embroidered coat robes and wear now a variety of velvet cloaks, which was extremely elegant. In such a snowy day like this, as one hold an umbrella in one hand and walk in solitude, one would find it very tasteful. In the western courtyard of the Shen residence, there was someone standing in front of the courtyard watching the snow flying around. Young Lady Qing, do not go in and sit. In such a weather outside, do be careful not to catch a cold. The Ding capital is not as warm as the Lu province. The wind in the winter here is very cold. Someone said with a smile. Dressed in a goose egg yellow wide sleeve top and a light red ruby skirt with hundreds of birds, it was elegant and supple, including leaving a chow yu bun. If one were to look from afar, one would thought that it was some family young lady. This person was Chen Ruchu. The person standing at the side of the courtyard turned over. The simple snow green blue long dress was worn very elegantly and moving. Chang Ziqing smiled. There is little snow in the Lu province. In an entire winter, there would only snow a few rare times. The snow that falls in the Ding capital is truly lovely. One want to take a good look. Chen Ruchu smiled, appreciating the snow and discussing about wine as an elegant matter. Young Lady Qing is indeed tasteful. She said, in the future, if young Lady Qing keeps staying in the Ding capital, after seeing it a few times, this would no longer be viewed as uncommon. It comes down every year, making it so very cold. Chang Ziqing merely smiled and did not speak. Both of them were gentle and refined, seemingly like daughters from a respectable, cultured and scholarly family. Each move and action warmed the heart and delighted the eyes. It was as if they were a pair of sisters. Chen Ruchu pulled Chang Ziqing's hands. No matter how much young Lady Qing likes this snow, one must not stay in this courtyard for too long, else cold air will enter the body. There is a brazier in the room. It is better to go to the room for a sit. Chang Ziqing also did not decline, thus the both of them entered the room hand in hand. After entering the room, the maid sent in hot tea for the two of them. Chen Ruchu took the lead and picked up the teacup to take a sip before looking at Chang Ziqing with a smile. I was originally thinking that our Shen family was short of a sister to experience the delicateness of the tea with me, but one was unable to search for one. Now that you are here, I am very happy. Third Fern has treated with great kindness. Chang Ziqing also smiled. Young Lady Qing's temperament is a delight, anyone would also like. Chen Ruchu said, I feel like old friends at the first meeting with you, and also know that you are an intelligent and elegant person. You and me are kindred spirits, but do not know a few days back how is it with my eldest Sao. After pausing, Chen Ruchu lamented, my eldest Sao is from a military lineage and do not know these tea stuff, but she is straightforward and has a good heart. One did not know if you were scared. These words had some meaning of sounding out. Chang Ziqing lightly stroked the teacup lid and replied docilely, eldest Fern is very good, and also spoke to me of many interesting things that one had never heard before. Ziqing is very grateful as she did not refrain due to Ziqing's identity. I just knew it. Chen Ruchu nodded her head. You are this sensible and eldest Sao is candid and straightforward, naturally you will get along. Did young Lady Qing meet eldest brother? Chang Ziqing shook her head. It was already very late that day and General Shen had yet to return, so I returned back first. One thought that it would not be late to go visit on another day. Chen Ruchu's smile became somewhat deepened. It is good to visit another day. After all, we are all one family. Now that one is also living in the Ding capital, it is much nearer and everything is also very convenient. Just as they were talking, one saw a maid holding an invitation coming in from outside. Her seeing that Chen Ruchu was present, greeted Chen Ruchu first before handing the invitation over to Chong Ziqing and said, "Young lady, this is an invitation that was received from the main door." Chen Ruchu's eyes flashed and she smiled. Young lady Qing had only come to the Ding capital since a short time, and had already made such good friends that one actually sent an invitation over. One did not know which family is it. Chong Ziqing opened up the invitation to take a look and smiled. Third foreign thoughts had strayed off. The people that I know in the Ding capital are only people from the Shen residence, how would there be friends? This invitation is from the eldest Shen Furen. Eldest Cao. Chen Ruchu was startled for a moment, and her gaze that was on Chong Ziqing contained some traces of surprise. It seemed that eldest Cao really likes you. Originally, when eldest Cao was staying in the residence, one rarely seen her sending an invitation to others. As she said, she looked very happy for Chong Ziqing. It seems that you both are destined to be familiar at first sight. I am somewhat jealous. Chong Ziqing smiled. Third Furen is making fun of me again. The day in the invitation is today. Chen Ruchu took a look at the invitation in Chong Ziqing's hands and said in shock, "Why not, young lady, go over now to take a look?" One feared that it is too early at present. Chong Ziqing was somewhat hesitant. Chen Ruchu smiled as she patted her hands. "Why are you being shy? One need to know that we are all one family, and you should just regard it as dropping in. Moreover, with eldest Cao's character, for you to push and pull, she would feel unhappy and will cause a misunderstanding." Chong Ziqing looked at that invitation as Chen Ruchu continued speaking. "In fact, not to hide it from you, I have also some selfish motives. I was thinking that if you have a good relationship with eldest Cao, in the future it would be easier on the misunderstanding with eldest brother and eldest Cao. This will have to be dependent on you." After speaking, she gave a sigh. Third Furen must say that. Chong Ziqing quickly said, "The Shen family sheltered Ziqing, one's heart is filled with gratefulness. Moreover, a few days back when one went to see eldest Shen Furen, she was an open-minded person, so one think that it was only a temporary misunderstanding. I will go, and if there is an opportunity, one will help to explain. Third Furen need not mention it, as I will also do it." Chen Ruchu was very pleased when she heard this. "I just knew that you were sensible." When she was speaking, she smoothly took off a bracelet and forcefully put it on Chong Ziqing's hands. Chong Ziqing wanted to decline, but Chen Ruchu said, "This bracelet is not worth much money, it is just that the workmanship is great. I see that you are not a greedy person, so if things are too expensive, you will not accept. Accept this bracelet. In the future, you would not go wrong to dress up when visiting eldest brother and eldest Cao. One cannot let others look down on the Chong family. If you do not think about yourself, you have to think of the Chong family." These words were said as if they came from the heart. Chong Ziqing took every word and sentence into consideration. Chong Ziqing no longer refused and only said, "Third Furen good treatment of Ziqing, one would remember in one's heart." "What are you talking about? We are all a family." Chen Ruchu stood up and looked outside. "Young lady Qing first tidy up, I would not disturb. Taking advantage that the snow is not heavy yet, go out first so that one can return earlier at night." She then instructed the two maids waiting on Chong Ziqing on some matters before leaving the room. After Chen Ruchu left, Zhao Mama put away Chong Ziqing's invitation and said, "Young lady really want to go and meet that eldest Shen Furen?" "Yes." After Chen Ruchu left, Chong Ziqing's smile lighted. Even though it was still gentle and elegant, but it was as if she was a different person, not as sincere as she was just now. That eldest Shen Furen. Zhao Mama was somewhat hesitant. She is a good person. Chong Ziqing sat in front of the table and opened a small box of rouge and dabbed it on her lips. The color of the rouge was very light and with a thin layer, it was like there was a light pink color on her lips, making her appear even more graceful. A good person. This time this old servant can rest assured. Zhao Mama sighed in relief. Yes. Chong Ziqing looked at herself in the mirror but one did not know if she was talking to herself or others. "I am also relieved." Outside, Chen Ruchu returned to Chu Shui Yuan and held a hand warmer. When she turned around, she met Shen Yu. "Mother," Shen Yu said, "why do you keep going to Chong Ziqing's courtyard these days? One did not see you for a few times." "Looking for me for what?" Chen Ruchu caressed Shen Yu's head. Shen Yu was getting older, and even though the countenance of a flower and face like the moon has appeared, her expectations were high and it was a problem to just leave it alone, since by delaying, one would be a spinster. Chen Ruchu knew that her daughter adored Prince Ding in her heart, but now even if she had a method to let Shen Yu marry Fu Shuyi as a concubine, Shen Yu would not be willing. Because of Shen Yu's marriage, Shen Wan had been angry with Chen Ruchu for a few rounds. Chen Ruchu loved her daughter dearly, so all the aristocratic disciples and sons that Shen Wan found, Chen Ruchu thought of several ways to refuse them. The embroidery workshop has come out with new clothing styles. Shen Yu said, "One wanted to let you take a look to see which is better looking." Looking at her daughter who was like a flower, Chen Ruchu had somewhat of a headache. What is the use of these flowery patterns? You are already very beautiful. If you have energy to be bothered about these, then go and learn from that person in the Western courtyard. Western courtyard. Shen Yu was puzzled, as mother talking about the Chong Ziqing. What can be learned from her? Chen Ruchu shook her head. There is so much to learn. If you had 1/3 of her ability, I would feel assured. What kind of person Luo Shuiyan was? Even though she treated others enthusiastically, she was not one who would send an invitation over after one meeting. To be unable to hold back and request a meetup, it was the first time Chen Ruchu had seen this after being sisters-in-law with Luo Shuiyan. Chen Ruchu knew that Chong Ziqing made others feel comfortable and would not raise any hostility, but to be able to get so close with Luo Shuiyan like this was indeed too much of a surprise for her. However, this was a good thing for Chen Ruchu. She pointed at Shen Yu's forehead and said with some resent about iron for not becoming steel, "In short, you should learn from her in the future. It is more useful than you looking at the different styles of clothes." In the Shen mansion, Gu Yu was styling Shen Miao's hair as she spoke. "Young lady, to use Furen's name to send an invitation to that young lady of the Chong family, would one be in trouble if Furen knows about it? What is the difference to use my mother's name or mine?" Shen Miao lightly said, "One is after all, family." But why did young lady not use one's own name? Jing Jie was cleaning the table and was curious when she heard this. Shen Miao had stolen Luo Shuiyan's seal and sent an invitation over to the Shen residence, making all the maids in the room so shocked that their jaws dropped. It was all right if she was posing as Luo Shuiyan on other stuff, but to pose as Luo Shuiyan and invite a young lady that one was not even remotely close. One felt that it was somewhat a waste of resources. I have no relations with her, so with no cause and no reason, why do one invite her over for? Jing Jie and Gu Yu glanced at one another, both did not know how to continue with that. Yes, it was correct that Shen Miao and Chong Ziqing did not have any relations with one another, so when one stole Luo Shuiyan's seal to send an invitation to Chong Ziqing to visit today, one did not see Shen Miao happy at all. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. Luo Shuiyan was not in today, so it was ideal to send the invitation earlier. She eventually have to meet up alone with this young lady of the Chong family. Luo Tan was drawn away very early in the morning, and there was only Shen Miao in the entire residence that could make the decision. Just as one was thinking, one heard a young servant coming over to report that the young lady from Chong family had arrived. So fast, Jing Jie was somewhat surprised. Shen Miao gently smiled. People who had things to request naturally would not be able to hide the ambitiousness in one's heart. One was unable to see it in the past because one was in a situation, and one did not care about all the matters in the Shen family. But the past and present could not be compared. She wanted to see how profound could Chong Ziqing's abilities and skills be. Chong Ziqing was led by the young servant to the main hall of the Shen mansion to wait. The servant brought a cup of hot tea as Chong Ziqing quietly sized up the Shen mansion. The Shen mansion and the Shen residence were different. The Shen residence was the official residence of the old general, and particular attention was paid to the feng shui of the place. Add in old Shen Furin's habits, and it was somewhat extravagant. At the other side, perhaps because Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan were martial arts practitioners, the courtyards of the Shen mansion were spacious and the main hall was also square-shaped, looking very awe-inspiring. Even though the ornaments placed were simple, one did not know why, but there was a dignified feeling. When Chong Ziqing came over the first time, she did not size up carefully, but now upon looking, she felt a layer of fine sweat appearing on her body, as if one could not just sit around voluntarily upon coming to this place. The servants all minded their own cleaning and no one talked to her. Chong Ziqing's manners had always been good, so there was no reason for her to urge. She waited until her tea had gotten cold, but there were no movements from outside. Chong Ziqing then got hold of a servant to ask why was Luo Shuiyan not coming, and if something had happened. That servant was all smiles and had a polite attitude. After saying that he will go and ask, he disappeared without a trace, and one did not know what was going on. It continued to as such for several times in succession, making Chong Ziqing somewhat unable to sit still. During the first time meeting with Luo Shuiyan, she was not far off from her expectation of the other person. She was a frank person and was very enthusiastic in treating others, but why would one make things difficult this time? For the first time, Chong Ziqing's heart was uncertain. The servants coming and going seemed to be watching her, but yet seemed not to be looking at her. She finally could not sit still, and just as she wanted to get up to leave, she heard that someone behind her laughed. Qingyi had waited very long. Really sorry about it. Just now one had gotten the clothes wet and had to re-groom again, thus the delay. Chong Ziqing was startled and quickly stood up, and saw Shen Miao walking in from the door with a few servants following. The young female was wearing a jade green patterned brocade cloak and holding a hand warmer. Most likely she had felt warm upon entering the room. The cloak was taken off, revealing a flower-embroidered purple long robe. The rare thing was that she did not look old wearing it, but there was an air of nobility. That shade of purple contrasted with the young female's jade-like complexion, delicate but was as if one was walking in the palace. Each step was taken with a smile on her face, looking very noble. All of a sudden, Chong Ziqing's brain was spinning for a moment. She had met many people and also seen a number of females with elegant and graceful presence and bearing, including Shen Yu, who was kept calm and collected by Chen Ruchu. But it was only Shen Miao that gave her a feeling of exclaiming in surprise. That day it was still all right beside Luo Shuiyan, but now that she appeared alone, she grabbed all of the limelight immediately and actually gave others a compelling pressure. Fifth young lady. Chong Ziqing glanced behind Shen Miao. No need to search. Shen Miao gently smiled. It was me that sent you the invitation, Qingyi. It was me that sent you the invitation, Qingyi. Chong Ziqing was startled for a moment and asked somewhat puzzled, fifth young lady, this is. The previous time Qingyi came and went hurriedly, so I did not have a good chat with Qingyi. Qingyi mentioned that one will come visit again, but I had waited for quite some time but did not see Qingyi, so one had to send over an invite first. Fearing that my seal was not appropriate, my mother's seal was used. Qingyi will not blame me, right? Chong Ziqing looked at the young female in front of her. She was quietly speaking with a smile and was not at all embarrassed. If one were to continue to press on it, it would seem that Chong Ziqing was too calculative. Chong Ziqing smiled on the spot. How can it be? It is Ziqing's fortune to be invited by fifth young lady. As she was speaking, she was sizing Shen Miao up quietly. The previous time in the Shen mansion, even though Shen Miao was not indifferent to her, she was definitely not warm and there were a few times of rudeness. To be suddenly invited unfathomably, it had already set off a warning in Chong Ziqing's heart. The main hall is very cold. It is better that Qingyi come to my room to sit. Shen Miao stood up with a smile. It is not far from here. I really cannot stand this cold wind. Chong Ziqing amenably complied. When reaching Shen Miao's room, Shen Miao instructed the maid to serve tea and cakes. The fire brazier was burning and the window was opened with a small slit before the door was closed. The room was very warm but was not stuffy. Shen Miao pushed the tea in front of Chong Ziqing. Chong Ziqing smiled as she picked the cup up to take a sip, before her expression became somewhat weird. This is Zhudan tea. It tastes very bitter and rough, but smell fragrant. Qingyi most likely is not used to drinking it. Shen Miao explained with a smile. Chong Ziqing's expression paused for a moment, as she was made somewhat puzzled with this move of Shen Miao's. With the way of hospitality, one would naturally bring out the best tea leaves, so upon using this poor grade of tea, was it to humiliate her? But based on Shen Miao's expression, it did not seem to be the case. Even though this tea is bitter, it is extremely good for the body. When one drinks it during winter, it would drive the cold away and maintain warmth. My father and older brother are all people who practices martial arts, thus will naturally drink Zhudan tea during winter. Later even the entire residence all drank this kind of tea. Shen Miao looked at Chong Ziqing. Qingyi is from a scholarly family and most likely do not like to drink this kind of tea, but as we are a military family, we are not particular. Chong Ziqing waved as she laughed. Fifth young lady is joking. The Chong family is an ordinary family. Even though this Zhudan tea is bitter, it is good for one's health so one will not find it rough after drinking for a long time. Shen Miao shook her head. It is easy to constrain oneself for a period of time, but it is difficult to constrain oneself in one's entire lifetime. Chong Ziqing was surprised for a moment and felt that there were hidden meanings in Shen Miao's words, thus she could not help but look at Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled. Speaking of which, one heard that Qingyi is currently residing in the Shen residence. Is the people of the Shen residence treating Qingyi well? Very well. Chong Ziqing smiled. They take great care of me. You have similar interests with Third Shen, so one would think that both of you will be able to hit it off. Shen Miao smiled. Third Shen all along liked to indulge in literary skills, and Third Shu originally respected her a lot because of it. Most likely you have also seen that Third Shu treats Third Shen very well. In the entire third household, there is only Third Shen, one matriarch. She then sighed after speaking. It is a pity that Third Shen does not have a D-son. If there is a D-son, she would not need to be so worried. Chong Ziqing had been in the Shen residence for a long time, thus she naturally knew about the matter of the lack of heirs in the third household. Chen Ruchu and old Shen Furin got into conflicts about it almost daily. It was just that she did not expect that Shen Miao would actually talk to her about the matter. Shen Miao was after all an unmarried young lady, so it would be somewhat awkward to mention about matters in the third household. However, Shen Miao spoke those words naturally as if this was a matter not worth mentioning, making Chong Ziqing unable to differentiate if Shen Miao was naive or prematurely wise. With third Fern's kindness, sons and grandsons will pervade the hall. Chong Ziqing went along with Shen Miao's words. Naturally one would like to compare the first and third household. Shen Miao picked up the teacup and blew at the tea leaves floating on the surface before smiling, one civil, one military. Both courtyards only have one matriarch, but fortunately our residence is better as we still have our eldest brother. He is also reaching the age to marry. After some time, one would help to pick a good marriage in the Ding capital. With a Seosao and later a nephew, this house would be bustling. Shen Miao seemed to be somewhat pleased, but the third household is not as lively as our eldest household. Chong Ziqing initially thought that Shen Miao was being childish and sulky with the third household, but after listening to everything, she seemed to have suddenly thought about something and her facial expression changed. Correct. In Shen Shen's residence, Luo Shuiyan is stupid, straightforward and was not oversensitive. The inner courtyard was clean so it was not difficult to put things in order. But she had forgotten that there was still one Shen Chu. He was Luo Shuiyan's eldest son and was young and promising. In addition to marrying a wife of a strong family, even if she did not contend or vie, she would still be suppressed. Shen Miao saw the changes in Chong Ziqing's face and her eyes became cold. In the previous life, when Chong Ziqing finally stayed in Shen Shen's inner courtyard, Shen Chu was no longer around, and Shen Miao was already married into Prince Ding's residence. There was no threat for Chong Ziqing in the entire inner courtyard at all. With such a smooth sailing route, how would Chong Ziqing not grab on such a good opportunity? But it was not the same now as Shen Chu was perfectly well. With a living and healthy eldest son here, the possibility of Chong Ziqing being the wife would forever not come true. What kind of route would this female, who loved to scheme and weigh the pros and cons clearly, choose? Shen Miao twirled the cakes on the table and smiled. It is a real pity for Third Shu. Originally when Zhu Fu grandfather was still around, he apparently said that Third Shu was the most intelligent in the Shen family. He was dignified and scholarly. If he had a son, he would be as smart as him. Unfortunately the third household only have second older sister, a daughter. Now that second older sister almost reached the age to get married, when she does, there would only be Third Shu and Third Shen, two people in the third household. It would be too lonely. Chong Ziqing was originally listening absent-mindedly, but her heart moved upon hearing Shen Miao's words. Speaking of which, Shen Shen's and Shen Wan's inner courtyard were almost similar. Both only had one woman and both were so-called sentimental. And speaking of that, Shen Yu was also 2 years older than Shen Miao and would be married off soon, and since there were no sons in the third household, it was even hard to come by. Qing Yi's and Third Shen's temperament is similar and there are some small differences in demeanor. Both speak gently and have knowledge of many literary pursuits. If one did not know, one would thought that both of you are a pair of sisters. Shen Miao looked at Chong Ziqing with a probing gaze and spoke unhurriedly, but in my opinion, Qing Yi is more outstanding than Third Shen because Qing Yi is younger. Chong Ziqing's lips unconscious hooked up. She was well aware that the people in the Shen residence compared her with Chen Ruchu since they were alike, both delicate and scholarly talented females. But what Shen Miao said was correct. No matter how beautiful a female was, even if one has great talent, once age caught up, the color would also wither. In comparison, Chong Ziqing was much more appealing with her youth. Moreover, Chen Ruchu considered herself as a noble family daughter and her actions were somewhat aloof, whereas Chong Ziqing grew up in an ordinary home and knew how to compromise, to bow her head when it was time to bow, and read others' faces so everyone praises her. Chong Ziqing's eyes were filled with thoughts. She was better than Chen Ruchu. Shen Miao picked up the teacup to drink, and the tea that entered her mouth was bitter but she drank it like it was as sweet as honey, and revealed a gentle smile. Chong Ziqing was already 26 and in the Ding capital. For females at such an age to discuss about marriage, most would become concubines for others, or become a stepmother and raise children that did not crawl out of their wombs. Moreover, the Chong family was a small family. Even if one relied on the Shen family, it was still difficult to marry into a higher family. This Chong Ziqing was one who tossed her husband and abandoned her son to find a better life, so how would she be easily satisfied? It was just that she originally did not notice Shen Wan. Since Chong Ziqing was best at weighing pros and cons, Shen Miao then directly talked about the empty house of the third household to Chong Ziqing, so that she could choose herself. Chong Ziqing's expression kept shifting like clouds, as her heart was in a mess. Shen Miao had evoked another thought in her heart, something that she had not noticed before. Correct, since Shen Wan liked Chen Ruchu kind of character and she was better than Chen Ruchu in all ways, so how would one not be able to handle what Shen Wan's likes? Compared to Shen Shen, a military man, Shen Wan was a modest nobleman, with a graceful disposition and after all, she felt more at ease with this kind of person. But how did the matter today suddenly became like this? She originally wanted to listen to Chen Ruchu to feel out Shen Shen and she originally also fancy him, but at the end how did it turn around and became dealing with Chen Ruchu? It was because Shen Miao kept on talking of unrelated matters and distracted her. It was Shen Miao. Chong Ziqing looked abruptly at Shen Miao. The purple-clad young female sat in front of the window. One did not know when did the snow outside stopped falling and the sun came out, shining on half of her jade-like fair face. Her neck was slender as she held the cup of tea and slowly sipped it to enjoy. But there was an untraceable prestige. Chong Ziqing felt a cold sweat. It was as if she only realized now that from the start to the present, she was the person that was led by the nose by Shen Miao. Shen Miao hammered in the east and battered in the west, seemingly casually talking about unrelated matters, but the few words had directly turned the arrow towards Chen Ruchu. Shen Miao's every words were telling Chong Ziqing to think towards the third household. This young female was by no means stupid or naive, but on the contrary was like a monster. Chong Ziqing thought about the time when she first came to the Shen mansion. Shen Miao had been rude for several times and her heart jumped non-stop. Could it be that at that time Shen Miao already knew what kind of intention she had? So her rude incidents and even the deliberate invitation today was also because of it. Shen Miao looked at her and smiled gently. Why has Qing Yi started to perspire? Is it that the room is hot? Chong Ziqing suddenly recovered herself, and paid full attention as she looked at Shen Miao before saying with a smile, most probably. Shen Miao said lightly, this room would be as uncomfortable as a cocoon that one spin around oneself when the windows are too closed up. It is better to open the window since it is much cooler outside. She instructed Jing Jie to open the windows before looking at Chong Ziqing again. Qing Yi, am I right? Fifth young lady is correct. Chong Ziqing forced a smile but she was a little more frightened as she looked at Shen Miao's smile. Her thoughts were hidden so deep, but Shen Miao was able to understand her intention with only a meeting. This kind of person was a monster with graceful bearing. It was fortunate that Chong Ziqing discovered it early, else if she were to really enter Shen Shen's inner courtyard, Chong Ziqing had no confidence to deal with such monster. Shen Miao gave a smile without caring at all. She had plainly and clearly told Chong Ziqing, if you want to enter my father's courtyard, one have to see if you are able to deal with me first. If you cannot, then you deserve to die here. One fear that even on the road back one will be shot dead, hoist by one's own petard. Chong Ziqing would not take unwarranted risks. She always found the most favorable and safest way for herself. Sure enough, Chan Ziqing not long after speaking with Shen Miao, bid her farewell. Shen Miao naturally did not retain her and after Chong Ziqing left, Gu Yu said curiously, why is that Chong family young lady so strange? She seemed to be hiding from someone. Who had scared her? Shen Miao said, go and instruct the servants not to mention about today's matters to anyone. Chang Ziqing had not come to the Shen mansion. Remember that. The two maids complied and left. Even though they did not understand why Shen Miao was so concerned about Chang Ziqing, they knew that Shen Miao had her own intention behind her actions, so the maids did not comment on it. When everyone left, Shen Miao then sit in front of the table and was somewhat lost in thoughts as she looked at the bronze mirror. Because Chen Ruchu was too hateful and had bounced around for far too long, thus she let Chang Ziqing wreck Chen Ruchu. In the past life, the marriage contract between Chang Ziqing and Shen Shen was accidentally found by Chen Ruchu. It was her who kept on saying not to wrong Chang Ziqing and wanted to speak for Chang Ziqing. As Shen Miao thought, she feared that in the previous life Chang Ziqing had focused on Shen Shen, and most probably it was Chen Ruchu fueling this. Since they were two identical sisters and considered each other as good sisters, then might as well put them together at a corner to fight. Let us watch who Shen Wan actually like. Shen Miao's gaze got cold. Naturally she would be happy to throw Chen Ruchu to Chang Ziqing to settle. But Chang Ziqing would not let it go easily. Shen Miao only frowned. What exactly Chang Ziqing did that resulted in Luo Shuiyan's death? Till now, it was still a mystery. Because of Chang Ziqing's matter, Shen Miao's heart was focused excessively on it that even during dinner with the family, she was also thinking of the matter. Everyone saw that she had a heaviness in her heart, so Shen Miao said that she was a little tired. Luo Shuiyan instructed others to make some sweet milk for Shen Miao and let her rest early. Laying on the bed, Jing Jie and Gu Yu tucked her in and blew out the lights before putting down the gauze curtains. Shen Miao then closed her eyes. The skies darkened and her breathing gradually became smooth and steady. As the heavy night skies enveloped the entire Ding capital, Shen Miao's body floated. Suddenly the sun was shining brightly outside. She opened her eyes and only felt that it was somewhat glaring. The air seemed to have dried up as if it was summer. It was the beginning of winter, so how would there be a summer day? Shen Miao got up and felt a surprising headache. As she looked down, she found herself sitting on the couch in the room and there was a female voice sounding from inside the room. A whiff of an extremely bitter taste spread over. The scent of medicine was actually somewhat familiar. Shen Miao stood up. There was not a single servant in the room and that female voice inside became more clearly. She thought for a moment before walking into the room to look. One only saw that in the spacious room, the windows were closed. The weather was originally very hot and with the windows closed, it made one breathless. Additionally to the annoying bitter medicine scent, it was as if her chest was blocked by something and made it exceptionally stuffy. Shen Miao took a few steps forward as she wanted to open the windows, but she then heard someone saying, go open the windows, my heart feels very stuffy. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. The female laying on the bed was haggard as she wore a dark beige cotton gown. Most likely it was too warm as her hair was soaked with sweat, and even the clothes were also mostly drenched in sweat. Her face was filled with defeat and her eyes revealed the color of death. Shen Miao's eyes widened. That was Luo Shuiyan. When did Luo Shuiyan had such a haggard appearance? It is better for older sister to lay down. The female sitting by the bedside comforted. It is not good to catch a cold in this kind of weather. Shen Miao turned her head towards that female, clad in simple light blue clothes but the materials were expensive. She was plainly dressed in a scholarly vibe and was at her prime age, a stark contrast with Luo Shuiyan's air of death. Other than Chang Ziqing, who else could it be? Chang Ziqing rolled up the woman's hair and held Luo Shuiyan's hand. It is better for older sister to get well. I cannot make it. Luo Shuiyan's weak voice was like the fine strand of a thread, and there was no more vitality in her eyes. My child is gone and one does not have any prospect. It does not matter if one live or not live on. It is a pity that these herbs are wasted. Older sister must not say that. Chang Ziqing said, if fifth young lady know you think like this, she would be very sad. Zhao Zhao. Luo Shuiyan's gaze turned painful. Shen Miao took a step forward and wanted to hold Luo Shuiyan's hands, but her hands passed through Luo Shuiyan's. It was as if she did not exist. Zhao Zhao hates me. Luo Shuiyan closed her eyes, but what other way do I have? The Shen family cannot be tied to Prince Ding. He can hide it from Zhao Zhao but cannot deceive me. Zhao Zhao now hate me and Shen already know that she is not even willing to take a look at me. With Prince Ding current actions, what can Zhao Zhao do in the future? There is no more route to go. The more she said, the more heartbroken she became. She suddenly used the handkerchief to cover her mouth and coughed a few times. When she opened the handkerchief again, there was a burst of bright red blood in it. Older sister must not think about it. Chang Ziqing comforted her. Fifth young lady is currently temporary straight off. Perhaps His Highness Prince Ding really treat her very well. Moreover, there would not be any long animosity between parents and children, so fifth young lady would understand in the future. This hate is only temporary. Shen Miao glared at Chang Ziqing angrily. Chang Ziqing's words were reassuring but it was in fact adding fuel into the fire, as it made it true that Shen Miao hated Luo Shuiyan. In her previous life, she married Fu Shuyi and even though she wanted the Shen family to help, Shen Shen did not allow thus she was somewhat resentful about it but it was not considered hate. Currently Luo Shuiyan was in her dying breath, and upon hearing the words that Shen Miao hated her, how would she not be heartbroken? Shen Miao's eyes faded black for a moment and then she looked opposite Chang Ziqing again. That female clad in light autumn color was sitting at the chair with some look of impatience. That female was young and had defined features but wore a very heavy makeup, making her look strange. Shen Miao's mouth opened. This was no one else but her. Chang Ziqing said with a smile, fifth young lady must not be annoyed with Furin. It is just that this is a matter of the military so naturally it is very important. The general and older sister most likely have their own thinking thus they be like this. We are all one family. Since I am married into Prince Ding's residence, the prince is also half a Shen family's person. Why does father and mother still treat him as an outsider? I know that father and mother do not like me since young, so they threw me in the Ding capital and not care at all, thus His Highness is also implicated. Chang Ziqing smiled again. Fifth young lady, what are you saying? Even though general and older sister are not as close to young lady as they were to eldest young master, blood is still thicker than water. I do not care. The young Shen Miao said arrogantly, it is said that Qing Yinyang is the smartest, can you help me to think of a way to let father and mother lend a hand to His Highness? Chang Ziqing seemed to be in a difficult position and only replied after a while, since fifth young lady is Furin's daughter, Furin will definitely dote on fifth young lady. Do not talk about other things. If fifth young lady complained to Furin about some difficulties, perhaps Furin will agree to fifth young lady's condition. If it still does not work, then one can be Wen Young and make a fuss. She said with a smile, but this is all me saying some nonsense, fifth young lady do deliberate over. Shen Miao, who was standing at the side watching, had long turned pale. Chang Ziqing was not mediating a quarrel, she was clearly provoking one. Shen Miao had recalled that in the previous life Luo Shuiyan did not tell others of her pregnancy to her miscarriage, as she thought to only inform others when the fetus had stabilized. Who knew such an accident occurred midway? Just at the right time, Prince Ding wanted to borrow military from Shen Shen, and naturally Shen Shen was not willing. Shen Miao looked for Chang Ziqing to complain, so Chang Ziqing led her to act out rashly. Shen Miao did not know Luo Shuiyan had a miscarriage at that time and just went down. Perhaps at that time Shen Miao only seemed to be talking about some common things, but Luo Shuiyan was at her weakest and it was tantamount to wearing down Luo Shuiyan's vitality. To Luo Shuiyan's viewpoint, Shen Miao said that she hates her, and no mother wishes to be hated by her own children. And at the same time when Shen Miao stabbed Luo Shuiyan's heart, she still talked about Prince Ding not treating her well and have contradicting views from her, making Luo Shuiyan worried. After thinking about it, Shen Xing was not in the Ding capital at that time and Luo Shuiyan was in heartache and worried. After sending off one child after another, no matter how hard-hearted a person was, they would not be able to stand such a blow. Shen Miao hated that she could not go up and scratch that hypocritical smile off Chang Ziqing's face. The scenery flashed and then it was another courtyard. That courtyard was restored till it was very elegant. Chang Ziqing was wearing a jade green long dress, and there was a maid slowly fanning her. The summer winds were still warm but the fan was immersed in ice, so the wind from the fan was very cooling. Heard that Fern almost cannot make it. The mama beside Chang Ziqing said, the physician said that it would most probably be in these few days' time. Let the people serve better. Chang Ziqing said, do not give others a handle to speak about. The mama agreed and also said, Yin Yang have finally break clear of all hardships. Yes, Chang Ziqing picked up the purple grape in the jar to eat. After so many years, finally all hardships have been broken clear. One just do not know about master's side. The general love older sister deeply, naturally he would be sad. Chang Ziqing gently smiled, but what does this got to do with me? I only need to sit at the only female position in the eldest household. It is all right if the general does not recognize me, as long as the servants do. The mama also nodded her head. Yin Yang said it correctly. One originally thought that Fern would hold on for a longer time and did not expect to so quickly. The heart is already broken and still worry all day long. With it boiling till now, it is counted that her life is very long. Chang Ziqing said lightly, Luo Shuiyan originally had a good life to be able to marry to such a good family like this, and there were no other females in the residence. Unfortunately she gave birth to Shen Miao, that kind of daughter that spoiled all her good fortune. Shen Miao was startled and heard Chang Ziqing continued, trust whatever one says. His Highness Prince Ding's methods are also so high level, that Shen Miao committed herself so deeply to him, that she even does not want her own parents. But if Shen Miao was not stupid, how would my good fortune be fulfilled? Shen Miao stood opposite of Chang Ziqing. It was a hot summer day, but her heart was as cold as an ice cellar. Shen Miao let people from Prince Ding's residence to send over New Year's gifts and food, and it was all compromised but she did not know it all. She herself was stupid but Luo Shuiyan doted her so much, and ate all the medicinal cuisine up. But she did not know that what her own daughter sent was poison. That day you also saw Shen Miao feeding Luo Shuiyan medicine. That every spoonful that she fed were all poison, but Luo Shuiyan was filled with joy. Shen Miao's body trembled and she almost fell down. At that time, in order to persuade Shen Xin to help Fu Shuyi, she wanted to please Luo Shuiyan so she ordered people to purchase medicinal herbs and learn medicinal cuisine, so that she could make it for Luo Shuiyan to eat when she returned to the Shen residence. Luo Shuiyan had always felt that Shen Miao treated her coldly, so naturally she was very happy at her sudden enthusiasm and ate all of it without leaving a spoonful. As it turns out those things were already compromised. Luo Shuiyan would not suspect her own daughter would harm her, but Shen Miao also did not think that at that time the person beside her had already taken the opportunity to take advantage. She suddenly felt very cold and uncomfortable as her mind was in chaos. From an onlooker's view, how stupid and vicious was she at that time? She did not have the qualification to be forgiven at all. It was her own hands that pushed her own mother into the road to Netherworld. She was the most unfilial person. Luo Shuiyan was strong in her entire life but lost in her own daughter's hand. Speaking of which, I actually want to thank Shen Miao. Chang Ziqing laughed freely, for handing me her mother's life. From now onwards, whatever I say goes in this Shen family's inner courtyard. Luo Shuiyan's life was not a failure. If one were to talk about the one matter that she did wrong, it would most probably be giving birth to Shen Miao. Shen Miao is indeed one who harms others. From afar a servant came running in. Her shadow was drawn out to a long line under the summer sun. Her voice was also sluggish and filled with sweat. Chang Yinyang, Fern had just breathed her last. Fern is gone. Fern is gone. A rumbling from a thunder was heard spreading out, illuminating the night skies of the Ding capital. As the sound and lighting struck, it covered up all the cries that the person made in the room without a trace. Shen Miao's face was filled with tears as she screamed, Mother. Mother, I am wrong. I am wrong. I should not like Fu Shuyi. I will no longer like him anymore. I am wrong. Mother, I am wrong. On the edge of the bed, the lightning during the winter day shone on her pale face, making her look more mournful. The purple-clad youth stood by the bed and had a complex look on, as he stared at Shen Miao as she kept on struggling in the nightmare. After a moment, the person who came sighed slightly and reached his hand out. That was an extremely terrifying dreamscape that made all struggles fruitless. One clearly knew that the outcome was brutal but was unable to stop anything from happening, and can only watch as everything irretrievably went to a route of no return. She was a murderer. A rumbling of thunder was heard. It was the beginning of winter and it was strange that there was such a lightning. Shen Miao sat up still asleep and kept panting and gasping. Her hand involuntarily grabbed onto something and felt that someone was lightly patting her back. The strength in that hand was very gentle, as if it had reassuring strength. She just leaned onto the other person's embrace and held her own neck, feeling an entire head of sweat as if she could almost not breath. That person also had a good temperament and let her curl her own body up, before pausing and reaching out to place one's hand behind Shen Miao's head and pressed her into his embrace. Shen Miao's entire body was trembling badly and she bit his shoulder. His body stiffened but did not move and only patted Shen Miao's head. One did not know how long has passed but the thunder gradually became softer, and only the pitter-pattering rhythm of the rain could be heard from outside the room. Shen Miao's heart gradually calmed down and her mouth relaxed but the tip of her nose touched something cold, a golden button. She was in a very intimate position with the other person. She slowly got up from that person's embrace. After a moment when the latter got up, the room was lit and someone held up a lamp to the stool in front of the bed and sat down at the side of it. The brows were dark and handsome and was as always elegant and noble looking. Other than Xie Jingxing, who could it be? Under the lamp, his gaze was less cynical than usual, a few parts consoling and a faint concern. Shen Miao's heart shrank. She was so absorbed in the horrible nightmare that she could not wake up till now. That dream was not just a dream but was as if it had really happened. She was scared of the terrible truth and in a moment of gaffe, when she felt something warm, she grabbed onto it and refused to let go like a drowning man grasping onto a life-saving straw. But she had forgotten that in this late of a night, the person who normally came was someone who was difficult to deal with. The secret that she had kept locked up seemed to have a crack at this moment, and she was facing the most astute of hunters. Xie Jingxing's acumen was like a torch that with only a few words, one fear that he could guess something out. What did you dream of? Xie Jingxing cut out the excess wick in the oil lamp. Even such a simple action, when done by him, it had become the most perfect silhouette, making one's heart warm and pleased. Only a nightmare. Shen Miao's eyes hung down as she spoke. However her voice was still unnatural. Xie Jingxing paused and turned his head towards her. There are also times when you are afraid. Some anger suddenly boiled in Shen Miao's heart. I am not your highness Prince Rui. Living in the world is originally hard work. Naturally there is time when one is afraid. Shen Miao looked at him. His eyes looked very beautiful and were shaped with the best-looking peach blossom eyes. On normal days they were a few parts coquettish and a few parts serious, that made one unable to tell if he was sincere or fake, but also could make a female drown in these moving eyes. But now he was facing Shen Miao. That pair of eyes were like an autumn lake, as deep as dark jade, making it difficult for one to detect any emotions. He said, no need to be afraid, it is only a dream. Shen Miao's nose became sour and an unparalleled sadness suddenly burst out from her heart. After her rebirth, she had controlled her emotions very well and was only unable to hide one's love and hate, but after a brief eruption, she would clean up quickly. However, she was unable to deal with this dream today. Perhaps it was because the rain was too cold tonight, or perhaps Xie Jingxing's gaze was too gentle that made her cold heart suddenly become fragile. She really wanted to look for a place to cry out loud. She felt the scene in front of her blurred, as if there was something on her face. When she looked up, she saw Xie Jingxing holding a handkerchief, wiping her tears away. She actually cried out. That Yu's fingers were slender as he slightly looked down, and his hand movements were very gentle. His gaze was very serious as if she was doing the most meticulous matter in the world. The long eyelashes were hanging down and that usual indifferent and naughty face was faded, but what appeared was the most gentle of companionship. Just like an older brother yet like a friend. Shen Miao was somewhat dispirited. When Xie Jingxing wiped her clean, he looked at her gaze and raised an eyebrow, not crying. Shen Miao avoided his gaze. Many thanks. The thanks this time was finally no longer filled with ridicule like previous, and it was the first time she had this kind of modest appearance. Xie Jingxing was also somewhat surprised as he looked at her, and suddenly his lips hooked up as he stroked her head. What did you see to keep calling out Shen Furen? What did you do wrong? Shen Miao was secretly surprised and looked at Xie Jingxing as she asked, what dream talk did I say? Xie Jingxing paused for a moment before saying, said that Shen Furen, you were wrong. Said sorry Shen Furen. He asked thoughtfully, what kind of serious mistake did you do in your dreams? When Shen Miao heard this, she was relieved and said half-heartedly, nothing. It is just a dream. But she did not know that her efforts to relax were seen by Xie Jingxing and his fingers slightly flexed. But, Shen Miao suddenly thought of something and looked at him to ask, it is already late, what are you here for? Even Shen Miao herself did not notice that now she was accustomed to Xie Jingxing barging in the middle of the night to her bedroom. At this moment there was no anger in her question, as if it was a very normal matter. Xie Jingxing took out a letter from his sleeves, was actually planning to give you a present. Shen Miao glanced at him unfathomably and took the letter to open it. She was however surprised for a moment upon seeing it. The words that were densely written in the letter were nothing else but the matter of Chang Zaiqing in the Lu province. It included that Chang Zaiqing still had a husband and child which she had abandoned. These secrets were all Chang Zaiqing's secrets. She froze for a moment not because of the content of the letter, but that Xie Jingxing would give this to her. You do not seem to be surprised. Xie Jingxing looked at her from the side, already knew since long ago. Many thanks to Prince Rui's good attention. Shen Miao kept the letter. Prince Rui, do not intervene in this matter. I will do it myself. Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and shook his head while smiling. It is this prince who is nosy. Shen Miao was silent for a moment as she did not know why, but she actually felt that the room was cramped. She lowered her head and her gaze unconsciously landed on the corner of Xie Jingxing's robe. The material was very luxurious and the embroidered gold threads were exquisite. It was as if she could felt Xie Jingxing's probing gaze on herself. Shen Miao looked up and tried very hard to be calm and looked at him. If there is not any matter, you can return. Xie Jingxing stared at her. Shen Miao slightly frowned. This person pulled her out of the nightmare and one should be grateful. However, what kind of person was Xie Jingxing? One who saw a tiny thing and knew the overall of things. The longer he stayed here with her, one feared that she would be eaten up without any residue. Shen Miao did not wish to have her secrets exposed to others, not to mention that Xie Jingxing's identity was this sensitive. Even if Xie Jingxing did not show any hostility to her now, she dare not rest assured. Xie Jingxing said, the rain is so heavy, you are letting me go. As a soft thunder accompanied the rain outside the window, and seemed it would not stop for the entire night. Shen Miao was angry with his words that she almost forgot her heartache just now. Could it be that Prince Rui still want to stay overnight? Xie Jingxing's eyebrows moved. Good idea. Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao called out lowly. You call my little name smoothly. Xie Jingxing placed the handkerchief that he used to wipe Shen Miao's tears. Go and sleep. I will leave when the rain stop. Shen Miao was exasperated and the cramped feeling that was in the room had disappeared. How could a young lady sleep when there was an unfamiliar man watching at the side? What was this totally scoundrel thing that Xie Jingxing did all day? Prince Rui is here. I cannot sleep. Shen Miao looked at him expressionless. After being distracted by Xie Jingxing, the solemnness that was caused by the appearance of Chang Zaiqing disappeared by a lot, and even her face looked a lot better. Xie Jingxing reached his hand out to lift her chin up, and forced Shen Miao to look at his eyes before leisurely saying, watch clearly. This prince is the bloodline of royalty and have the air of dragons. When this prince stays in your room, those demons and sprites dare not come over so you will not have nightmares. Shen Miao did not get angry but laughed instead as she knocked his hand away, so this is to say that I have to thank Prince Rui. Correct. Shen Miao glared at Xie Jingxing but her mood gradually relaxed. Xie Jingxing did not ask her anything else. She did not care if Xie Jingxing really did not guess it or if he knew but pretended not, because it made her feel like she had escaped. Currently she has no more strength and energy to deal with others, thus Xie Jingxing was helping by not speaking. Xie Jingxing walked to the window and pulled it, lest the rain outside drift in. He then walked to the table not far from the bed and sat down, before casually taking a book as if he wanted to sit down to read. He did not turn around and said, this prince is here, you can rest assured to sleep. Shen Miao moved her lips and wanted to say something but at the end she did not say anything. Outside the wind was morning, the rain was bewailing and the lightning was truly frightening. She wrapped herself with the beddings and only exposed her head, but her gaze unconsciously went towards the person in front of the table. The youth sitting down was slender and tall, and he was flipping the pages of the book with a very serious appearance. From the side view, he looked really handsome and under the light, he seemed a bit modest. The cynical attitude towards life had faded, and at this moment Xie Jingxing seemed to be calm and gentle, as if his figure could cover all the wind and rain that even without speaking, one would have some feeling of trust. He has deep schemes and was cold, indifferent and ruthless. He dared to deceive the world and take drastic decisions. Duping the imperial family, steal a raptor and replaced it with a column. On the surface he had a cynical appearance but upon a turn of a hand, rain clouds would gather. He was not a good person but was not as heartless as one thought he ought to be. Shen Miao's mood was like the wind and rain outside. That little bit of sorrow and pain seemed to be covered by this light as she slowly closed her eyes. The drips and drops of the rain finally stopped after a long time, and the oil in the table lamp was left with a little bit. The flame was slightly wavering, as if it would soon extinguish. The purple-clad youth in front of the table closed the book in his hands and stood up to walk to the edge of the bed. On the bed, the young female was sleeping in tranquility and letting out a soft uniform breathing. When she closed her eyes, she was not as dignified like normal but was a bit more peaceful, and was as if she still possessed the innocence of childhood. She was actually only 16 years old and still a little young lady. In an ordinary family, a 16-year-old young lady would probably be pondering which family's youth was more handsome, or which shop's sachet is more fragrant. Xie Jingxing's gaze was a bit complicated. From the start when he saw Shen Miao, she had just reached a marriageable age but what she showed was a completely different ruthlessness unfit of her age. It was ruthlessness but also unflusteredness. The Shen family faced a very complicated situation but she had never panicked, and countered soldiers with arms, and water with an earthenware. It was as if she had long expected it. However, she was at the end a little young lady and just like her little name, Shen Jiao Jiao. She should grow up pampered but she was forced to grow up. Not showing one's vulnerabilities did not mean that one was not vulnerable. Just like when she had just awoken from her nightmare, the desperation that her eyes revealed was shocking. She grabbed onto his lapel and her entire body was trembling, as if she was going through tremendous horror, but at a moment's notice she returned to her normal dignified appearance. Like a wounded beast that had to appear stronger and bigger at all times, because if one's enemies discover the wound, they would kill and attack without any strand of energy left. Xie Jingxing was confused. He was not a good person and had the ruthlessness that no ordinary person possessed, but every time when he encountered Shen Miao, he would leave a little leeway. From the first time he saw Shen Miao, actually he had a concessing attitude. He was yielding to her. But one did not know what was it for. It was as if he deliberately said that the rain did not stop just to see her sleep. She was obviously very scared but tried to flaunt bravery, so he could only pretend not to know. The rain had stopped and he tucked Shen Miao into the blanket, before putting the gauze down and leave the room. On the bed, Shen Miao's eyelashes slightly moved but did not open. The mansion that was separated of Shen Mansion by just a wall in between them, had been purchased by Prince Rui. When Xie Jingxing walked out from it, Tai Yi and Nanqi who were waiting outside, quickly followed. The invitation from the palace, accept it. Xie Jingxing said. Tai Yi was surprised, did not master said not to go. Changed one's mind. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at him. Tai Yi quickly complied but he was secretly suspicious. That invitation was sent by the few princes from the palace, for all the princes of the Mingqi and the crown prince of the Great Qin. Xie Jingxing did not want to mingle with them so he directly rejected. Why would he suddenly want to go now? Tai Yi cautiously looked at his master and only felt that Xie Jingxing's eyes were cold, and his heart became even more puzzled. Xie Jingxing's eyes were slightly cold. In fact in Shen Miao's dream, she not only called out Luo Shuiyan's name. She also called out Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Would no longer like Fu Shuyi. His lips hooked up to a sneer. Like. Previously liked were always the words that were the most offending. The sudden thunderstorm in the Ding capital made the weather turn cold on the second day. It was as if deep winter had reached overnight, so when people was discussing about the heavy rain yesterday, they all mentioned that it was somewhat unexpected. One did not expect the rain to come like this, and had forgotten about the flora and fauna in the courtyard. When one thought about it, several pots were broke. Those flowers were usually looked over with utmost care. This is just a pity. Chen Ruchu was tidying up Shen Wan's clothes as she spoke about the rain last night. Chen Ruchu had always paid attention to elegance, and would also find particularly scarce varieties of flora and fauna. Shen Wan was absent-mindedly listening, but his eyes were not on Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu noticed Shen Wan's expression and asked with a smile, does master have any matters in one's mind? Shen Wan recovered to his senses and looked towards Chen Ruchu. I was thinking that you has reached the age to discuss about marriage. Chen Ruchu's heart thumped but she still smiled. I know. One had been looking for the right person for you but one must slowly pick and not let you marry over foolishly, else master will also be distressed. This matter had been delayed for so long. This time Shen Wan did not let Chen Ruchu skim past it and bluntly said, ever since you was 16, it is already 2 years. Even if those young ladies of other family were not married, they are all engaged. If you carried on like this, it would be difficult to find someone suitable in the future. A few days ago I have given you a few families that were all quite good. I have looked over it and the families were well off and there are not too many complications in their residences, so you will not be in a disadvantage when she marries over. However, that being said, Chen Ruchu grudgingly said, it had been only for a while. One need to let you familiarize with it. It has been 2 years. Every time the topic of marriage is brought up with her, she would decline and you as a mother also let her be. Shen Wan's eyes sharpened, even though our residence is also not bad, but your expectations are too high. If she has an intention that she should not have involved our household, it would not be worth it at all. Shen Wan's gaze had an intentional implication and Chen Ruchu suddenly understood. Shen Wan was not a fool, so when Shen Yu kept saying she did not want to marry this or not, him being a father would definitely be suspicious. Shen Yu was in love with Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, and if Shen Wan knew about it, one feared that he would not spare Shen Yu. Some families are not for us to climb up. There were hidden meanings behind Shen Wan's words. It is better to let you be down to earth and perish such thoughts as early as possible. Otherwise this mud would be too deep that it would be too late to come out of it. Chen Ruchu broke out to a cold sweat. After being husband and wife with Shen Wan for so many years, at this moment she could almost conclude that Shen Wan definitely knew of Shen Yu's wishes. But Chen Ruchu understood clearly of Shen Yu's temperament. At the beginning when Shen Miao was still around, Shen Yu's heart was all on Prince Ding and now without Shen Miao, Shen Yu would be even more hell-bent. To get Shen Yu to marry to others, one feared that Shen Yu would not agree to it till death. But master, Chen Ruchu still wanted to fight for Shen Yu. You is still young and one cannot be impatient with some things. Previous you also dote her, so cannot one empathize with her this time. Shen Wan took a deep breath, and looked towards Chen Ruchu with some disappointment in his eyes. He said, Fern had always been understanding of the overall picture, but now why are you unable to see it? Prince Ding is one that looks simple on the surface, and when the eldest household was still around and had the military power of the Shen family's army, perhaps Prince Ding would have some fear. Now that the eldest household has separated, second older brother and I are both civil officials with smooth careers, Prince Ding would not attach any importance. When Prince Ding marries, it would definitely be with a wife whose family will be able to benefit him. You is of no significance to him, so he would not let you be the official wife and she can only be a concubine. Even if you gain his favor, how would a concubine be able to fight with the official wife? At that time the one that is at a disadvantage is still you. When Chen Ruchu heard this she broke into a cold sweat. She initially thought that Shen Wan did not agree to let Shen Yu marry Prince Ding, because he was not optimistic about Prince Ding in the fight of the air position. But now it seemed that Shen Wan's evaluation of Prince Ding was not from an ordinary man's point of view, but from one who considered all pros and cons. It was difficult for this type of man to be sincere and even if there was sincerity, to let Chen Ruchu watch as her daughter yield and lower her head to other female, Chen Ruchu was unwilling. She said, since that being the case, it is this wife that was not thoughtful. Master kept on thinking about you but I still blamed master. It is me who is at fault. You are also not at fault. Shen Wan sighed. Your temperament is now more arrogant than before. You must get her to fix it, so that there would be less troubles in the future. I will let my subordinates write a book on all the sons of good family in the capital and send it to you. Pick a few and bring you or to go visit them on another day. After pausing, he said, this matter cannot be dragged on. After Chen Ruchu learned of the matter, this time she stood together with Shen Wan and immediately agreed. After Shen Wan went to court, that book was sent over and Chen Ruchu carefully looked through each one before making a mark with compatible ones, intending to let Shen Yu meet them. But one did not see that in Chu Shui Yuan, among the maids that were sweeping the courtyard someone quietly put down the task on hold and left. The calligraphy brush in Shen Yu's hand suddenly paused, and a long ink mark appeared on the unfinished painting. The painting was actually a well-done autumn landscape, but the sudden appearance of an long black ink appeared on the blue skies. But she did not take it to heart at all and asked the maid in front angrily. What did you say? Mother is choosing a husband for me. Replying young lady. That maid cautiously lowered her head. Fern had already picked a few people from a book and sent some invitations. One guessed that in a few days' time Fern will bring second young lady over to pay a visit. Scoundrel. Shen Yu was so angry that she threw the brush. One did not know who was she scolding, and the previous appearance of gentleness and elegance had vanished. The maids that were in the area all dared not even breath loudly. Everyone knew that this second young lady might look weak and gentle, but disregarded servants and would not have a bit of mercy when dealing with them. Shen Yu displayed a look of irritation. She was currently 18. Within the Ding capital, females of that age would have been married, and even those who did not marry would at most be engaged. But till now she was still not engaged. She was the limited talent female and had a good appearance, with a gentle and intelligent character. There were numerous males that liked her but she only wanted to marry one, and that was Fu Shuyi. Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, was the youngest of all the princes, and was currently the only one that did not have a consort. Initially Shen Miao fell for Fu Shuyi at first sight because she was charmed by him, but who knew that Shen Yu also liked the type of man. Since he was made to charm others, he did not have the strange tempers of princes, and was young and handsome. What was more than that, he was the descendant of royalty and was the most distinguished male other than the emperor and Mingqi. Shen Yu had always felt that only she was compatible with Fu Shuyi. So at the beginning, when Shen Miao shamelessly made her love for Fu Shuyi known to public, Shen Yu felt that she was insulting her sweetheart. Fortunately Fu Shuyi was extremely cold towards Shen Miao, and now there was not anything between them, making Shen Yu relieved. At first she eavesdropped on Shen Wan's and Shen Gui's conversation, saying that there was a possibility that Fu Shuyi would suffer a wrong and marry Shen Miao in order to obtain Shen Shen's military power. She had been on tenterhooks for a long time and wished that there was no Shen Miao in this world. It was fortunate that Shen Miao herself later gave up. At the moment Shen Miao was not fighting with her, so why did her own parents force her? I want to talk to mother. I am not marrying. Shen Yu stood up and swept the ink and paper off the table, apparently very furious. The maids around quickly got to their knees but none dared to persuade. Over at Kai Yunyuan, someone also heard the movements. As compared to the ruckus 2 years before, Kai Yunyuan was much more bleak. Ever since Ren Wanyun's death and Shen Gui's descendants line was harmed, old Shen Furen got furious and no longer allowed Shen Gui to bring a mess of females back to the residence. After Shen Gui's pot has cracked, and knew that in this lifetime he was unable to have any child with any female, he feels upset when he returns to the residence, so he kept on lingering in pleasure quarters. Other than the servants in Kai Yunyuan, the only remaining females were Wan Yinyang and Shen Dongling. Shen Gui once had 2 sons and compared to the 3rd household, it was considered as thriving with descendants, but now unfortunately there was only a Shu daughter left. No matter what, Shen Dongling was Shen Gui's only bloodline left, thus the servants treated Shen Dongling and Wan Yinyang with respect. What is the hustle and buzz outside about? Wan Yinyang, who was doing needlework, looked up. These 2 years she had lived well and as compared to the past, she had become much more unyielding. The maid at the door said, replying Yinyang, it is second young lady throwing a tantrum because third Furen is selecting a husband for her. At this moment she is rushing over to Chu Shui Yuan. With a sneer, Wan Yinyang laughed out and shook her head. This second young lady would actually be angry because of this matter. She suddenly thought about something and her eyes darkened. When growing up in happiness, one fails to appreciate what happiness really means. Her Shen Dongling was also a young lady of the Shen residence, and almost the same age as Shen Yu. However, old Shen Furen looked down on Shu daughters, and Shen Gui just simply did not care about matters of the courtyard. Shen Dongling's identity was not high, thus there were very little people who came to ask for marriage. Even those who came for marriage were all those odd people that one know they were not good people with one look. She was here worrying about Shen Dongling's marriage, but at the other end Shen Yu, who was managed, was not satisfied. Being reincarnated to which position was really a matter of merit. Just as she was thinking, Shen Dongling, who was sitting behind the screen, stood up. She had grown up a lot, she had a slim and slender figure and her eyes were sharp, possessing the grace that Wan Yinyang had when she was singing. Where are you going? Wan Yinyang asked casually. Shen Dongling said, is not Wan Yinyang worried about my marriage constantly? Wan Yinyang was surprised for a moment, as she did not know what was the meaning behind those words. I have waited for 2 years. Now the opportunity has arrived. Shen Dongling said. Shen Yu threw a tantrum for a while in Chu Shui Yuan, but this time Chen Ruchu seemed to have an iron heart. No matter how much she begged, she remained indifferent and even got furious, and said that if she continued then she will confine her. This time Shen Yu really panicked, but Chen Ruchu was no longer bothered about her, so she was angry and anxious as she left Chu Shui Yuan. However, she saw a few people coming out of Kai Yunyuan, and the blue-clad young female who was leading was startled first before stepping forward to speak, second older sister. Shen Yu glanced at that female and replied, N. Her attitude was however somewhat cold. This female was no other than second household Shu daughter, Shen Dongling. Previously, Shen Dongling was pressed down by Ren Wanyun, and would not leave the courtyard for the entire year, thus some servants did not even recognize her. But after Ren Wanyun's death, Shen Gui was diagnosed as unable to have any heirs, Shen Dongling became the only bloodline of the second household. But even so, Shen Yu still looked down on Shen Dongling's identity, even though she appeared to be amiable with her. Even if it was the same blood, it would not change the fact that Shen Dongling was a Shu daughter. If one were to say that Shen Yu was jealous and resentful of Shen Miao, then towards Shen Dongling, there was no hesitation with the contempt for her. However, Shen Dongling seemed to have not seen the cold look in her eyes and still said with a smile, I intend to spin a few silks to make silk cloth, and a few days back when one spoke to Yinyang about the matter, one was very excited about the patterns. Coincidentally one had designed a few patterns. Does second older sister want some? No need, Shen Yu said. Even being treated coldly Shen Dongling said with a good temper, since it is as such then it is all right. One originally was thinking to make a few for second older sister. Shen Yu was somewhat impatient. At this moment, she was only worried about the matter of Chen Ruchu choosing a husband for her, so how would she think of other matters? Seeing Shen Dongling lowering her head and exposing a section of her fair neck, her heart slightly paused. She retracted her hand and carefully looked at Shen Dongling. There was only a difference of half a year of age between Shen Dongling and Shen Yu. If one were to speak of the original daughters of the Shen family, Shen Qing was magnanimous, Shen Yu was a refined elegant beauty and Shen Miao was a delicate beauty. The three of them also had the unique temperament of a D daughter, thus Shen Dongling also had the similar unique frailness of a Shu daughter. Wan Yiniang was previously the lead of a theater, and was a bit of a beauty when one was talking about looks. Shen Dongling did not look like Shen Gui, but was almost the exact same copy of how Wan Yiniang looked like when she was young. Big eyes and sharp chin that were taken from Wan Yiniang's looks. However, compared to those domineering Yiniangs, Shen Dongling often lowered her eyes and would not snatch or create noises, putting her Yiniang to shame. However, after a careful look to measure her up, she was a delicate girl who grew up and became a beautiful lady. Suddenly Shen Yu's heart moved. She took the initiative to pull Shen Dongling's hand over and said with a smile, I do not let you do it for me because I fear that it would tire you out. You are a young lady of the residence and not an embroidery lady of a workshop. What is with doing needlework all day long? Shen Dongling was surprised for a moment and her face slightly reddened, seemingly surprised by Shen Yu's sudden intimacy. She said favorably, second older sister spoke too seriously. I have nothing to do on normal days so Yiniang told me to do some needlework, thus I did some. It does not hinder anything. Wan Yiniang seemed to be suppressed by Ren Wanyan too long and even though the tide has turned now, what she loved to do was just staying in the courtyard to do embroidery. Shen Dongling apparently also followed her character. Seeing Shen Dongling this well behaved, the smile in Shen Yu's eyes got deeper, you should change your temperament. It is a good thing to be well behaved and like doing needlework, but which young lady is seen doing embroidery all day? Tomorrow I will be going to the jewelry shop to choose some jewelry. You should follow me. There are some new designs this year and perhaps there would be some that you will fancy. If you saw anything you like, I will gift it to you. This. Shen Dongling waved her hands in panic, cannot. You are still being too courteous to me. Shen Yu feigned anger, you and me are after all closest sisters and if even you are so distant, then what is the point of being sisters? Shen Dongling was somewhat at a loss, and did not know how to continue Shen Yu's words. When Shen Yu saw this, she smiled gently and patted her shoulder, third younger sister is still timid and has a character that make others heart ache. That will do, I still have some matters so one will not continue talking to you. Tomorrow one will let the maids go to Kai Yunyuan to look for you, so that you can go to the jewelry shop with me. There was an indisputable tone in her words. Shen Dongling nodded her head and accepted. After Shen Yu and entourage left, Wu Mei who was a maid beside Shen Dongling said, what is this second young lady trying to do? At one time cold, at another time warm. Without any rhyme or reason, why would she thought about inviting young lady to the jewelry shop? Shen Yu naturally treated Shen Dongling blandly and to be that warm, it indeed aroused suspicion. This is her changing her tactics to fawn me. Shen Dongling looked at Shen Yu's fading figure and said with a gentle smile, most likely she felt that I am easy to bribe and want me to rely and trust her, so that in the future when she need me to help her to do something, it would be much easier. Wu Mei was astonished when she heard this, what can be done? This second young lady clearly has ill intentions and want to use young lady. Since young lady know about it, what can be done? There is no harm. Shen Dongling was somewhat happy, I am happy to help in it, just like her gifting me jewelry. She want to gift good things to others, and I am not a saint so there is no logic in not accepting. She said, it is just that she is short-sighted.